Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Living Battery Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. First week back of senior year and already Izuku was done with it all. It's not like he really had anything to complain about, he knew that. He studied hard so school was never a struggle, he had a good place to live with people who loved him, had a great childhood friend. Really, he had everything going for him. Everyone was always so nice to him. Nice to the murder. Slap. The sound rang out in the classroom as he smacked himself, trying not to let that thought finish. He knew it wasn't exactly the best coping mechanism, heaven knows he'd been handed 100 better ones already, but it worked, and he was going to stick with what worked. And ignore the voice in the back of his head that reminded him that it didn't work, all it did was delay the thought. He was jolted out of his thoughts when a hand was moved in front of his face, a small bottle of burn cream and bandage held in it. With a start, he saw the soft green glow in his right hand, the palm of his glove burned open, the pain on his cheek not fading as he expected, and he realized he'd done it again. Once again, that eating curse had gone off and flooded into his hand before he struck. He clenched his right fist tightly, angrily, but snatched the bandage and cream from the hand in front of him and began to apply it with practiced ease, keeping his gaze affixed to the desk in front of him. He didn't have to look up to see the looks he was being given: pity, concern, worry, everything he didn't deserve. Killers shouldn't get something so nice. Though it had startled the class for a moment, his teacher cleared his throat and went back into his lecture, as though trying to draw attention away from him and his stupid, foolish, useless antics. The green surge in his hand faded away, the pain in his chest pulsing again and again, the ever-swirling whirlpool of energy still straining against the walls he put up around it. He reached down into his pack and pulled out another glove, one of a half-dozen spares he carried, and replaced the now ruined one on his right hand. Taking a deep breath, shoving back against the pressure in his chest, he picked up his pencil and tried to catch back up on his notes. "Hey!" A pair of hands slammed down on his desk, making Izuku jolt. He stared up into the red eyes of his best friend, the other teen looming over him. "You all right?" came the gruff question. "Why, I'm fine, Kaken, don't worry about it." "Don't lie to me, Zu," he growled back. Izuku rolled his eyes. "It's fine. I just had a bad moment, that's all. I have it under control." Katsuki stared him down for a moment, before letting out an annoyed huff. Fine. Me and Tsubasa are gonna hit up the arcade. Want in?" Izuku glanced over to the doorway, seeing Katsuki's friend standing in the door, waiting patiently with his red wings tucked against his back. He smiled at him, getting a wave back, before turning to look at Katsuki. "No thanks, Kaken. I'm just gonna head home." "Seriously? Come on. Zu, you need to get out sometimes." Izuku's smile faltered for a brief moment, almost cracking as he kept eyes locked on Katsuki's. "Not tonight." Katsuki let out another annoyed huff. "Fine. You'll probably be passed out before I get home, you effing nerd, so don't forget we got training tomorrow." "You're more of a nerd than I am, Kaken. As for tomorrow, let's be clear, you have training, I'm just there to help," Izuku muttered. Katsuki growled for a moment, staring up at the sky as if asking the heavens for patience. "You are such a pain in my butt sometimes. We're gonna train, we're gonna be skilled as F-, and we're gonna get into you, don't you FING forget it. I'll see ya later." With that, he turned around and stomped off, hands in his pockets as the other boy glanced back at Izuku for a moment, then followed him out the door. With a sigh, Izuku packed up his bag and left, walking slowly as he avoided following the same path outside as the other two had. "Damn it, Kaken, stop saying we're going to UA." Izuku muttered to himself, annoyed and frustrated. He'd made up his mind long ago he was never, ever going to become a hero. He couldn't. You don't get to be a hero when you're responsible for what he was. But no matter how many times he had this same argument with Kaken, it always turned out the same. One or the other would get too angry and stomp off to cool down, and never made any headway. He knew it just came from a place of caring. He wasn't going to lie to himself, a part buried deep within him still wanted to be a hero, still longed for it. He wouldn't spend so much time on his hero analysis books if he didn't. And the problem was that Kaken knew too, knew what he wanted so deep within himself. But he couldn't be trusted. He couldn't trust himself. He wasn't stupid. If he tried to apply and got in, even if he did it without his cursed quirk, they'd force him to use it. Because it was dangerous, and they wouldn't trust that he could keep it contained. Not in such a demanding job, with so much energy around, so much power flowing through the air around him. Costumes got damaged. Skin got exposed. He could still absorb, and no matter how careful he was, he knew that. So no, he was not going to be a hero, no matter how desperately he may want to. Because murderers can't be heroes. He hadn't even really been paying attention to where he was going. He knew the way home by heart, well, in some ways. But since he wanted to avoid Katsuki and the others, he chose to take a shortcut, cutting through an old tunnel and heading back towards his house. So focused on walking, his head down, trying to ignore the pressure in his chest and the reminder of what date was coming up, he never noticed the strange swishing noise coming from behind. What followed was made of nightmares. Sludge filling his lungs, a voice in his ear cackling and bragging and thanking him as it tried to snuff out his breath, his life. He couldn't focus, couldn't hear, could barely see as the blackness started to close in around him. The pressure in chest roared, the whirlpool of energy becoming a fevered maelstrom, desperately trying to reach out and help him escape. But he couldn't. He couldn't let it escape, couldn't trust his monster of a quirk. Maybe he should just let go. What did it matter? He was a killer anyways. He should have been executed 14 years ago after he killed so many and maimed his best friend. Maybe this was his punishment, karmic retribution 14 years later. Tamping down on it with practiced ease, even as the sludge filled his lungs further, his vision fading, he just let go. As his mind fell into blackness, a manhole cover flung up into the air. Izuku didn't even know how to describe what the hell his life had become in the past few minutes. First, he gets saved by All Might, the hero he and Kaken idolized. Then he gets his autograph. Then, because he's an absolute idiot, he hitches a ride on the other man onto a rooftop to beg of him the answer to the one question that he pretended he didn't want the answer to, only to find out All Might was broken? Izuku wasn't even sure if his mind could comprehend everything that happened if he had a week to process, much less 5 minutes. But that wasn't enough. He had to know. He had to ask. Maybe, just maybe, if All Might told him what he knew was the truth, then Kaken would back off finally and let it go. Izuku knew what he'd say, he just needed him to say it out loud so it could finally snuff out that tiny spark of hope he never could get rid of. So kid, what's the question you wanted me to answer so badly you almost got yourself killed over? The shrunken All Might before him asked, eyebrow arched. See, can a killer become a hero? All Might blinked. Twice. A third time. That I feel like I'm missing context here, kid. Sounds to me like this isn't a hypothetical, you know, a killer. Izuku squirmed in place with his head down, his hands clenching repeatedly. He kept still, his form shaking slightly as the hero before him watched him appraisingly. All Might sighed. And you're not gonna answer me. Well, fine. You're a fanboy, you should already know my answer. I've said it 1,000,000 times, anyone can be a hero. BB, but not just anyone. Izuku interrupted, snapping his head up to look at his idol. That's what you say on TV, but no cameras here. I want your honest answer. I know you have to play things up for the media, it's part of the job, but it's just me. I just need you to tell me the truth, okay? Please, just tell me the truth. As his voice trailed off, tears pricked at the corner of his eyes, but he struggled, willing them not to fall as he closed them and waited for the doom he knew was coming to fall. Never been called a liar by a fan before, that's a new one, came the chuckled reply from All Might. Izuku opened his mouth to apologize, but a raised hand from the older man cut him off before he could. I'm not mad. You're not entirely wrong, the media does require heroes sometimes stretch the truth. But that one? That's not a lie, kid. I do believe anyone who truly, genuinely, deeply wants to help people can be a hero. And he raised his voice, cutting off Izuku's interjection. And I think that if someone did something bad in the past, that doesn't mean they can't do good in the future. That said, I'd like to hear more about this killer you seem to know. Izuku was going to reply, say something to get the focus off of that, but an explosion a few streets over caught both of their attention. Kaken? Izuku wondered. That stubborn, annoying... Katsuki kept muttering under his breath, the other boy with him staring worriedly. You alright, Bakugo? Tsubasa asked. No, I'm not effing alright. Arg. He kicked his left foot out, hitting a nearby trash can with a solid ting, sending it flying. He's being so goddamn stubborn and I can't get him to stop being stupid about this shit. It's senior year. He's got the brains, he's nearly as fit as me, he's just got to train his FANG quirk and he's a shoo-in. I know he can fight, we've been sparring each other for a decade. He has what he needs, he just won't do it. I mean, you've considered maybe he doesn't want to be a hero? Tsubasa asked. That's the effing thing he does. He won't admit it but I know he does. He's just effing scared of his quirk. He has good reason to be. You know, after what happened? Katsuki rounded on the other boy, glaring at him. It wasn't his effing fault. Tsubasa held up his hands placatingly. I'm not saying it was. You of all people know we never blamed him. No one does. Point one person does, Katsuki muttered, the anger draining from him as quickly as it had filled. This was an argument he'd had 1,000 times over the years, and he worried he'd keep having it right up until it was too late. Still frustrated and with nowhere to put that aggression, he kicked at a bottle with his left once more, wishing he could feel something in that leg, just so he knew how hard he'd kicked. With a metallic clink, the bottle flew into the wall, the cap popping open and green sludge began to pour out. Katsuki barely had time to react before it lunged forward, wrapping around him and beginning to drown the young man. All Might called out to him, but Izuku was already gone, running through the door and down the flights of stairs as fast as possible. Kaken always had excellent quirk control, so an explosion of that magnitude was worrying. But it was worse than he'd imagined. Panting, he surveyed the scene of his best friend trapped in the same villain All Might had saved him from, the heroes standing around doing nothing. Kaken was there, right in front of him, buried in the sludge, what little explosions he could create slowly flickering into place. He could see it on Kaken's face, fear. Something that didn't belong on that face, the friend who'd helped keep him from falling into despair, the equivalent of his brother, the one whose family took him in when his own was gone. He could feel it boiling, roiling within him once more, the maelstrom of swirling force demanding he let it go for once. He didn't remember moving. He didn't remember shedding his backpack and throwing it. He didn't remember the moment where he pulled at the sludge, shouting back and forth with Kaken, his friend demanding he run and him refusing. None of that he could remember afterwards, it all fuzzy and muffled in his mind. Because at the moment where the villain gripped Kaken tighter, where it began to flood his mouth with sludge, Izuku let the wall fall. A green glow showed up beneath his shirt, right in the center of his chest. Snaking trails of green shot out, trailing down his arms and legs, long closed channels forced open within him, burning from the inside. The pain of disuse ignored in the moment as Izuku felt the energy flood him, granting him strength, granting him power, letting his hands finally grip onto the slimy beast before him as green energy coated his hands, flowing over them like water. Screaming wildly, torn between pain and panic, his hand finally grasped Kaken's arm. With every ounce of strength within him, he pulled as hard as he could, energy flooding out wildly, green rivers of it flowing through his hand and into Kaken through the grip he had on his shoulder. A swirling torrent of green built up around him, making those nearby have to shield their eyes from the light. He felt more than saw the moment Kaken move his hands up and slammed out the biggest explosion he had ever seen. Saw the sludge villain raining down in pieces, as the street they were on cracked and buckled beneath the force of the blast. Felt the tiredness begin to take hold of him as they both took in deep, gasping breaths. And felt nothing but fear as he saw the villain begin to reform, not even enough energy left within him to scream, much less move his feet. But there he was, All Might, there once more, shouting something as he pulled both boys out of harm's way and clenched his fist. Izuku smiled, eyes closing, knowing that with All Might there, Kaken was safe. Kaken screamed something in his ear, something he couldn't hear over the buzzing as he felt his consciousness fading, his breath leaving him for the second time this day as the energy trailed off, trickling into nothing, the well running dry, and with it, his heartbeat. Yagi had seen many things, but that scared young man with the secretive words running in to save another, when the other heroes had been too afraid to do their duty, gave him hope and joy in equal measure. Here he was, the exact sort of person he needed, the one who drove even him to go beyond his own limit to help. But when the boy fell from consciousness as he blew that Demed sludge villain away, the way the other boy hovered over him in fear triggered the same response. Within. Zoo. Finji, wake up, damn it. Don't tell me you burned it all, you effing idiot. Wake the F up, the blonde boy shouted, his hands gripping the other one's collar tightly. When the other boy failed to respond, failed to even breathe, the blonde one tore at the collar, ripping at it and pulling it away, desperately even. Young man, you must let the paramedics dash, Yagi tried to interject, but was interrupted before he could finish. No. They don't know what to do. We need to get him into the sunlight or something. Or get one of those crash pad things, the defibrillators. He needs to absorb something quickly. Yagi had been a hero for many decades, and while quirks tended to be at least somewhat unique, it wasn't unusual to see many similar quirks over the years. While energy-absorbing quirks weren't commonplace, he'd seen enough of them to understand what the blonde boy was getting at with his hurried explanation. Likely his body required he keep some of that energy stored up somehow, which would explain why he was fading out. He'd used too much. Well, the two boys clearly knew each other, and the blonde one was panicking with clear worry, no reason to doubt the blonde before him. He reached down, grabbing the one who had impressed him so and bolting over towards the nearest EMS vehicle. The blonde followed angrily, snarling at the reporters trying to get between them and the heroes trying to speak to him. I gather he absorbs energy through his skin, young man? Yagi asked as he laid the other boy on the stretcher the EMTs had pulled over. Yeah. And he needs that sheet to live, else his heart stops. Get the effing shirt off him. With practiced ease, the one paramedic quickly pulled out the fabric scissors they used and cut the shirt apart, pulling it open as she spoke calmly to the blonde. Any particular kind of energy required? The blonde rubbed at his eyes, his hands sparking furiously. No, anything doesn't matter. But sunlight isn't enough right now. Don't you have one of those defibrillator things? The ones that shock people? We're getting it ready right now, young man. It'll be okay. We need to check you over too. Would you please take a seat? I'm fine. Worry about him, he shouted at her, smoke floating up from his now clenched fists. Yagi wanted to stay and speak to the boys further, but the media began swarming and he knew they needed space. So he stepped forward, pulling them away from the two boys, hoping he could distract them and get all those eyes off of them. They were in good hands now, he'd just have to catch up to the green-haired one later. Later, however, was going to be an issue. By the time he could escape the reporters and get to a place he could let go of his form, the ambulance was long gone, off to wherever it was headed. Neither of the two boys was available, and per the law minors' names wouldn't be released to the public. His best chance was gone already. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone. Yagi? To what do I owe the pleasure? Came the voice of his former sidekick, Sir Knight. I found him, Mirai. I found him, he exclaimed excitedly. The love of your life? No. My successor. The one I wish to pass one for all on to. Well, congratulations? Mirai asked, clear confusion in his voice. That was this just to inform me, or? Well, the problem is I lost him. That you lost him? Yes. You found him and then lost him. Yes. That what did you do, take him hiking and got turned around? No, just hear me out. Yagi huffed. Taking a deep breath, he launched into the day's occurrences, up to just before he called Mirai. As he stopped to catch his own breath, he could almost hear the judgment in the other man's tone. I can't say I have a firm opinion on your choice yet, but your methodology leaves much to be desired. That said, I assume you want me to help you track down this young man? Exactly. You know that's not my specialty, but I've always known how excellent you are at following leads. The other man sighed deeply, his sheer, I am so done, expression visible to Yagi even from kilometers away. Very well, give me what details you know. Well, he's in high school and has green-black hair and green eyes. And freckles. Please tell me you have more than that. Oh, the blonde one called him Zoo. And he called the blonde one Kaken. The blonde one seemed to have some type of explosive quirk, and I believe the one I'm looking for has an energy absorption quirk of some kind that works through skin exposure. They had on black uniforms as well. Well, that's significantly easier to track down. Where are you again? Mizudefu. Yagi could hear Mirai typing away on his computer, humming to himself as he input the data and began searching. Oh, one other thing that was a bit odd. He implied he knew a killer of some kind, or at least, someone who is killed. It was a bit concerning. He asked me if I thought a killer could become a hero, but it was like he expected me to say no. Of course, I told him anyone could if they were dedicated to doing right, but Yagi, the tone of voice Mirai used cut through his rambling for a moment, a tone that he had only heard in the most serious of situations. I think I know why he asked you that. Why? In lieu of response, the ding of a text message had him glancing down at his phone. With trepidation, he clicked it, opening up a news article from 14 years ago. As he scanned over it, his eyes widened further, over and over as he swiftly devoured every word. Oh. Izuku came to slowly, an insistent beeping making him wince. His head was pounding relentlessly. Actually, if he was being honest, his entire body felt like he'd gone 10 rounds with Kaken with Quirk active on a hot summer day and lost every single one. A gaping sensation in his chest rounded out the pain, as if he was missing something. He was exhausted, every muscle sore, squinting against the bright lights shining down from above. With a pained groan, he tilted his head around, blinking rapidly to try and see what was around, only to see Kaken sitting next to his bed, staring at him with relief plain on his face. Struggling, he managed to croak out a desperate plea for water, watching as his friend crossed the room swiftly, filling up a paper cup and bringing it over to him. With a wince, he managed to down the entire thing, chugging it as if he'd been stuck in a desert for a week. Hissing against the pain, he managed to push himself into a seated position, Katsuki reaching out for him but pausing once he realized how unwelcome the help would be. As soon as he was at least slightly vertical, Izuku looked around, swiftly putting together his location as a hospital room somewhere. What happened? He managed to mumble out, head still pounding. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at him, arms crossing over his chest in judgment. You, dumbass, rushed in to get me away from some sludge a-hole. You used your quirk and drained the full FING pool. They had to shock you back. How the F did you burn the entire thing in like 3 seconds? As Izuku tried to remember, sending his mind back to the fuzzy time where it all occurred, he snapped wide awake as Kaken's words registered. Shocked? The defibrillator. Yeah, that Katsuki was cut off as Izuku lunged at him, one hand grabbing him by the collar and dragging him closer. You let them shock me? He snarled, his face contorted in rage and panic. Katsuki, once the shock wore off, snarled back, his hand grabbing Izuku by his collar and tugging the other boy off balance. Of course I did. Your heart stopped beating, you fuckwad. So FNG what? What if they screwed up the voltage and I overcharged? He shouted back, his voice carrying into the hallways. You weren't gonna overcharge. You had nothing in the tank. We had to get you back, you effing moron. Izuku's voice lost some volume, but none of its intensity as he hissed, if it's between me and all those people, you should have let me go. Better I die than dash. Katsuki's right swung out and punched Izuku across the face, almost sending him over the edge of the bed if not for the grip his left hand had on the boy. Don't you dare say that shit, fuckwad. Don't you even think it? I'll kill you my goddamn self you say that again, then bring you back and do it again so you get the effing point. Further argument was interrupted as the door swung open, a tall blonde woman with spiky hair entering, followed by an already sighing brown-haired man who looked at both boys with an expression torn between worry, exasperation, and fondness. The blonde woman arched an eyebrow at them. Ah, yes, looks like the boys are fine, already back to fighting. Let go of each other, demed brats. The two held on for a moment, glaring at the other, a new bruise already forming on Izuku's face, before releasing each other and falling backwards in a huff. With a sigh, Mitsuki Bakugo calmly took a seat in the chair her husband had pulled out, reaching up to grip the hand he'd placed on her shoulder. Would one of you two mind filling us in? We got the report from the police, but it wasn't clear exactly what happened with Izuku, Masaru asked, his voice soft. He used his quirk, like I knew he could, and got me out of that sludge BSTRD. But burned it all somehow. I still don't effing get that part. Izuku stared at his hands, gloves missing, able to see cracks in his skin as if something had erupted from his palms. I don't know either. I always assumed my quirk could enhance my strength and speed in some fashion, extra energy and stuff, but not like that. It shouldn't have taken all of it though, I just used enough to pull Kaken out. I don't understand where the rest went. I think it went into me, Kaken mumbled, his comment causing all three to look over at him as he held up his hands, revealing red palms and small yet noticeable burn marks on them. I felt it from where you grabbed my shoulder. I think you shared it with me. I've never made an explosion that big before. Was kinda badass, but I don't think I was ready to handle it, since I blew through everything you gave me too. Yet somehow that stupid slime still survived. Yes, well, good thing All Might was there as quickly as he was, Masaru commented. And good thing they had that defibrillator to keep your scrawny but alive, Katsuki snarked at Izuku, the other boy gritting his teeth and glaring back at him. He's right, Izuku, Mitsuki commented, trying to ease the tension. But what if I dash? You didn't, she interjected. I don't know the details of the machine, but there ain't no FING way it's as much as a bolt of lightning, not to mention that was years ago. Your limit must be much higher and you know that. When you're done panicking about it you'll know we're right. It is not remotely comparable, came the voice from the doorway, a black-haired woman with oddly sharp teeth woman in a doctor's outfit said as she entered the room, tapping away at a tablet she carried. I imagine you're concerned about how much energy you absorbed, but trust me when I say you're nowhere near whatever your current limit is. We can't measure it well with the equipment here, but you have quite a bit of room for more in you. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, but the tension in his shoulders hadn't left as he worried about what could have been. The doctor looked up from her tablet, meeting Izuku's eyes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Kirishima. Izuku just nodded at her, waiting for her to continue. She nodded sharply, her gaze oddly fierce. I have a very important question for all of you. Why are Izuku's quirk records blank? What? The three Bakugos chorused, with a wide-eyed blink from Izuku. The doctor sighed. It has a very brief description of what it does, and absolutely nothing else. It has nothing in here about the capabilities, the activation requirements, the mutations dash. What mutations? Izuku interrupted, his voice cracking in shock. Dr. Kirishima stared at him disbelievingly. Well, like most quirks, your body has some internal mutations that allow you to handle it. Like how I don't react to nitroglycerin? Katsuki asked. I didn't look at your records, young man, but if I understand the implication your quirk has something to do with nitroglycerin, then yes, same principle. I sweat it from my palms, and can ignite it to make explosions. She nodded at him. Oh well then yes, absolutely. You likely ingest it all the time, which means your body would have to be adapted or something bad would occur. I also assume your arms are more sturdy than an average person, to deal with recoil. Katsuki nodded along. Yeah, Doc told me I got some extra reinforcement in my arms and shoulders, so it doesn't hurt as much. She glanced down at her tablet. Well, Izuku here has a few extra mutations that help him manage his quirk. First is an extraneous organ located beneath his breastbone, which is where his body processes and stores the energy. From this, there are channels through which the energy would flow out from. These channels go to all four of his limbs and to his fingertips. All four people in the room looked over to Izuku, the green-haired boy frozen in shock at the idea of more to his quirk. After waiting a moment, the doctor continued. However, due to you failing to utilize your quirk properly, those channels atrophied, and the organ which stores it was scarred from holding the energy improperly. You damaged not only your quirk but your body itself, young man. You ripped those channels open today, and this has caused a significant backlash. You're going to leak energy now, at least until you can get those channels back into proper working order. Which means using them. Your body is designed around the energy being in motion. Flowing as it were. Tapping again at her table, she let it drop to her side as she continued her lecture. You should think of it not unlike a river in this case. You created a dam for it but did not allow for any flow at all. I assume the scarring on your chest and back also comes from mishandling of your quirk. Can we not talk about that? Izuku asked quietly, his gaze dropping to stare down at the bedsheets. Dr. Kirishima's gaze softened. Alright, I didn't mean to upset you. I am just concerned about your health, young man. Do you have issues with your quirk energy leaking at times of great stress? Izuku nodded, still refusing to look up. It's going to get worse. I have to ask, how did your doctor fail to address any of this with you? It just never came up? He told me what I had to do to hold it back and that was it, Izuku replied softly. Her eyes narrowed. That I would like the name of this doctor, if you would please. Tsubasa. Dr. Tsubasa, Mitsuki piped in. Handles all the neighborhood kids. But I mean he gave you good advice, didn't he, brat? Katsuki scratched the back of his neck. Not really? Zu gave me most of the advice. Now that I think about it, I think Zu gave everyone in the neighborhood quirk advice, huh? Never occurred to me the doc wasn't giving good advice. That little FNG sheet. I'll be reporting this to the board. That sort of failure could be catastrophic for powerful quirks such as these two young men here. Honestly, Izuku, your quirk is fascinating. As it's clear you were not given proper counseling or information, I'll be ordering a full diagnostic workup for you so we can nail down the way it works and we can come up with a proper plan to make sure you're okay. That said, there are some things you need to do now. And the first is you must practice channeling that energy. It must flow, as I said. Do you understand? Izuku just nodded, refusing to look up at the doctor. She stared at him for a moment, before deciding to let the issue drop. Well, Izuku can be checked out in a little bit. We're just going to prescribe some simple pain medication and rest. You, young man, need to recharge, and I mean that quite literally. Let us finalize the paperwork, and you can take him home. As the adults exchanged nods, the woman left the room. Masaru sighed. I'll go handle the paperwork. I know if you do it you'll just set something on fire, or ask Katsuki to do so. Mitsuki smiled up at her husband with a shark-line grin. I knew I married you for a reason. Yes, as I recall it's because you said I had a nice butt, he deadpanned. Oh gods, kill me now, Katsuki groaned, planting his hands in his face. Izuku glanced up and snickered for a moment, the tension breaking enough for him to giggle at their antics. Yeah, laugh it up, jackass. You heard the doc. You gotta work on using that quirk, you know. Izuku clammed up at that, his laughter disappearing as soon as it appeared. Masaru stepped forward to try to intervene, but Mitsuki stopped him silently, just shaking her head no. He looked down at her, before smiling and leaving the room. She stood up as well, reaching over and squeezing Izuku's hand as her other hand squeezed Katsuki's shoulder. Behave, boys. I'll be right back. As she closed the door behind her, Katsuki stared Izuku down, waiting for his argument that he knew the other one would have. Just as he assumed, the green-haired boy opened his mouth with a determined look on his face. I'll be fine, Kaken. I just have to work harder to control it, that's all. No, you're suppressing it, not controlling it. That's two different things, and you know it, Mr. Quirk Analyst. Kaken dash. Don't you Kaken me. Mom and Pops are right. You keep this up and it's gonna hurt you again, if not kill you. Auntie and Uncle wouldn't have dash. Izuku cut him off with a snarl. Don't talk about what they would or wouldn't want. Izuku, they don't need to be here for us. To know what would have wanted for you. They loved you. Izuku stared at Katsuki, his green eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he whispered, and whose fault is it they aren't here to ask? You know who. It wasn't your fault, Zu. Even as he said the words, he already knew what the other boy's response would be. The same old song and dance, back and forth, A conversation the two had had hundreds of times since they were old enough to understand what happened. Izuku's smile was cracked, broken, as much of a lie as the painted smiles upon store mannequins. Agree to disagree, Kaken. Whatever you say, Izuku, he sighed, already knowing he'd lost today's argument once again. Katsuki grumbled under his breath as he headed to homeroom. Izuku had been prescribed rest at home for a few days, until he felt full, as the doctor put it, meaning he would be missing Monday. At least Katsuki got a good laugh at how annoyed Izuku was at having to literally sit outside in the sun like a goddamned plant. He'd snickered and told him he finally was living up to his true purpose of being broccoli, the other boy throwing a book at him in retaliation as he ducked it with ease. However, even with that bit of cheer, he was having a very bad day. Or well, days if he was being honest. Being saved again by Izuku and it nearly killing Izuku was bad enough. He could deal with being rescued. He understood what happened and hey, he should get used to near-death experiences if he's gonna be a hero. It nearly killing his best friend to save him? That he wasn't processing as well. Okay, yes, he knew this was survivor's guilt, yes. He paid attention when his therapist spoke but knowing intellectually what was going on didn't help how he felt. Not to mention his leg was acting up. Something must have gotten into it, he'd need to take it in to get checked. Wished he could afford a backup but ones of good enough quality for him to pursue hero work were expensive as all hell. He was lucky that his parents could afford the first one, especially as it had to keep being replaced as he grew. He just needed to vent to someone. Tsubasa was his best friend other than Izuku. He was looking forward to having a chat with him. He wasn't going to bring up the stuff about his grandfather, not wanting to worry him or cause drama. Not to mention it wasn't his fault if his grandfather was a quack. But he really needed to just get something out. He didn't want to say anything around Izuku. He had enough going on and he'd get all guilty too. Entering homeroom, he was a bit surprised to see Tsubasa's desk empty and a new desk set behind Izuku's. The teacher nodded to him as he stepped into the room and made his way to the back, sliding into place in the desk in front of Izuku's. Well, now that we're all here, I have some announcements to make. Tsubasa's family apparently had an emergency and were forced to move over the weekend, so he has transferred out. He's left his contact information for anyone who wants to keep in touch. Katsuki blinked. That was weird. Tsubasa left and didn't say anything to him? He thought they were pretty good friends. Ashit. Not to be all self-centered, but he knew how he got if he didn't vent. He was naturally an angry person, and his coping mechanisms did not do well when Sheik came out of nowhere. His confused train of thought was cut off as the teacher continued. However, we had 2 late transfers in. Ladies, if you would please introduce yourselves, he gestured to the door, where 2 young women entered. One with brown hair in a bob cut and blush marks on her cheek bowed, speaking up. Hi, my name is Ochako Uraraka. I like Machi and space and hope we'll be good friends. The other girl smirked, lightly smacking the first one on the shoulder. As Uraraka straightened up, she glared good-naturedly at the blonde with her hair in buns next to her. She took a bow as well. I'm Himiko Toga. I'm afraid I'm not as exciting as my friend here, but I also hope to make some friends and have a good time. The teacher nodded. Uraraka, take the empty seat right there, and Toga, you go back to that one back there. We'll be going over our work from last week. Bakugo, do you mind helping them catch up and showing them around later? Katsuki shrugged. Might as well. Just had to keep a lid on his emotions for now, he'd vent it out after school. Sure, teach, not a problem. As the 2 girls took their seats, he gave them both a nod. He pulled out his notes and after a quick glance over he handed them over to Uraraka. Take a quick look over these, then pass them over to your friend back there. Not much happened week 1, but we can go over it during lunch if you need. The brown-haired girl smiled brightly at him. Thanks. As the bell rang for lunch, Katsuki stretched for a moment, tamping down at the habitual annoyance within him at the ache in his leg. He was still a bit sore from being bounced around over the weekend, so sitting all day had made him a bit stiff. As he stood, he glanced back at the 2 girls who were finishing putting their own things away. You 2 ready? Yep. Uraraka said, as Toga gave him an acknowledging salute. He snorted at that, jerking his head towards the door. With his pack over his shoulder, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and began strolling onward as the two girls came up beside him. Gonna just run you around the basic sheet real quick, like the lunchroom and sheet. I figure you've seen enough of the offices by now. I prefer to eat up on the roof, but you can join me today if you want. Or just stick to the lunchroom, whatever. Roof sounds fun, Toga remarked, her teeth glinting. Yep, as he narrowed his eyes at her smile, he could see fangs peeking over her lips. Something the matter? She asked him, arms behind her back and practically skipping. Nah, just noticed the teeth, was curious. Oh, I have a blood quirk. Gotta drink it and I can transform into someone. I don't get their quirk though. Uraraka popped up into his vision, her gaze appraising as she looked at him. Is that a problem? Hell no. Quirks are quirks. Why? Toga's shoulders slumped a bit and she looked away from him. Some people don't like blood quirks all that much. If anyone has an issue with Himi's quirk, I'll punt them into the FING sun, Uraraka added, her smile wide and teeth bared. Katsuki looked over at her with an appraising eye. You got a protective streak, don'tcha? Uraraka's smile lost its edge as she blushed a bit. Squirming in place, she looked away from him. I don't let people hurt my friends. Teeth, good attitude to have. If those sort of. Anyways, what about you? What's your deal, cheeks? Uraraka blinked at him at the nickname, but ignored it as she held up her hand. Zero gravity. Anything I touch with all the fingers on one hand loses its gravity. I can bring it back down by touching my hands together. I want to be a rescue hero like 13. You two moved here to try for UA then? Both girls nodded at that. FANG needed more people going for the top. Before it was only me and Zu. Zu? Toga asked. My friend, he sits in the seat in front of you. Dumbass got himself hurt Friday, so he's still on rest till tomorrow, but I'll introduce you guys when he's back. Just be prepared for a billion FING quirk questions, and then 100 suggestions on how to kick more butt with it. He got hurt? How? Came the worried tone from Uraraka. Some sludge BSE had me in a chokehold, trying to make me his meat puppet or some sheet. The heroes on scene were doing jack sheet, and Zu came over and managed to pull me out just in time. Then I blew up the alley. Stupid sludge freak somehow was still living through that, but All Might showed up and blew the fucker away. Zu burned all his pool though, so he almost died. What? Uraraka blinked, confused. His pool? Toga asked. Right, you're not from here. Yeah, Izuku, that's his first name, has a quirk that lets him absorb and store energy. But he blew through it all to get me out, using it to charge himself and me up. Didn't know he could do that. Anyways, if he uses it all, his heart kinda stops. It's more complicated than that, but ain't got time for the whole breakdown. That's kinda scary, Uraraka said quietly. At Katsuki's glare, she held up her hands defensively. I don't mean I'm scared of him, I mean scared for him. That's gotta be worrying. I can't imagine how you felt about it. He snorted. With Tsubasa gone, he really didn't have anyone other than Zu to talk to, and for some reason he was having serious issues keeping his mouth shut right now. Really felt like he was just babbling at this point. He was turning into Izuku. Pops was always going on about finding new friends, plus they were aiming for UA too. Maybe they could join him and Zu on training, the rest of the school was too scared for their routine. The conversation had already taken them past the lunchroom, so he'd been leading the two young women up the stairs. As he pushed open the roof door, he strolled over to the corner he normally claimed and sat down, reaching into his bag for his lunch. With a gesture, he waved the two girls to claim their own spot. He rubbed at his left thigh absently as he thought about how to respond. I was said, if you must know. He nearly kills himself trying to save me, for the second time mind you, and it wouldn't have had that bad a backlash if he'd actually been using his quirk, but no, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I refuse to use my goddamned powerful quirk my entire FNG life because of one bad day and that wasn't fair. How off-kilter was he, that he just blew up at these two brand new students just because they were willing to listen? Katsuki sighed as he hung his head. Sheet. Sorry. I got a bad temper. I was worried, you're right. And it ain't fair to him, I know why he's so hung up about his quirk. Don't take it the wrong way, and don't look bad at him, he's got a reason. I won't say it's a good reason, but he thinks it is. No judgment here, Toga said as she held up her hands. My parents were awful to me because they thought my quirk was disgusting, but lucky for me they got caught and got in trouble. I'm lucky I found a new dad soon enough, and never been happier. I totally get quirk issues. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I mean my quirk never caused me issues, but my parents don't make a ton, and it can be tough sometimes. That's why we moved out here together, it's easier if we share an apartment. And Himi's been a great friend. Oh, Cheiko, you say the nicest things, Toga said, winking at Uraraka. Katsuki snorted, hiding his smirk behind his drink. Stup, Uraraka said, shoving Toga away from her with a grin. She turned back to Katsuki, her smile softening a bit. It sounds like you and Izuku are good friends. Basically brothers. He lives with me and my parents. He's passed away a while ago. It's a sore subject. Like his quirk. His entire past is a sore subject if I'm being FNG honest. And most of the school knows. So they kinda, treat him different. So like, don't go asking around or looking please? I think he'd appreciate some people not knowing for once. Toga gave an exaggerated salute. Aye, Captain. Uraraka nodded, her smile still wide. Katsuki snorted. Alright, you two are chill. Me and Zu train for UA. Once he's back on his feet we're picking it up again double time. You two want in? Uraraka's grin turned a little feral as Toga's smile widened so far she almost resembled the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, Uraraka exclaimed, pumping her fist. He smirked. Yeah, this do. Izuku would get along with these two, he was sure of it. And maybe with a couple more hero hopefuls on his side, he could finally get through to that dumbass. After dinner that evening, where Izuku had been. Given the rather concerning news about Tsubasa's sudden disappearance, Izuku had just settled down to finish up some homework when he was startled by his bedroom door slamming open. Taking a couple quick breaths to calm his now racing heartbeat, he glared half-heartedly at Katsuki as the blonde strode in and plopped on Izuku's bed without a care in the world. I found us some training partners, Katsuki began with zero preamble. What? 2 transfer students came in today. Ochako Uraraka and Himiko Toga. Teach had me showing them about. Turns out they came here to apply to UA. Got to talking and they seemed pretty badass, so I invited them to our training. Since we're gonna have to pick it the F up, gotta get your quirk in working order and sheet. Oh, for F's sake, Kaken. Izuku growled. He didn't have time for this, he needed to finish his homework. He spun back around to face his desk, putting his back to his best friend. Look, you need to use your med quirk. They need some FING practice. I need more practice. We all get sheet out of this, so it makes perfect sense. Kaken, I'm not going to UA. Can't you just respect that? Katsuki stood up and crossed the room. Ignoring Izuku's protests, he sat on the desk and looked down at the seated green-haired boy. Then what the F are you gonna do? I don't know. I have time to figure it out, it's not a big deal. Bullshit. You're gonna delay until the last second and then just grab something out of a hat, because you don't FING care. There's one thing you give a shit about and it's heroes. So just be a hero. Izuku slammed his hand on his desk, leaping to his feet and storming over to his bed, away from Katsuki. He dove into it, burying his head in his pillow to try and drown out the other boy's voice. Muffled, he replied. Murderers don't get to be heroes, Kaken. I'm not going to argue with you about that stupid sheet again, Zu. But I am going to remind you that you have to practice with that quirk or someone else will get hurt. You remember what the doc said, right? You're gonna have more leaks. Isn't it better to practice now and avoid that sheet? You're exhausting. Besides, the girls could use more training partners. You're not gonna make the transfer students upset, are you? Oh, get the F out of here with that, Kaken. I don't need more pity or being treated like I'm made of glass. They don't know about your past. I asked them not to look into it or to ask about it. All they know is you don't like your quirk. Izuku scoffed. Understatement of the century, he muttered. Katsuki hopped off the desk and walked to the door, hands stuffed in his pockets. Without turning around, he walked out with one final comment. Just think about it. A fresh start, Izuku. Maybe you'll surprise yourself. The door closed behind him. Hi. I'm Ochako Uraraka. You must be Midoriya, yeah? The bubbly brunette said, sticking her hand out as Izuku stared blankly at the literal personification of sunshine in front of him. A nudge in his side from Katsuki broke him out of it, him taking her hand with a sheepish smile. A second later, she was shoved gently out of the way by a blonde girl with her hair up in buns. And I'm Himiko Toga. Hiya, she exclaimed, her smile wide. Izuku had the odd thought that the grin she sported was somehow both dangerous and adorable at the same time. He shook his head out of that line of thought and took her hand as well. Izuku Midoriya, but seems you knew that. Uraraka shrugged. Bakugo talks about you a lot. Izuku gave the side-eye to his friend, who stood there with a sheet-eating grin. All good things, I hope. Depends on if you consider a good thing when he says it, Himiko chimed in, snickering at the glare the brunette sent her. Coming from him, that's high praise, came Izuku's dry response. Whatever, nerd. Anyways, kicking it back into training tonight, right? Izuku narrowed his eyes at Katsuki, the two glaring at each other for a few moments before Izuku let out a deep sigh that just screamed, done with it all. Fine, you explosive Pomeranian, we'll train. Just to get you off my back. But I'm still not Dash. Applying to you, I know. Ugh, you're a FNG broken record zoo. You're one to talk Kakin. I thought you said you're both going to UA too, Uraraka asked, a little bit confused by the interaction so far. He is. I'm not, Izuku replied. Oh, he absolutely is going to you, once he gets his head out of his butt. We just need to find the right proctologist since it's been stuck there for 14 FING years. I swear to every god in existence I will end you, Katsuki Bakugo. Best bring your A-game then tonight, Izuku, because I'm gonna end you. Katsuki shot back, teeth bared in a terrifying grin. A giggle from Himiko broke the tension as both boys turned to glance at her. Oh, you two are funny. I can't wait to see what you guys can do. That's my line, vamp. Hope you can keep up. Oh, you're so on, Kakin, she shot back. Sorry, Toga, but I am first in line to kick his butt tonight. Izuku broke in, feeling a little bit more comfortable with the banter as he got more used to the two new students. I'm fine with that. And Himiko, please. I don't like my last name much, she trailed off, looking away from the green-haired boy. Well, Izuku had seen enough emotional minefields, most of them his own, to know when not to ask questions. He just gave a sharp nod. Sure, Himiko. You can call me Izuku then, if you want. If we're doing that, you can call me Ochako. Himi already does, so if we're going to be spending time together, might as well. Uraraka chimed in with another sunshine smile that made Katsuki and Izuku wish they had a pair of sunglasses for. Call me Izuku too then, he offered. Katsuki, he grunted, shoving his hands in his pockets. I'm glad the four of you are getting along, but it's time for class, their teacher announced as he walked into the room, heading to his desk. The four now suitably chastised students quickly went to their desks and gave the teacher sheepish grins, save Katsuki, who just smirked. So what kind of training do you two do anyways? Himiko asked as she took a drink from a thermos, the four enjoying the nice weather on the roof. Depends on the day and what we have to work on. Split pretty evenly between cardio and weights when it comes to workout days, but also some quirkless sparring. Quirk training twice a week for Kakin. I just take notes and help him get better at aiming. Quirk training that you will be taking part in now, Katsuki drawled. As Ochako noted Izuku's fist clenching and him opening his mouth to retort, she tried to interject to stop another brewing argument. Is that all you guys do? Or do you have other hobbies? Katsuki slurped at his noodles before responding. Course we do. Zoo here analyzes quirks like you wouldn't FANG believe. Takes a ton of notes about them and draws people in those notebooks. He's really good at it. As for myself, I like to cook. And we had all those other hobby classes Mom shoved us into to keep us from destroying the house. Like what? Chaco asked. We did dance for what, a couple of years or some shit like that? Yeah. And you took drum lessons while I was doing guitar. Oh, and the Effie singing lessons. You're still upset about that? You sound great. Yeah, and you sound like a effing angel. It's annoying. Yes, but I still can't cook nearly as well as you do. Don't sell yourself short, you cook just fine. What you can't do is fix an engine to save your goddamned life. I don't know why you're so obsessed with motorcycles anyways. You don't even have one. 'Cause the hag won't let me get my license till we're set for uni, but you best FANG believe once we're in UA I'm getting my goddamned ride. And it's because they look effing badass, that's why. Kaken, you can fly with your quirk. You don't need a motorcycle. I don't need to drown my food in FING ghost peppers, but that hasn't stopped me yet. Besides, you got all that computer geek shit going on in your head. It's not computer geek shit, it's just knowing how to use them correctly and a little bit of software engineering. Besides, you're an actual model. If I'm a model, so are you. Mom's put you in a few ads too. Not nearly as many as you, especially as I can't do any of the shirtless ones. You could if you weren't a cow-a-dash.sheet. Sorry, Katsuki cut himself off as he set his empty bowl down. Izuku looked down at his food with now trembling hands, silence falling over the group as quickly as the back and forth between the two men had escalated. Himiko and Ochaka shared a look at how quickly their banter went downhill, souring the entire mood in moments. That you two sure like to argue, don't you? Himiko asked after a few moments of uncomfortable silence. Katsuki let out an indelicate snort as Izuku gave a sad smile. Yeah, that's the main reason Auntie kept forcing us into all those classes, to keep us occupied, as she put it. Said we needed to get all that excess energy out somewhere. Also because she claimed we needed to be Renaissance men, or some shit. Well, it's your only redeeming quality, so. Izuku drawled as his attitude seemed to bounce back, getting a playful shove to his shoulder from Katsuki in response. He smirked. Besides, you were quite happy during those dance classes when you realized how much it made the other guys drool over you a dash. Oh, shut up, you fuckwad, I will end you, Katsuki shot back with a growl, although the supposed anger was belied by the flush on his cheeks. Is that why you learned to cook? I've always heard the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, Himiko teased. Shove off, vamp, I'll rip your fangs out, he mockingly snarled at her. Kangawai. Izuku and Ochako both choked on their drinks at Himiko's reply as Katsuki burst into guffaws. The blonde girl just kept her Cheshire cat grin plastered on her face, yellow eyes glinting in the sunlight. Okay, Izuku, you can do this, he said to himself as he stared in the mirror. The girls had agreed to meet the boys down at Dagoba Beach, where they tended to do Kaken's quirk training since no one cared what happened down there. Kaken had gotten changed and dashed off before Izuku could comment, excited for some reason Izuku still couldn't fathom. Izuku, though, he'd had to take a few minutes to steady himself. Ever since their conversation the night before, Izuku was off. No, if he was honest with himself, he'd been off since the day with the sludge villain. He hadn't really had time to sit down and process it all. Between learning what he did about All Might, using his quirk to its actual potential for the first time since he was 4, and then Dr. Kirishima's reveals about both his internal mutations and the fact his quirk would keep causing issues if he didn't get a proper handle on it, he was swamped in emotions he hadn't really processed. And now, Kaken had just up and dragged 2 more people into his goddamn business. A part of Izuku was furious about what Kaken was doing. It didn't take a genius to see that he was trying to push Izuku out of his comfort zone with people who didn't know anything about what he'd done. But he couldn't ignore the other part of him that was just happy to talk to someone who didn't know. Someone who really wasn't judging him based on his past, like all his peers had. They'd never judged him harshly, but on some level, the pity felt worse. At least if they'd been cruel, it would merely match the thoughts in his own mind, but instead they just pitied him. He never wanted pity. He wanted F-dash. He didn't know what he wanted. Izuku stared at himself in the mirror, emerald eyes reflected off the surface before him, unable to really comprehend something so incredibly simple. He let out a rueful chuckle at his own foolishness. He hated the pitying stares, but it wasn't like he wanted anger either. He wasn't even sure if he wanted them to like him. He really had lived 14 years and never once thought about what he did want, only what he didn't want. Maybe Kaken had a point. All Might had even told him anyone could be a hero, even someone who'd made mistakes in the past. And it wasn't like he never considered it. Hell, he considered it all the time. Hard not to when constantly around someone who was more hyped about it than a yapping puppy dog was about treats. He just didn't know how to reconcile it. People had died because of him and his quirk. So many had died. Even if he wasn't held legally liable, the villain who called down the bolt was the one who the police said was responsible. It didn't change what he'd done. Then again, maybe if he saved enough people, it'd even up his crimes. Well, not even it up, but just balance it out a little. But how many is enough? He doubted there were enough out there, since lives weren't some one-to-one commodity you could trade. Although, what if he just kept saving people? He'd just keep saving people. He always wanted to help people after all. And if he died doing it, well, that was okay. That'd be penance for his crimes. He'd serve the world until he could no longer serve. He could do that. Izuku looked up at his reflection with a resolved glare, and then grinned. A bright, wide smile on his face, ready to face the world and repay it for what he'd done. He took a deep, bracing breath and exited the bathroom, heading down the stairs to meet his friends. Aren't you going to be hot in that? Ochako asked Izuku as she stared at him in the long-sleeved compression shirt he wore. Unlike him, the other three were all wearing tank tops and shorts, yet he was in both a long-sleeve shirt and jeans. Plus the green gloves. I don't really get bothered by extremes in temperature, Izuku replied with a shrug. And it's better I don't have too much exposed skin. Take off the gloves, dipshit. Else they are just gonna be ruined again. Besides, if you use your quirk it'll drain, so you need to absorb more anyways. Izuku reached out and grabbed Katsuki's arm. Kaken, can we speak alone for a moment? The four? Just, please? Katsuki looked over at Izuku's face, meeting the other boy's gaze for a good 10 seconds before nodding. Alright, we'll be right back. Feel free to break sheet if you want. It's all trash anyways. Izuku smiled distractedly at the two girls before pulling Katsuki away, the blonde swearing as he nearly face-planted into the sand from the unexpectedly strong tug on his arm. After they were far enough away they couldn't be overheard, he ripped his arm away from Izuku's. Okay, the F is this about? Izuku took a deep, bracing breath. I don't think I should practice today. As he saw Katsuki's eyes narrow and his mouth open, Izuku hurriedly interrupted. Not backing down. Just hear me out. Katsuki's mouth snapped shut as he gave Izuku an appraising glance. Izuku took another deep breath. I think, maybe you were right. And maybe I should take my future seriously. And learn how my quirk works. Finally, Katsuki exclaimed, throwing his hands up in the air. Took you long enough to get your head out of your butt? For sake. Perfect, let's get started. Not yet. Izuku hissed, bringing the blonde's attention back to him. At least, not today. Look, we don't know what I can do with my quirk besides, the thing. So I think I should take a day or two to, take some notes. On it. On me. On what I do know. And, the girls just got here, and we haven't seen their quirks either and dash. Oh my if a god you dork, you just want to geek out over their quirks don't you? I'm not wrong about my quirk and you know it. But you're not denying what I said, Katsuki smirked. Izuku glared, but the effect was somewhat muted by the red staining his cheeks. Phew Kaken. Nah, you're not my type. Izuku rolled his eyes. I hope you realize the day you find a boyfriend is the day I embarrass the ever-loving hell out of you with all the baby pictures Auntie has. You wouldn't dare, Katsuki hissed. Defenji try me, Izuku shot back. Katsuki sighed. Oi, stop trying to change the goddamn subject. Going back to the whole quirk business. Fine. But next time we train quirks, you train yours too. For your own safety. Yeah. I will. I mean it, Kaken. I'll try. And about the whole hero thing, I'm considering it. Katsuki's eyes widened. You are? What changed your mind? I thought you'd be happy? I am. I just didn't expect it. Izuku gave a shrug. I don't know if I can put it into words. You weren't wrong about it being the thing I cared about the most. I guess I just figure helping people is more important than my hang-ups about it, you know? Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Izuku appraisingly, as if he was trying to solve a puzzle. He tilted his head to the left, then back to the right, scanning over the greenette's body language and expression. But Izuku had spent over a decade figuring out how to keep his tells away from the surprisingly perceptive Katsuki, and knew his comment would pass muster. It wasn't like it was untrue. He just was leaving part of it out. Katsuki shrugged. All right, Izu, if you say so. Good enough reason, I guess. Let's stop keeping the girls waiting though. It's effing rude. Izuku snorted at Katsuki, saying something about being rude, but chose not to comment as they walked back over. They approached while the two girls were apparently stretching, Ochako rolling her shoulders and Himiko currently leaning to one side to stretch out her legs. Alright, so dumbass here hasn't done enough studying on his quirk to use it today, so we'll be working on his later in the week. I don't want to tell you what to do with your own quirks, but Izu here is pretty dmed good at analysis, so if you want to sit and chat with him about it you might find some new sheet. I'm gonna be working on precision explosions, so just ignore the sounds coming around the bend. Katsuki finished speaking and wandered off without waiting for a reply from the other three. Both girls just blinked at his abrupt exit while Izuku sighed at his mannerisms. That's just how he is, don't worry about it. But if you'd be up to it, I really do like doing quirk analysis. So, can I ask some questions? Izuku gave a sheepish smile as he glanced away from the two in front of him, rubbing the back of his neck. Himiko shrugged. Sure, but my quirk's really not that interesting. Of course it is. Izuku practically shouted back at her, making the blonde jump back in surprise. Seeing her reaction, his blush returned full force and he hurriedly began to apologize. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice, I just think it's a super cool quirk and you really shouldn't talk down about it and dash. Breathe you nerd, came the shout from the other side of the nearest trash pile, cutting Izuku off from his rapid-fire speech. Izuku jolted for a moment, before taking a deep breath and glaring off in the general direction of the voice. He turned back to the two girls before him. Anyways, I just mean, everyone's quirks are interesting. You shouldn't look down on it. Himiko tilted her head to the side curiously. Don't you look down on yours? Ochako hissed at her and swatted at her shoulder as Izuku froze for a moment, looking away. It's a long story. But I shouldn't be a hypocrite about it, you're right, Izuku replied sullenly. He perked up in an instant though, throwing a blindingly bright grin at the two of them. Luckily my quirk will be excellent for serving people once I get a hang of it. The two girls shared a glance at the sudden shift in attitude and strange wording, but shrugged it off. Izuku had been nothing if not strange, but it wasn't like it was that odd. Well, guess I could talk about it. So, my quirk allows me to transform into Dash. Ochako wondered if she could ever look at her hands the same way again. Much less at her roommate friend something Himiko, who looked as shell-shocked as the day her adoption went through. Within a half hour of the two of them explaining their quirks and Izuku writing down notes on them on a notebook, she still didn't know where he pulled it from. He'd somehow come up with an entire quirk training regimen for the both of them. Which would have been fine if A, he hadn't completely flipped her understanding of her quirk on its head, she wasn't negating gravity so much as matching its effect, and B, hadn't been right. She tried one of his suggestions and found out she could add gravity onto something. She'd actually completely crushed an entire washing machine with her quirk within seconds. Sure, it made her vomit and terrified her when she thought about that happening to a person, but he assured her she could easily figure out how to moderate how much she added. And Himiko, Izuku was absolutely convinced she could figure out how to call upon her transformed target's quirk. Though she'd not succeeded at it when she copied Ochako's form, and no, she was not elaborating on how Himiko already had her blood. Izuku already had an entire regimen set up for her to practice. Although Ochako was pretty sure what freaked Himiko out the most was entirely how nonchalant Izuku had been when he suggested she try his blood out so he could witness the mechanism. Not only did his expression not remotely change when she latched onto his right arm, he was taking notes with his left hand. When asked, he offhandedly said he'd taught himself to be ambidextrous for note-taking when his right was occupied. The entire time he just watched as Himiko literally was skinning his blood, and not once did he falter, completely focused on his note-taking. Ochako and Himiko's adopted father had been the only two people in her life who hadn't flinched at least a little at her when she used those fangs. Even when Katsuki came back around the corner, sweating but looking pleased with himself, he didn't react at all to the sight nor to the blood spilling from Himiko's lips when she released Izuku's arm. He just looked at her with a studied curiosity, blinking only when she shifted into Izuku's form. He shrugged and said he was headed home, giving both girls a wide, toothy grin at the shell-shocked expressions. He clapped them on the back and said he'd see them tomorrow, gripped Izuku's shoulder and told him he'd catch up with him at home, and then just began jogging off. Ochako glanced over at Himiko as she dropped Izuku's form, Izuku immediately touching the gray sludge and muttering about what kind of substance it had to be. She coughed lightly. "Maybe we should head home too? It's getting a bit late." Oh, I'm so sorry, didn't mean to hold you up," he replied, looking away from them and rubbing the back of his neck again. No, it's fine. You gave us a lot to think about," she replied, waving her hands quickly at the embarrassed boy before her. "Well, I'm glad I could help a bit," he replied, smiling and looking up through his bangs at her. "Thanks a bunch, Izu." Himiko interjected, grabbing Ochako by the hand and waving at him with her other one with frantic energy. "We'll see you in class tomorrow. Bye," and began to drag Ochako away, the brunette sputtering a bit before waving back at the now somewhat confused green-haired boy. He shrugged and turned around, following the same path Katsuki had. "The hell was that?" Ochako hissed at Himiko, trying to get Himiko to slow down and stop dragging her. "Who the hell is he, Chako? Like, I've never seen you do that before. How did no one figure that out before him?" "Well, to be fair, it's not like we could afford to go to a professional counselor besides the school-appointed one. And he wasn't an expert, just a low-level guy." "Yeah, but I have been to one, and he didn't think I could use other people's quirks either." Ochako shrugged. "You haven't yet, so maybe he's wrong. He seemed real sure I could. Just cause he was sure doesn't mean he's right. He got mine right, but that doesn't mean he's right about everything." Himiko hunched her shoulders a little as she refused to look over at Ochako. "I know, but something about the way he looked at me, it felt like he was so sure. And something about how he said it, I just get this feeling he's right. I can't explain it, but it feels like I could do it." Ochako hummed as they approached their apartment, a small one situated on the ground floor of the building they were in. Taking out her key, she unlocked the door and let Himiko walk ahead of her. "Maybe it's his quirk? We don't actually know how it works. Katsuki said it was more complicated than just absorbing and storing energy." "That seems like a stretch," Himiko replied, taking off her shoes as they walked in. "Well, I don't know, you're the one freaking out." "I'm not freaking out, he kind of scares me. But in a good way." Ochako snickered. "Scared in a good way? Are we watching a horror movie now?" Himiko gave a playful snarl, showing her fangs. "I am a horror movie, Chako." Ochako rolled her eyes. She strode off to the kitchen, calling back. "So, we have instant ramen, or instant ramen for dinner? What do you want?" "Well, obviously instant ramen. Can't believe you forgot about that one." Himiko replied as she walked into their shared bedroom to get changed. "Of course, silly me." Ochako bent over to grab a pot from under the counter, hissing slightly as she did so. "What's wrong?" Himiko asked, walking into their little kitchenette. "I think I slept wrong, my shoulders have been killing me all day," Ochako replied, frowning as she rotated her shoulder. "Want a massage? You just want to touch me with my shirt off." "Guilty." Himiko sang out with no shame. Her expression turned pensive a moment later as, "But I also don't like you hurting." Ochako flushed slightly, hunching her shoulders as she turned away from Himiko. "Well, maybe later. I'm okay for now." "Okay, then tell me what you think about the boys, Ochako arched an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Think they're cute." Himiko smiled as she did, fangs glinting in the sunlight. "Katsuki isn't my type. And based on what the boys were saying earlier, pretty sure we're not his type either." "And Izuku?" Ochako flushed a little. I mean, he was kinda cute when he got so excited. I thought so too. Himiko practically shouted, clapping her hands gleefully. Also, if that shirt was any indication, boy be built. Katsuki did say they trained together, and he's pretty fit too. It makes sense for Izuku to be as well. Ochako sighed. Himi, you're not gonna hit on him when we see him next, are you? Next time? But maybe after a while. We can see. Ochako turned away from the stove, glancing over at her blonde roommate's grin. Why did you say it like that? Well, obviously I'm not doing anything unless you approve too, duh. Ochako flushed again, feeling the blood rushing to her cheeks, and turned back to the stove, mixing in the flavor packet to the noodles. Himi, I'm still not sure it's the right time, with the exam coming up and all. Himiko stepped up behind Ochako and hugged her softly from behind, resting her head on the brunette's shoulder. I know. It's kinda hard with exams and what we have to work with. But that's okay. I can wait. You're too good to me, Ochako muttered. Nope, none of that. You helped save me, Ochako. You're the one who's too darned good. Ochako rolled her eyes, her blush fading as she stirred the noodles once more, turning the heat off. Okay, Himi. Come on, let me go, let's eat. Izuku bolted awake with a scream choked off in his throat, covered in sweat and shivering in the cool night air. His entire body quaked, the pulse of energy in his chest choking him, making him drag in deep shuddering breaths as he curled in on himself. Sitting up in his bed, he pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, burying his head in his knees as he tried to calm his breath. He could barely remember the nightmare, but it was enough to make him mentally flee from the memories, practicing his breathing exercises as he pushed and pushed and pushed, trying to escape the feelings rampaging through his veins. A pain in his hand made him flinch, lifting his hand up to stare at his softly glowing palm, the scar tissue almost glistening under the glow. He hated every second of it, this reminder of what he'd done. So much so he'd made it worse, when he was younger, when he couldn't handle the nights he lay awake in bed feeling the guilt roar in his chest, the pressure of not knowing how he could ever manage his feelings. That same pressure that led to him making the scarring on his body even worse than before, pain and agony wrapped up into him as his best friends. Even though it had been months since he'd last done it, he felt the phantom sting on his upper thighs, the one place he felt was safe from the ever-concerned gaze of the Bakugos. He glanced down at his legs, slowly laying them flat on the bed as he stared down. Pulling the edges of his boxers up more, he just kept his gaze locked on the scars, the mottled lines from both blade and burn that were scattered upon his skin. His gaze turned back to his hand, to his palm, where he'd carved out the most important number in his life, where he'd made sure that no matter what he did, he'd know, he'd remember, he'd feel his crimes. The number carved there was mocking him, mocking his belief he could ever make up for what he'd done. Glancing up at his phone, checked the time, seeing it was 3:30. He couldn't stay here, not right now. The room was too stuffy, too stale, he couldn't breathe. With practiced ease, he silently rose from the bed, tossing on a pair of pants and whatever random long-sleeved shirt he found first. He slid open his window silently, carefully clambering out of it and looking down at the drop. The bedrooms were on the second floor, but it wasn't like this was the first time he'd pulled this off. He slowly lowered himself down, gripping onto the window ledge with his hands as he dangled. Once he was as extended as possible, he let go carefully, tensing himself up as he fell. With a quick roll, he was able to absorb the impact without too much pain, feeling the kinetic energy flow up his legs and into his chest with a familiar burn from the movement. Taking a moment to collect himself, his feet already wet from the dew on the grass, he began to jog away from the house, heading to the one place he just needed to be alone. He ignored the pain as his bare feet went over gravel, over pavement, over uneven ground, jogging for 15 minutes with a measured pace until he found his way to the beach he'd been at earlier that day. Avoiding the trash heaps, he stepped across the sand carefully to the area he and Kaken had cleared for practice, where he knew the sand was safe for his bare feet. He kept walking across it to the edge of the beach, to where the waves were softly washing up against the beach with a gentle rustling. The water flowed over his feet, wrapping about his legs and then vanishing back, as if to teasingly pull him along towards it. For a moment, he stood there, staring out over the horizon. The skies above were mostly cloudless, only a scarce few wisps of clouds slowly making their way across the heavens. He took a deep, bracing breath of the air, tasting the salt on the wind, before unceremoniously flopping down onto the ground. He lay back on the beach, arms splayed out, half of him close enough to the water the waves were making their way up to his waist, soaking his lower back and clothes. Why had he even considered listening to Kaken? He knew what he was and what he could be, and could not be. That nightmare was all the proof he needed. The scars that dotted his skin, both from his hands and from his quirk, were proof that he was broken. Intellectually, he knew his thoughts weren't the thoughts a healthy person had. His therapist had talked him through it time and again, but it didn't change the fact the thoughts were there. He lay there, staring up at the stars above him, at the navy blue and black of the night sky, the faint lights of the stars seeming to look back down upon him. In judgment? In sympathy? In pity? He didn't know which, and like most things in his life, he felt like he didn't want to know. Laying there, the water slowly flowing around him, the only sound he heard being the waves, sometimes he wondered how easy it would be to just walk out into the water, to see what lay beneath its surface. To just let go, let the waves come, let the ocean roll over him and be at. There was a sense, somewhere in him, that he'd enjoy that. More than he enjoyed the guilt, at the very least. He closed his eyes, taking deep breaths in as he just lay in the sand, listening to the soothing sound of the waves. He didn't know how long he lay there, but he heard the sound of footsteps approaching after a while. He could smell the caramel wafting across the air, telling him who it was who was coming close. Izuku didn't bother opening his eyes, still laying there, breathing deeply and calmly, waiting for Katsuki to say something. But the other boy said nothing. He just let out a sigh, and seemed to walk away, heading towards the piles of trash laying about on the beach. Izuku didn't bother moving, assuming Katsuki would come get him when he wanted to talk. He ignored the muted booms coming from over in Katsuki's personal test range, just waiting patiently, letting his thoughts flow in and out, like the tides. By the time he felt the warmth of the sun beginning to crest the horizon, the explosions had petered out and he heard the sound of footsteps crunching across the sand once more to stand just behind him, out of the water. "School's cancelled," came the statement from Katsuki. Izuku opened his eyes, blinking rapidly to clear the sudden blinding from the light of sunrise. Craning his neck, he looked up at Katsuki as the blonde loomed over him. "Why?" His voice came out raspy. "Villain attack on the main road leading in. Nobody got hurt but the streets all sorts of F-ed, said it'll be a day or two before someone gets it fixed." "Ah." Katsuki kept staring down at Izuku, letting out a long-suffering sigh as he collapsed onto the sand next to the greenette, knees pulled up. After a few minutes of silence, Katsuki broke it. "Nightmare." Izuku didn't bother replying out loud, just giving a small nod, his gaze having returned to the slowly changing color of the sky above. "Figured," Katsuki grunted. The silence stretched on again for a while, before Katsuki broke it once more. "Brought your shoes. And gloves. And clean clothes. Because you're a FING idiot. Figured we could do some training today. Invited the girls too. They said they'd be here in a bit." Izuku was pretty sure whatever piece he'd managed to slowly piece together was already gone, but every word Katsuki said just added more weight onto his chest. So he did the only thing he felt he could. He asked Katsuki for the answer to a question that he always wanted to know. "Why? Why did I want to train? Or why invite the girls? Why do you bother?" The blonde sighed. "Izuku I'm not being all self-deprecating or whatever, Kaken," Izuku interrupted. "I know you care. I know you just want me to be happy. But it has to be frustrating for you. How broken I am. It's 1 step forward and 10 steps back with me, and I know that. And I know you know that too. Why haven't you just given up yet?" Katsuki took a moment to consider his response. "It frustrates the F out of me, you're right. But Zu, you've known me since we were in FNG diapers. When have I ever given up on something once I put my effing mind to it? I am the poster child for stubbornness. That's my FING legacy," It's written in the dictionary, you open it up and there's my face plastered all over the FING page. I don't give up. And I won't. So get used to it, Zoo, because I don't care if I have to drag you to UA in a bag, I'm getting you to take that FNG test, because we both know it's what you want. Alright. You are pretty stubborn. But just, let me lay here for a while still. I just need to, Izuku really didn't know how to say what he wanted to say, he just needed more time. He wasn't really there yet. Katsuki stood up, brushing off the sand on his shorts. Yeah, I getcha. Take your time. I'ma do some jogging. Join in whenever you're ready. Izuku continued to lay there, the prior sounds of waves crashing on the beach being overshadowed by the occasional sound of Katsuki's feet jogging past, doing a loop around the beach and through the paths they'd carved into the trash. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the sun had fully risen and he could feel the energy absorbing through his palms, he heard the soft footsteps of two others. Hey, Himiko's voice trailed off as she spied his prone form, arms akimbo, half in the water and looking strangely peaceful. Good morning, Himiko. You guys sleep well? He asked, not opening his eyes as the girls approached. Yeah? We slept fine, Ochako responded hesitantly. That's good, that's good. Silence stretched on for a few moments longer, as the two stared at his form, still clearly confused. Finally, Ochako decided to just go for it, as her dad would say. So, what are you doing? Laying in the sand like an idiot, came the deadpan reply. Smartest, Himiko snarked back. She means why? Had a nightmare. I come out here when I do. Just helps to think and process, you know. How long were you out here? Dunno. Left the house a little before 4. What time is it? Ochako checked her phone. It's a bit past 6. Well, there you go. Couple hours. And you're not cold? Himiko asked, looking at his exceedingly soaked clothing. Like I said yesterday, I'm not really bothered by temperature. Part of your quirk? Himiko asked, Ochako's eyes going wide as she tried to silence Himiko, remembering what Katsuki had asked of them. A chuckle stopped her as she saw Izuku's eyes open, his head tilted back as he looked at the two upside down. It's okay, Ochako, I don't mind that question. And yeah, it's cause of the energy I store. It regulates my temperature, so if I'm in a colder environment, it heats me up and vice versa. It's pretty nice for summer and winter. Bit of a pain in milder times though, 'cause it kind of switches rapidly and can throw me off. Well, that's gotta be nice, Himiko muttered, looking fake annoyed. Winter sucks so much for me, it's always so cold. If I'm around, just sit near me, I can radiate energy and heat up the air. Not as well as a fire quirk user, but good enough if you're close. Oh, Izuku gonna cuddle with me when I'm cold? That's sweet. Izuku sputtered, eyes going wide as he sat up quickly, sand flying everywhere. WB, no, that's not, I didn't. Pfft. Himiko burst into laughter, bending over at the waist as she held her stomach. Oh my god, you should see your face. Betrayed, Izuku looked over at Ochako, who was trying hard to hold in her own snickering and failing miserably. With a huff, he flopped back down onto the sand, pointedly closing his eyes. Screw both of you, I'm going back to contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Is that an offer? Ochako asked in a saccharine tone. Izuku slammed his hands onto his face to hide his quickly reddening cheeks. I take back everything nice I thought about the two of you. You're worse than Kaken. We're just teasing, Izuku. Best get used to it, I'm a shark about these things. Himiko snapped her teeth with a loud click. Pretty sure you have a cat mutation, not a shark mutation, Izuku mumbled. Yeah, it's a joke, Izu, get a sense of humor. I have a sense of humor, it's just buried under all this sand. Hey Izuku? Ochako asked, cutting into the banter between the other two. Your gloves aren't on? With a jolt, Izuku snapped up and clenched his fists to his chest, eyes wide. He glanced back to see Ochako looking away from him uncomfortably, Himiko looking between the two of them confused. He cleared his throat and said quietly, You saw? At her hesitant nod, he sighed, unclenching his fists and looking down at his lap. I'm not going to ask if that's what you're worried about, she exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. You already saw it. You may as well get your curiosity out now. No, I don't want to violate your privacy. I just noticed the gloves weren't there and I thought you'd want them on and not have us asking questions and dash. Breathe, Chieko, Himiko said, grabbing the other girl's hand in her own and squeezing, interrupting Ochako's ever-increasing nervous babbling. Izuku gave a sad smile, holding one hand out and opening it so it was clearly visible to the other two. Both of their gazes snapped down to it involuntarily. Across his hand were what looked like a series of scars shaped like a bolt of lightning that had split off in every direction, faint but noticeable. Underneath those scars, however, they could see a series of very faintly glowing green lines coming from under his sleeve and reaching out to the tip of every finger. The thing that caught their eye the most, the thing he'd been so concerned about, was the clear raised scar tissue that was above all others, a single number carved into his skin in such a way it was clear it was deliberate. After a few moments of them staring, his fist clenched shut as he opened the other. Green lines, same lightning bolt scar, but a different number spread across that palm. He closed both fists and turned around to look up at them. I won't get into details, but it's the number of my crimes that I must pay for, he whispered, his green eyes vacant. He watched the emotions flitting across their faces, Ochako an open book, Himiko better at hiding how she felt but still obvious enough for him to see. He awaited the pity, the questions, for them to change like everyone else once they heard the whole story. They both clearly were struggling against the urge to ask, but Himiko kept her mouth shut and simply nodded at him. Ochako cleared her throat. I won't ask. You tell me when and if you're comfortable. He gawked in surprise for a moment, a genuine smile crossing his face a moment later. The fact they'd respected his privacy enough to not ask meant a lot to him. With a grunt of exertion, he clambered to his feet, shaking himself off to clear some of the sand and water. He patted at his pants for a moment before realizing it was useless and let out a sigh. After a moment of looking about, he found the bag Katsuki had brought with his clothes and grabbed it, ignoring how the two girls kept watching him. I'm gonna go find a place to do a quick change. Then I guess more training today? Sure. Ochako added brightly, her smile a bit too wide for him to believe yet. Himiko gave another nod with a thin-lipped smile this time. He nodded back at the two and wandered off to find a private corner to change. So, you're seriously gonna do this? Katsuki asked, eyebrow raised and arms crossed. For F's sake, yes, Kaken. Izuku groaned exasperatedly. I'm just making sure. I've got 3 theories about my Quirk's applications, so I'll test them out. I said I'd do it next time we did Quirk training and today is Quirk training for me. What Izuku was not saying is that his conversation with the girls and the memory of those numbers made him decide he had to pay for his crimes, and if he couldn't kill himself to do it and they wouldn't imprison him, he'd save people until he'd paid his debt. Which meant using his cursed Quirk. Okay, fine, don't blow a FNG gasket. Well, get on with it then. First application is the one we know. Sending the energy through me like I did with the sludge villain. Didn't the doc tell you that it hurt? Izuku shrugged. Yeah, but I can't escape that part. Plus I think it'll hurt less the more I do it. Well, can't FING argue with that. Let's see what happens. Girls, step back. Katsuki took a few steps back as well, letting Izuku concentrate. It wasn't like he didn't know how his quirk felt, he just tried to push it down rather than let it go. But he wasn't the type to ignore the facts. The doctor had used the word flow for a reason. Which made sense if he thought about it. Izuku had always liked water, liked watching it, swimming in it, being around it. Rain was his favorite weather after. Maybe that had to do with his quirk, or maybe he was attributing something inherent to who he was to his ability, but either way, he figured that he'd follow the rabbit hole down. He focused on the energy in his chest, the roiling, bubbling, barely contained pressure that he'd lived with his entire life. He reached for it, moving to hold it in his hand, to gather it together and instead of shoving it down into a box, prepare to push it out. Once he felt he could grasp it, like it was his, he simply did what he always avoided doing and let go. F-, he shouted as he collapsed to his knees, teeth gritted in pain. The burning sensation he'd felt when he'd tried to rescue Kaken was magnified 1,000 times, energy roaring through his veins, or whatever they FNG channels were called, like a typhoon, ripping them open and making him feel like he was being ripped apart from the inside. Izuku, came 3 shouted voices as he collapsed, all 3 rushing to his side. He quickly threw one hand up to halt them, wincing as every muscle in his body ached when he did so. Hold up. This is what she said would happen, he managed to get out through gritted teeth. How effing bad is it? Katsuki asked, kneeling next to him and looking at him with worried eyes. It hurts. How bad do you think it is? He managed to hiss in reply. Maybe you should turn it off? Ochako offered meekly. No. I have to get used to this and force it, I think, he said, wincing. Not as bad the longer it goes. Forcing it doesn't sound good, Aizu, Himiko chimed in, worry tinging her tone. I just mean sticking with it. He hissed out again as a fresh wave of pain shot through him. He clenched his arms around his abdomen, curling over till his head was nearly pressed into the sand. Okay, deep breaths, Sue. Come on. If you're gonna do this, deep breaths, come on, Katsuki encouraged. I'm trying, sheet. Dash. Remember what the doc said, flow, let it flow. It's gotta go through those channels, you can do this, come on. Katsuki kept up a running commentary, his voice fading into the background as Izuku found himself unable to focus outside the pain thrumming through his body. Okay, yeah, flow, right? Like water. Flow. So out through the channels, right? He thought to himself. He could feel it pushing against his skin, demanding he let it out, demanding he release it, but that didn't make sense. It was supposed to just pump him up a little, it didn't need to leave. It just needed to circulate. That was it. With a grunt of exertion, as sweat beaded on his forehead, he tried to send the energy back, make it start looping from his core out and then back, circulating it through his entire system. He took a deep, shuddering breath as the pain faded, only a small amount but enough to feel relief. Out. A stream, a river, a water cycle system, flowing out. And then in. Focusing on that helped cool him down. Where the energy had been burning, agonizing fire in his veins, now it was cooler, almost cold, bringing him some much-needed relief. He let his arms hang loosely at his side, his muscle unclenching slightly as he gulped in air like he'd been suffocating. The pain was still there, but finally manageable, a bone-deep ache that he could deal with. I think it's okay. I can handle this. This isn't so bad, he whispered, still trying to catch his breath. Alright. Good job, Zu. Can you stand? Katsuki asked, one hand hovering over his back as if scared to touch him. I think so. He said softly. Wincing, he rose to his feet, the ache still present but fading even more as he moved. He turned to face the other 3, opening his eyes to see their concerned gazes. Oh, that's not something you see every day, Himiko said, staring at his chest. He blinked, before glancing down, seeing the snaking green lines of energy pulsing through his shirt and all the way through his body, stretching out to his fingertips and back, down to his legs and back as well. Huh, he remarked. Didn't really have a chance to see how it looked before. Looks pretty badass. You up to seeing what it can do? Katsuki asked. No time like the present? He shrugged, his lips twitching as he tried to avoid grimacing at the movement. Are you sure, Izuku? You still look like it hurts, Ochako said, stepping closer to him. She reached out as if to touch him, but stopped with her hands fluttering uselessly, worried she'd hurt him worse. It's going to hurt regardless of what I do. I have to keep using it until it stops hurting, I think, he replied. Sooner I deal with this, the sooner it stops hurting me. Well then, let's start lifting some sheet. Katsuki grinned. Further experimentation proved 2 things. 1, it did start to hurt less the more he used it, and 2, it was an overall body enhancer. From what he could tell from his very bare-bones math he scribbled in his notebook, it looked to be about a double increase in his strength and about 1.5 times speed increase. Honestly, it was throwing him off, he wasn't used to moving that fast or having that much force in his attacks. He'd need a lot of work to avoid screwing up his already established abilities. He was pretty sure he could push more energy out and get larger bonuses, but this already seemed to be consuming a large chunk of his current pool and he didn't want to take risks. As far as he could tell, it was basically using about half his total pool of energy at a time. It didn't seem to get expended much by simply circulating it, which made sense since it was still inside him, just not in his core, but when he started hitting things, that seemed to expend from it. Not a ton, and he was returning some energy from the kinetic energy that rebounded back into him, but still was an expenditure of some. I think I got this. So, application 2, he said, glancing over at Katsuki. Right, the transfer thing. Go for it, the blonde said, standing tall and ready. Are you sure? I could mess something up, Izuku asked quietly. I'm absolutely sure, Izuku. Give it your best shot. It'll be fine. Okay, Izuku breathed. Reaching out with a glowing hand, he pressed it into Katsuki's shoulder and focused, closing his eyes. The already flowing energy was coming right to his fingertips, like it was ready to be used, like it wanted to leap from him and out into the world. So he focused on the feeling of his best friend's shoulder, on the feeling of just sending a small dose, a small charge from him into his friend. Holy shit, came the shout from in front of him, making him jerk away and open his eyes wide. He panicked at the shout, reaching out quickly to check on the blonde. Kaken! Katsuki leapt back from him, grinning widely. I'm okay, nerd, I just didn't expect that. Holy shit, that's a wake-up call. Better than a 12-shot of espresso, hot dimmin'. Wait, what? Izuku asked, blinking rapidly. It was like a green glow surrounded him for a half a second and then he just jolted, Ochako added, her head tilted to the side as she looked at the two boys quizzically. Yeah, it's like a FING adrenaline rush. I feel like I can do anything. Yeah, time for some training. Katsuki shouted, throwing both fists up in the air. Duh. That didn't really cost a lot of energy either, Izuku mused. He whipped out his notebook and began scribbling notes, muttering under his breath to himself. He cursed as his pen snapped in his hands, annoyed at how he still wasn't used to how much stronger the channeling made him. Oh, do me next. Himiko shouted, hopping up and down eagerly with one hand raised. I want to see what it's like too, Ochako added, grinning. Izuku shrugged, gently placing his hand on both of the girl's shoulders and focusing. This time, he kept his eyes open, wanting to witness it. He watched as a green pulse flowed from his chest down his arms, swirling along and through the channels he'd seen already, reaching his hands and then flowing into his friends. The glow suffused their entire body for a brief moment, green energy flaring, before both of them jolted almost simultaneously. Whoa, Katz is right, holy shit. Himiko exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. This wow. Seriously, I feel like I could train for hours. Ochako said, clenching her fists with a toothy grin. Izuku, this is awesome. Izuku grinned back, the energy coming off the other three infectious. I can work with this. Second application confirmed. What's the third? Himiko asked, her voice coming out faster than before. She tapped her feet on the ground quickly, jittering back and forth like she couldn't stand still. Well, I feel like I can do more with the energy I release out of my hands than just, empower others. I just have this instinct. That I can. But I'm not sure what yet. Okay, well, you work on that, I'ma blow some sheet up. Katsuki said, rolling his shoulders. Without waiting for a reply, he bolted off into the dump, heading for his normal blasting zone. Blasty's got a good idea. I want to go practice my parkour. Bye. Himiko shouted, running off in another direction. Izuku glanced over at the practically vibrating Ochako, grinning at her. You can go too. I'll be fine now, I think I got the hang of it. Are you sure? She asked, biting her lip. It didn't take a mind reader for Izuku to know she was torn, but he was actually confident for once. Seeing how he could help people with just a small boost like that, he was all for that. Positive. Just give me notes on if and how it affects your quirk, okay? You got it, she saluted, running off towards the broken-down vehicles she'd been training with the previous quirk training day. He grinned ruefully, turning back to face the ocean and looking down at his softly glowing hands. With a deep breath, he began to focus again. It took a good 2 hours and change before the high that Izuku's quirk had given him had faded, but DMN if he didn't get some good blasts in. Though he felt amped up, he hadn't lost his cool, so he managed to keep himself from burning through all that energy in only a couple of explosions. Instead, he'd spread it out, just letting it filter into his shots as he went along. It almost felt like it was supporting him more than empowering him. Made the recoil from his blasts lesser, made it so his muscles got fatigued much slower, made it so he wasn't as quickly empty. Honestly, if Zu could bottle this sheet up, it'd be a goldmine. Rolling his shoulders, he walked back around the area he'd been practicing in, finding Izuku seated on the sand with a notebook out, pen tapping against his lip as he pondered. He noticed Himiko was splayed out a few feet away, a wide smile on her face as she panted. Ochako was a couple meters back from them, sitting casually as she sipped from a water bottle, her face a little green. "Hey nerds, what's up?" he asked. "Izuku's quirk is fun, that's what." Himiko exclaimed. "Makes a difference in how much weight I can affect, but I still kinda went over my limit," Ochako got out, wincing as she rubbed her stomach lightly. "Yeah, seems like it doesn't stop me from going overboard either," he added, sauntering over to plop down next to Izuku. "What about you?" "Third application is confirmed," Izuku said, still staring down at his notebook. After a moment of glaring at the notebook as if it offended him, he scribbled down on it again, before placing the pen in his pocket and slamming the notebook shut. "Oh yeah? What's the third application?" Izuku grinned at Katsuki as he held a hand up in the air, palm facing the ocean. "Watch." A moment of concentration passed, before the green glow lit up underneath Izuku's skin as a shimmering green disc appeared in front of his hand. "What's that do?" the blonde boy asked, tilting his head to the side. "It's a field of energy that I can add properties to. So far I've identified 3 properties: diffusion, attraction, and repulsion." Less nerd talk, more practical explanation. Izuku's smile grew even wider. "Okay, so diffusion acts like a normal force field. It causes whatever hits it to be broken up and scattered. It's not really the act of diffusion, I just call it that because it causes whatever hits it to kind of scatter. Attraction causes the field to draw in or grab and hold something. Like I can make the field grab onto my notebook and just hold it in place. Finally, repulsion causes the field to launch whatever's in front of it away." Katsuki blinked at Izuku. "Okay, so, what can you do with that?" "Watch." Izuku leapt to his feet, standing still for a moment as he shook his hands out. "Watch my feet real quick," he instructed, Katsuki looking down as the other 2 girls glanced over, curious. A moment later, a green glow appeared, 2 small shimmering discs appearing beneath Izuku's shoes. Izuku bent down slightly, the glow growing brighter, before launching into the sky, going up at a rapid pace. 5, 10, 20 meters up, reaching the apex of his leap and beginning to fall back down to the now worry of the other 3 teens. A second later, however, 2 more green glows appeared under his feet and he landed on them after having fallen only a meter or 2 down. Izuku looked down at the other 3, hair tousled by the wind. "See, by combining an attraction field to hold myself in place for a moment, and then switching it to a repulsion field, I can launch myself like a rocket. And then just place another attraction field beneath my feet to land on. It's not exactly flight, but it's close." "Okay, that I'll admit is pretty fing useful," Katsuki remarked. "How are you getting down though?" "Oh, that's easy," Izuku replied, hopping off the fields in the air. He began to fall once more, but created another set of fields beneath him, continuing this trend of dropping a single meter or 2 before generating another field until he'd gotten low enough to just hop down onto the ground. "See, no problem." "And your pool is good?" Katsuki asked, looking over Izuku appraisingly. Izuku wiggled ungloved hands. Kept the hands free and kept pulling in the sunlight. "They do take a decent chunk of energy out of me, but it's not too bad with how much I've been absorbing. I think I'm good for now so long as I stick to smaller fields. Bigger ones seem to drain an exponential amount. I also tried making a different shape with the fields, but that drained a ton of energy." I'm not really sure that's safe to do yet. Fair enough, Katsuki shrugged. He opened his mouth to say something else when a booming voice cried out, echoing across the sand. I am here, for you are here. Without warning, a figure slammed into the beach a few meters away from the group of teens, sending a spray of sand up and nearly blinding all four of the teenagers. As they all frantically tried to wipe the sand out of their eyes, they found themselves agog at the sight of the smiling, towering form of the number one hero, All Might, standing there pointing directly at Izuku. I have found you, young Midoriya. I have been Lou Dash. His booming voice was cut off by a violent cough, blood spurting out as steam erupted from his body, obscuring his form before revealing the skinny form of Yagi Toshinori, blood dripping from his mouth as he coughed more violently. He blinked rapidly, looking up to see three teenagers frozen in place and the green-haired one he'd been looking for facepalming. Oops. What the dash? Katsuki managed to choke out, his eyes wide. The girls were not much better, Ochako having plopped down on the sand in shock while Himiko scurried away from the suddenly deflated All Might before her. Izuku had his head in his palms, unable to fully comprehend how quickly this had all gone to shit. Well, not exactly how I intended on doing this, but I may as well move forward. All Might announced, standing tall. This was ruined a moment later when blood came pouring out of his mouth as he fell into another coughing fit. Oh my god, are you okay? Ochako's surprise broke the moment she saw someone in trouble, leaping to her feet and taking an abortive step towards him. Worry not, young lady, this is normal for me. I'm perfectly fine. You just FNG deflated and are spewing blood like some sort of freak, Katsuki deadpanned. That doesn't seem very effing fine to me. All Might, what are you doing here? And not that I'm unhappy to see you, but this seems weird. Izuku managed to stutter out, lifting his head out of his palms. Well, you see, I came here to speak to you. Mirai had informed me you frequented this beach, so I have been checking it periodically. I just was not expecting your friends. All Might spoke, placing his hands on his hips as he puffed back up into his muscle form. Okay, what the hell? You have a transformation quirk too. Himiko managed to blurt out, amber eyes wide. No, young lady, this... Whoa. Young Midoriya, these are your friends, yes? Are they trustworthy? Izuku's eyes went wide, unable to really comprehend that All Might was asking for his opinion on this matter. He glanced over the three before him, his oldest friend he absolutely knew he trusted. The girls were new in his life, but something about them just struck him as honest. He'd been feeling safe around them in a way he hadn't around many people for years. He took a deep breath. Kaken is practically my brother, and Ochako and Himiko are our new friends who are going to UA with us. But why are you trusting me on this? Allow me to explain my current appearance first. We shall get into why I've come to you afterwards. All Might spoke, his hands still posed on his hips heroically as he deflated again. The four young adults all shared a glance before giving their undivided attention to All Might. Okay, that's more than mildly terrifying that someone could do that to you, All Might, sir. Ochako managed to get out, her eyes wide and jaw dropped. Fret not, young? Uraraka, sir. Uraraka. Villains as strong as those are few and far between, and he was stopped back then. You have nothing to worry about. And please, while I'm in this state, you may call me Toshinori. All of you, it is easier that way. Izuku vibrated in place, muttering under his breath, I know All Might's name. Katsuki none too gently elbowed Izuku in the side, breaking the other boy out of his musings as he spoke out of the corner of his mouth. Shut up, nerd, before he gets freaked out by your fanboying. Don't pretend you aren't fanboying as much as me, Kaken. Izuku hissed back, returning the jab. Okay, before you two go off into another one of your bickering sessions, maybe we should hear out all, Mr. Toshinori? Himiko interjected. Just Toshinori is fine. And you are? In fact, please introduce yourselves to me, the only one of you I know of fully is young Midoriya here. Himiko. Himiko Toga, but please call me Himiko. Ochako Uraraka, sir. I mean, Toshinori. Ochako managed to speak, wincing a little. Katsuki Bakugo. So, by the way, thanks for the other day with the slime fucker, Katsuki muttered, refusing to meet the taller blonde's eyes. Toshinori gave a rueful half-smile. I would say the thanks are more to your friend there. But you as well. Don't discount the blow you struck that villain before I was able to step in. I believe with only a bit more training you would easily be able to strike down such a foe in the future. We train every day we can out here, Izuku added, nodding to the other three. Toshinori took a moment to look around the area, nodding to himself. I imagine it's easy to train quirks here, when no one comes here anymore. Truly disappointing. This speech was once quite beautiful. We're getting off topic, Himiko said. Right? Good point, young Himiko. I came here for a reason. And that reason is, may we speak privately, young Midoriya? What? Came the reply from all four teenagers before him, deadpanned from two, worried from one, and utterly confused by the one being asked for a private conversation. Toshinori paused for a moment, holding one hand under his chin. You know what, never you mind about a private conversation. They already know about this form, I'll just explain why I'm here for you. Under two conditions, you all must understand this is a very important secret, and that it puts you in danger simply to know. But then why tell us? Katsuki asked. Because I believe young Midoriya will need support going forward, and you, young man, have already proven to be supportive. And if you speak of these two young ladies in the same vein, why, it's more than enough for me. Also because I make snap decisions about who to trust, so I'm sure I'll be scolded for this later. Which comes to my second condition. You must protect me from Mirai. Who? Himiko asked, still utterly confused. My former sidekick, Sir Naita. He's going to read me the riot act for this stunt, huh? Toshinori poofed into his muscle form once more as he gave out a great guffaw. That okay, yeah, I'm still trapped in a nightmare I think. That or All Might's gone insane. Either way, I give up. This is too much, Izuku muttered. Without fanfare, he collapsed onto the sand, laying down spread eagle in it once more and resolutely closing his eyes. I'm with you, Ochako said. She mirrored Izuku, flopping down onto the sand and closing her eyes. Himiko snickered and followed suit, as Katsuki just rolled his eyes and leaned back against the retaining wall that lined the stairs down to the beach. Toshinori looked at the four teens before him with an arched eyebrow, finally giving out a rueful chuckle. I suppose this is a lot to take in. And I may be acting a little silly. I assumed it would be easier to absorb what I have to say if I kept things light, but I see this is just confusing you more. Very well then. In all seriousness, are you sure the three of you wish to know what it is I intend on speaking to young Midoriya about? You're my favorite hero, All Might. You kick butt and I intend on taking the same spot you have. But Izuku is my brother. You got dealings with him, you got dealings with me. How is knowing this secret more dangerous than just being around Izuku anyways? If it's something that makes his life dangerous in some way, we'd be in danger just by being his friend, wouldn't we? So what's the difference? Himiko chimed in. All Might raised his finger as if to dispute her, but paused after a moment to consider. You may have a point, albeit I don't think it is quite correct. But still, you do seem determined. Very well. I shall explain what I came here for. Young Midoriya, I want you to become my successor and inherit my power. What? Came the now screamed comment from the four teens. All Might deflated once more, wincing at the sound as he coughed blood again. Allow me to explain. Again. Toshinori stared at the muttering and rapidly note-taking Greenette sitting on the beach, glaring at his notebook. He leaned over to whisper to the rapidly blinking Katsuki. Does he always do this? Yes. Yes, he does. It does not matter. Young Midoriya, do you accept my awesome power or not? Izuku paused in his writing, looking up at the skinny form of Yagi Toshinori with haunted eyes. All Might, sir. Toshinori, please. Sure, Toshinori. I don't think I'm the right pick for that. You know, why you should get someone heroic to do it. Not something like me. Katsuki began, narrowing his eyes at the green-haired teen. You know, when we met on that rooftop, you asked me a question. Do you recall what it was? Toshinori asked, his voice softer than before. Izuku nodded. Slowly, staying mute as the other three watched, confused. Toshinori continued. While trying to find out who you were, I had to rely on Mirai's help. He was able to find a lot out about you, young man, including a series of articles from 14 years ago. Izuku froze, eyes going wide with terror. Katsuki immediately stepped between the two, standing in front of Izuku's seated form and glaring at Toshinori. He crossed his arms over his chest and ignored the looks the two girls were giving the three others. What about it? Calm down, young Bakugo, Toshinori said placatingly, holding up his hands as if to show he meant no harm, turning to address Izuku once more. I merely put 2 and 2 together from your question, my boy. And after carefully thinking about it, I decided there is someone I'd like you to meet. If you'd be willing. Like who? Katsuki asked in lieu of the still frozen Izuku, keeping his stance between the two. I'd rather keep that a surprise. But it would be at UA. You all could come along, in fact. Get a nice view of the facilities. Katsuki stood up straighter, trying not to let the fact that the idea excited him show too much. He turned around to glance down at Izuku. The green-haired teen took a deep breath, before clambering to his feet. Why, you're sure? This is okay? We won't get in trouble or anything. Toshinori stepped forward, hands still outstretched before him. Of course not. I just think meeting this person would be able to give you an even better answer to the question you asked me than I did. Someone who might understand you and how you feel better than I do. How will we get there? Why, my truck is parked only a few streets over. It'll be a tight fit, but I'm sure we can all manage just fine. So let's just get this straight. We're considering jumping in a mysterious truck with a mysteriously deflated All Might and go to UA so Izuku can meet some mysterious stranger about his mysterious past to convince him to accept a mysterious quirk of mysterious power. Himiko asked, hands on hips, having clambered to his feet. It's alright, I don't mind going alone if you guys don't feel comfortable with it. I'm sure I'll be fine, it's All Might, Izuku said quietly. Oh hell no, you're not going alone, Izuku. Ochako snapped, her hands on her hips in a mirrored stance to Himiko. Today has already been a lot, and considering how we haven't even hit lunchtime yet, I think it's going to get even more crazy at the rate we're going. I'm not letting you disappear like that after all of this. She gestured wildly towards Toshinori. What Cheeks said. If this is what you want to do, Zu, let's FANG do this. Izuku looked around at the other three for a moment, feeling just a little bit warmed by how willing they were to stand by him for what was objectively a weird FANG day. He turned back to Toshinori and nodded. Guess we're going? Izuku was very confused as to what his life had become. Today had been one hell of a roller coaster. First, a very bad nightmare that had him spiraling for at least a few hours and led him down some unfortunately familiar dark paths in his mind. Second, his quirk experimentation, which ended up being both painful and also a little bit fun. Third, everything All Might had said and revealed, and just, oh God, how could he even begin to parse All Might wanting him, a murderer, as his successor? Especially as he seemed to know about it. Izuku was having a lot of trouble reconciling everything he'd thought. But fourth, how come he had Himiko and Ochako in his lap? Toshinori had slightly underestimated how much room 4 adult teenagers and one beanpole of a man took up in the cab of his truck, and it was quickly determined someone had to sit on someone's lap. Katsuki took the middle and growled that because he had to suffer in the middle, no one was sitting on him. Instead, the girls had a quick discussion about who would sit where, but quickly it was noted that even if one of them sat in a lap, they still couldn't fit properly. And that led to this absolute nightmare of a scenario, where both girls had basically claimed one of his legs for her own and were perched on it. Izuku wasn't the tallest man out there, but his growth spurt a year or two back had shot him up to nearly 6 feet tall, barely an inch taller than Katsuki was. Luckily, or unluckily depending on how you viewed it, both Ochako and Himiko were shorter than he, and somewhat more slender. Unfortunately, he could tell that that was because both of them did not skip leg day, as he could very clearly feel the muscles in their legs as they sat on him. Not that he hadn't noticed before, when they'd stretched out before training began, with those tiny shorts and rather tight-fitting tank tops. Himiko had a dancer's figure, all long lines and toned muscles, while Ochako was bulkier, her arms showcasing how often she'd manually lifted things without her quirk as part of her training. Izuku was reminded that yes, he very much was weak to someone who was in shape and looked like they could snap him in half if they got angry. Someone had decided he was here to suffer, and that someone was definitely Kaken, the little BSUD who had silently cackled at him when their eyes met as the girls were situating themselves in his lap. Somehow, he didn't know how, but somehow he knew this was all his friend's fault. Even if it wasn't, he was blaming him anyways because this was not a good way to keep his blood pressure under control. He tried to keep his attention solely on the little stories Toshinori was telling them, small tidbits of some of his fights as Katsuki kept plying him for more tales of heroic missions he'd gone on. But Izuku was finding it very difficult every time there was a bump in the road and the girls were moved around on him. It didn't help that while he was pretty sure Ochako was trying not to be too disruptive, he could tell Himiko knew exactly what she was doing. With the smirk she had tossed back at him when she clambered into position. Mercifully, it only took a little over 20 minutes to make their way there, it being before lunch when the roads were mostly clear of students and workers alike. Toshinori pulled the truck to a parking lot a block away and proceeded to exit the vehicle. Himiko took her sweet time getting off of Izuku, which had the unwanted benefit of making Ochako wait as Himiko had been the one closer to the door. This also led to Izuku internally cursing the brunette as well as his prior belief she wasn't trying to torture him went away at the grin and giggle she gave him as she clambered out, accidentally pressing up against him when she slipped. As he finally managed to get out of the truck, very flustered and looking like a Christmas tree between the red cheeks and green hair, he clapped himself on the cheeks to refocus. Ignoring the smirks from the other three teens and the raised eyebrow of Toshinori, he followed along towards the gates of UA. As the five of them approached, they were met by a small, white-furred mammal in a suit sitting on the shoulder of a shorter woman with short, light-colored hair and strange rings around her irises. "Hello. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? I am the headmaster of UA, Inizu. Here with me is Kurose, a teacher here. Also known as the space hero, 13. 13. Ochako squealed, eyes wide as she covered her mouth with her hands and bounced in place excitedly. Kurose smiled softly. I see I have a fan. You're my favorite, she managed to get out in an excited whisper, her hands fluttering in place. I want to be a rescue hero just like you. That's wonderful. I can't wait to see what you can do, Kurose replied. Izuku, who had been silently fanboying right behind Ochako but was trying not to make a bad impression, managed to break through his own fan instincts and looked up at Toshinori. Is this who you wanted me to speak to? Not so much young Midoriya, but it is someone she knows. Is he not here yet, Kurose? He's washing up, we're going to meet him in the lounge. We just got back from a collapsed building a few kilometers away. Oh well, then lead the way if you would. Toshinori grinned. Of course. It's wonderful to meet the four of you. While your friend is speaking to him, I'd love to hear more about your studies and plans, Nizu said, grinning at the teens in front of him with a strange glint in his eyes. Sure, sounds fun? Himiko said questioningly, a little bit creeped out. The other three just shrugged and began to follow the adults before them. Toshinori had walked up next to Kurose and was speaking quietly to her and Nizu, the four teens unable to quite make out what was being said. It did not take the assembled group long to reach the teacher's lounge, them quickly following through the campus to the closed door. There, Kurose opened the door and glanced in. Seeing someone, she spoke quietly to them, nodding. And then stepping back as the door opened further. Out stepped a tall, slender young man, a few years older than the teenagers before him. Pale blue hair in a messy cut, red eyes, and pale skin were visible immediately. A pair of black gloves covered his hands, a black jacket over a white shirt and black jeans completed the ensemble. He ran one hand through his hair, musing it up further. Hey uncle, one of these the kid you wanted me to talk to? The man asked Toshinori, glancing over the teenagers assembled before him. That he is. Toshinori reached over and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, gently pulling him forward. This is young Izuku Midoriya, a young man I think would benefit from hearing from you. Kids, this is Tenko Shimura, also known as Kronos. Kronos. Izuku sputtered out, eyes wide. Oh my gods, that's so cool. You're like the most famous young rescue hero, and you're 13th's personal apprentice. 13 and Kronos and Headmaster Nizu in one day. This is so cool. Can I get your autographs? All four adults blinked in confusion at the notebook suddenly move out from Izuku's hands, having no idea where he pulled it from. Just roll with it, Katsuki replied in a deadpan voice and an eye roll. Toshinori reached out and took the notebook, holding it as he gestured to the lounge. I'll get your autographs for you, young Midoriya. Why don't you and Tenko have a quick talk in the lounge? We're going to take your friends on a quick tour while you do this. Are you sure, Izuku? Ochako asked quietly, looking between the various adults with some suspicion. Izuku gulped, also a bit concerned, but this was you. He was sure he was safe here. I'll be fine. You guys have fun. He could tell his smile wasn't very convincing to the other three, but they all followed the adults along as Shimura held the door open for him and gestured for him to enter. Izuku walked in, noting the varied desks covered in paper and boxes, the couches lining the walls, the office rooms in the back. One small coffee table had what appeared to be a handheld video game sitting on it, which was the one Shimura walked over to and plopped down on. Leaning back against the couch, the blue-haired man placed his hands behind his head and closed his eyes as if he was going to go to sleep. After a few moments of silence where Izuku wasn't sure what to do, Shimura spoke up. Take a seat, Midoriya, you're not in trouble. My uncle just figured I had a unique perspective on what you've gone through. Oh, okay. Sure. Izuku managed to sputter out, sitting carefully at the end of the couch. Silence stretched out into the room again for a good minute more, before it was broken by Shimura. So, killed your family when your quirk first went off, huh? Izuku jolted at the statement, nearly leaping to his feet as his eyes went wide with fear. He sputtered out vague vowel sounds as if trying to speak, but the sheer unexpected bluntness and how casually the hero had said. It had his mind blue-screening, unable to fully comprehend the fact someone had just said it outright. No one ever just said it. Yep, that's about the reaction I expected. Guess we do have something in common, huh? Izuku's already spiraling thoughts, fears and worries and memories he wished he could forget, came to a screeching halt at the next thing Shimura had said. His gaze snapped to look at Shimura, really looked at him for the first time, not as a hero, but as a person, and in the now open, burning red eyes before him, he could see how fragile the facade of nonchalance was. Recognized after all, and he'd had plenty of experiences with putting on a mask, one that could fracture at a moment's notice when pressed. Shimura let out a rueful chuckle at the gaping Izuku. Yeah, bet you didn't think someone else had done the same, huh? Or become a hero. You're looking at him. A familicidal murderer who became a hero. You know my quirk, right? Why, a 5-point touch disintegration, right? You use it to clear rubble in seconds, or tunnel down into collapsed places to rescue people. It can also kill a person in less than 10 seconds, came the quiet response. I can't turn it off. I wear these gloves to protect other people from me, not to protect my hands. Especially as I don't need 5 fingers anymore. Izuku turned to fully face Shimura, something in him telling him not to interrupt and just to listen. For perhaps the first time in his life, since he could remember, he felt like maybe, just maybe, someone got it. Shimura ran his hand through his hair again. My dad was a real piece of shit. He hated heroes with a passion, and got so set at me for wanting to be one, to be just like my grandma. His mom. She gave him up for adoption cause of her job, so he blamed the heroes for that. He'd beat the ever-loving shit out of me and my sister if we even thought about heroes. But, he was still my dad, and I was a kid, and I still loved him. I never wanted to hurt him. Shimura looked up at the ceiling above, shoulders slumped. I was holding my dog, Mon, when my quirk decided then was a great time to turn on. And then I wasn't holding a dog, I was holding blood and bits of fur. I had no idea what was going on, I was freaking out. My sister came running out to grab me when I screamed, and I lost her then too. I ran inside. I wanted help, I wanted someone to save me, wanted my dad or mom to fix it. But mom grabbed my hands too. Shimura slumped further, head bowed down as he closed his eyes again. It happened so fast. Next it was my grandparents, everyone so confused, so panicked, no one reacting right. I was so scared I ran at them, covered in blood and pieces of people, and I just wanted them to save me, but instead I killed them. And my father, he came at me with a weed whacker. Just grabbed it and started chasing me like he was going to kill me, screaming at me, threatening me. I just reached, grabbing the handle of it, and then his arm. And that was it. Everyone. Gone. Just me, a 5-year-old kid, in a house that started falling apart moments later when I touched the floor. Alone with nothing but blood and the knowledge I had killed them. Silence stretched out in the room, an oppressive, heavy silence as the two young men sat. It stretched on for an indeterminate amount of time, 10 minutes, before Izuku finally spoke up, his voice raspy and quiet. What happened after? Uncle Yagi found me. I'm not sure what would have happened to me if he hadn't. I wasn't all there, if I'm being honest. Pretty sure I'd gone bats hit by that point. But he took me, kicking, screaming, trying to attack him too because I think it was all I knew. But he got me the help I needed. That's so you're okay now? Izuku ventured. Shimura snorted. Okay, is a loaded term, Midoriya. If you're asking if I still feel guilt, of course I do. Do I have nightmares? Weekly if not nightly. I have trouble sleeping, and I've gone down some dark paths in my mind many times. It's not something that just goes away. It sticks with you. But I made friends here. I have a life. And these people know everything I did, and they still never left my side. Hell, Kurose acts like she's my mom half the time, making sure I eat right and everything. He chuckled sadly, glancing over at Izuku. It esigues to know your quirk hurt someone you care for. To know something inherent to you caused others pain, even if it was outside of your control. You end up feeling selfish for daring to hope you could have your dream, to have happiness of any kind, when every time you think about it you think you're a monster, a murderer, someone who should be dead. I still feel that way sometimes. It still gets to me on bad days. But you know, I don't think that's what they would have wanted for me, you know? This. Izuku tried to reply, tried to somehow choke something out, but he'd been hit with too many reality warping concepts in one day to really get his thoughts out. Midoriya, calm down, Shimura ordered, smiling softly. Chill. It's all good. And don't feel like you have to share your life story either. I know you just met me. Took me a good few years to be able to talk about mine after I got here, and I never tell strangers. But then why tell me? We just met like you said. Shimura shrugged. 'Cause Uncle asked me to. He handed me an article about what happened and told me he thought I'd get it better than he could. Was he right? Izuku looked down at the ground, entangling his fingers together and squeezing his hands tightly. Yeah, he was right. I do think you get it in a way no one else did, not even Kaken. Kaken? The blonde boy I came here with? His mom and mine were best friends, and he and I were basically raised together, so after what happened, his parents took me in. He's like my brother. That's nice. My grandmother's best friend is the one who took me in, Grandpaderino. An uncle. Yagi was always around too. I didn't have many friends growing up though. I wasn't, that great with people. Mostly played games. But it got better when you got here? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Shimura nodded. Yeah. Not given much choice really. You end up living with a bunch of other hero wannabes for 3 years. It's hard not to make friends. None of them gave a shit that I preferred to hide in my room with my games. They dragged my sorry but out of the dorm over and over again. Mostly Kigo, to third wheel on his dates with Toya. Annoying bird boy but still, good people. And look at me now. Shimura tapped his hand against his chest, then held out his hand and swept it across the room. I'm here at UA, a pro hero who saves lives. I help people. And I'm even here giving a pep talk to the next symbol, to my uncle's successor. I think I'm doing just fine. Wait, what? Why you know? Izuku blurted out. Of course. Uncle told me before he even asked you to come here. Hell, He asked for my advice about how to approach you. I know all about it, Midoriya. But then do you think I'd be a good choice? I don't know you, Shimura pointed out, not unkindly. I can't judge my uncle's choice off one conversation where you've said maybe a dozen words. But I trust his judgment. And at the end of the day, trust in those we love is all we have, don't you think? Izuku thought about Kaken, his brother. About auntie and uncle, the ones who took him in and raised him from childhood. The faded, gray memories of his mother and father, their smiling faces and laughing tones ringing in his ears. The way he was warming up to Ochako and Himiko, his new friends who he could freely laugh with without the specter of his past choking him like it had with his other classmates. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess I can see what you're saying. Shimura's phone rang a moment later, a little jingle Izuku recognized as a little music number from one of the oldest pre-Quirk gaming franchises. The blue-haired man checked his phone reading over a message, before nodding. He looked over to Izuku. Uncle says they finished their little tour and are heading to the headmaster's office for a chat. You okay to join? Izuku took a deep breath. Why, I think today has been a lot, heh? Shimura let out an undignified snort. Yeah, I can imagine. Here, gimme your phone. As soon as Izuku pulled it out, a confused look on his face, Shimura snatched it up and rapidly typed something in. Handing it back, he nodded. That's my number. If you ever need to talk to someone who gets it, feel free to send me a message. I sleep odd hours so I can't promise I'll get back to you right away, but soon as I see it I'll hit you up. Izuku stared at his phone, wide-eyed. Taking another deep breath and shoving another fanboy moment back down, he gave a quick nod back. Okay, Shimura. Shimura winced. Just call me Tenko. Sure. Then you can call me Izuku. Tenko smirked, reaching out. With one hand, he ruffled Izuku's hair, making the green-haired teen go cross-eyed for a moment as he followed the hand. Tenko snickered. All right, Izuku, let's go see what the headmaster wants. Heading to Nisa's office felt surreal to Izuku. He was walking beside Kronos, inside of UA, heading to see the headmaster of the school and one of the most intelligent beings on the planet as far as anyone knew. His entire worldview had been, for all intents and purposes, appended beneath the day's revelations. Not that it magically changed his feelings or views on himself, nor fixed the part of him that wondered about walking into the water, but he couldn't deny the fact it birthed an inkling of hope in his heart that he had managed to squash long ago. The idea that he could be a hero, someone who actually helped people, someone who could smile like All Might always did. He'd been considering being a hero because he felt like he could repay his debt somehow, or at least work towards it. And the fact Kaken would not get off his butt about it. But now he had to actually wonder if it was possible for him to be one just because it was the right thing to do, not out of a sense of guilt or desperate need to prove himself. Of course, taking up All Might's mantle was a very different thing, and one he still wasn't sure about. All Might was the symbol of peace, the man nearly single-handedly responsible for the generally peaceful days that Japan experienced right now. No one had seen a supervillain rise to power for decades since All Might began his campaign against villainy. And adding his quirk on top of it? Izuku's analytical mind had gone overboard since All Might had mentioned what his quirk did, not that it was very helpful information, but still. Stockpiling power was vague as all hell, but it made him wonder, did that count as energy like his quirk? Or was it its own pool of power? It didn't seem like it got consumed, or else All Might would have had to have burned through it like Izuku did sometimes. So how would it interact with his quirk? Could he manipulate that power as well? Or would it be entirely separate? Izuku? We're here. You want to stop talking to yourself so we can go in? Tenko's voice cut into his thought process, making him jolt. That was I muttering again? That's what you call it? Tenko arched an eyebrow at him. Izuku gave a sheepish nod. Tenko shrugged. Couldn't make out what you were saying, but you seemed focused. Anyways, we're here. He gestured to the door in front of them, which as he gestured swung open, revealing the visage of 13 once more. Oh, there you two are. I was just leaving. Are you coming, Tenko? We have yet to get lunch. The smiling woman said, her eyes glinting as she looked over at Tenko. He let out a long, annoyed groan. I told you I ate this morning. And that was 5 hours ago, Tenko. Besides, chips and soda are not an acceptable breakfast. Yes, Mom, came the sarcastic rejoinder. Rolling his eyes, he turned and looked over at Izuku. Well, this is where our quest lines diverge. I got Mom aggro. Remember what I said, Izuku? Why? I will. Thanks a lot, Tenko. It gave me a lot to think about, Izuku replied softly. Tenko clapped Izuku on the shoulder, giving it a quick squeeze, then turned around and began walking off, shoulders hunched as he and 13 began playfully jabbing at each other. 13 looked back and gave Izuku a wave and a smile, before going back to scolding Tenko about his eating habits once more. Come in. We just got done discussing your analysis with your friends. The voice of Nizu came from the doorway, bringing his attention back to the office before him. Steeling himself, Izuku walked into the office. Glancing about, he saw All Might seated on a comfortable armchair to the left, while Kaken was lounging in another one in the middle. The only other available seat was a small love seat to the right, where the two girls were perched, but had left enough room between them for Izuku to sit, once again making him narrow his eyes at his best friend who didn't even have the courtesy to hide his smirk. Here, Ochako said brightly, handing him his notebook as he managed to squeeze himself between the two girls. He was pretty sure it wasn't his imagination that Himiko actually slid slightly closer to him, which he was starting to realize that tease was her default state. Either way, he flipped open his notebook and barely contained his excited squeal at the signatures of 13, Kronos, and even Midnight and Cementos. At his look, Ochako grinned. Yeah, we saw them while we were walking around. They were both happy to sign it. Thank you. Izuku smiled back at her brightly. He barely picked up on Himiko grumbling about needing sunglasses for some reason, which made him take a mental note to ask if she had some type of vision change due to her quirk. His thought process was broken by the voice of Nizu from the other side of the desk. Well, it's wonderful to see you again, Midoriya. We had a very productive time as you spoke to Shimura. The white-furred mammal grinned as he took a sip of tea. With a small push, he moved another cup towards Izuku, waiting for the greenette to take the cup before continuing. Now, before we get to the other reason you are here, what's this I hear about analysis notebooks? Headmaster Nizu, I don't think that we need to go over that right now. Toshinori jumped in, a wide, almost fearful smile crossing his face, confusing the four teens. It's all right, all Toshinori, I don't mind, Izuku managed to get out quietly. He handed the notebook over to Nizu, somewhat confused why he didn't see it before since he assumed that they had asked for autographs for him. Nizu began flipping through the pages rapidly, his small black eyes rapidly flicking back and forth as he scanned through it. His smile grew wider and more toothy, sharp fangs glinting in the light. Magnificent, he whispered. When he stopped on his own page, Izuku watched as he read over it once, twice, then nodded. Nizu snatched up a pen and scrawled his signature at the bottom. You are quite talented, Midoriya. You're coming here to attend you, yes? Izuku glanced over at Katsuki, the blonde arching an eyebrow at him expectantly. He cleared his throat. That's the plan. Excellent. I look forward to it. Now, to the matter at hand. Nizu turned to look over at Toshinori. So, young Midoriya? Was the talk with Tenko helpful? Izuku took in a deep breath, pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts as the other three teens looked at him. Why, to us. You were right. He got it. Thanks for, having us talk. It helped. Excellent. Toshinori clapped his hands, smile wide. With a poof of smoke, his seated form changed back into the muscled All Might, his smile weirdly unchanging. Then have you decided what you wish to do about my offer? At Izuku's glance towards Nizu, All Might waved his hand dismissively. Oh, the headmaster is well aware of one for all, you may speak freely. Izuku looked at his friends. Ochako's gaze was both curious and concerned. Himiko had a look almost of anticipation, as Katsuki's gaze was steady, with no sign of judgment. After a moment of locking eyes with his brother, Katsuki gave a slight nod, something Izuku just knew meant he'd support him no matter what choice he made. Izuku clenched his fists slowly, cracking the knuckles as he looked over at All Might. I'll do it. No time to waste then. We'll need to get you trained up, my boy. Training. Katsuki broke into the conversation, looking intrigued. All Might nodded. Yes. The amount of power in One for All is significant, as you probably all can guess from what you've seen me do. And transferring it will cause it to grow even further, meaning young Midoriya will eventually surpass my strength as well. An unprepared body would mean your limbs would explode off your body. Ha! Izuku and Himiko had been taking sips of their tea when All Might said that, and as if rehearsed, they both made spit takes at the announcement of his limbs exploding off. Nizu reached across the desk, pushing a small stack of napkins to the two of them, shaking his head at All Might's theatricality in his speech. Whoa now, don't you worry, that's why you're going to train. You're already in good shape, so it won't be that much more effort to get you in position. I even have the perfect idea to work on. That is? Ochako asked, eyes narrowed. Her expression had shifted ever since All Might commented about the limbs, face flat and eyes narrowed at the symbol of peace. Why, that very beach you've been training at, young Uraraka. Many years ago, it was a beautiful place, but over time it has become the trash heap you've seen before you. Cleaning such a beach would be a great workout for young Midoriya here, but not only that, there was a time that hero meant someone who did good things because they were right, not because it played well with the cameras. And I want to encourage that attitude of giving back to your community. I think it will be an excellent way to both do some community service and train your body. All Might nodded sharply as he finished. But what about them? Izuku said, gesturing to his friends. What about them? We train together. Kaken and me always train together, and now the girls do too. It's our thing. Zu, it's all good. This is important, we'll be fine, Katsuki said lazily. All Might put his hand on his chin and hummed thoughtfully. I see, that is a good point. And they know anyway. He pondered for a moment, before nodding sharply once more. I have it. We'll simply put all of you on a training plan together. It would be good practice for you anyways. We need to see the limits of your current quirk so we can figure out how it may interact with One for All. I'll need to call a friend of mine and see if he can swing by and help. He's very good with quirk training. A friend? Izuku asked. You would know him as Sir Night Eye. He's the one who helped me find you. Sir Night Eye would help me train too? Izuku practically squealed, eyes wide as he pressed his hands to his mouth like a fainting maiden. Himiko snickered at the mental imagery. That, and to grill you about my choosing you. I should warn you, Mirais. Well, he's a bit of a strict man and very opinionated. But, if you can impress him, you can impress anyone. And he is an expert in helping people with complicated quirks. Speaking of your quirk, Midoriya, as a routine measure I hacked into your quirk records. They are distressingly blank, Nizu interjected. The four teenagers in the room blinked rapidly at the casual way Nizu admitted to hacking into medical records, but Izuku chose to ignore it as he replied. Why yes. It turns out the doctor we visited was, a useless piece of shit, that's what he was, Katsuki snarled. Kaken. What? That's what Dr. Kirishima said. She didn't put it like that, Izuku hissed back. Katsuki threw his arms in the air. I simplified it. Izuku sighed and rubbed his temple. Looking back up at Nizu, he continued. Our childhood quirk doctor didn't put much down for anyone. The doctor who helped me in the hospital the other day said she was sending his name to the board for negligence, but I guess he moved recently. Izuku's voice trailed off into a questioning tone as he looked at Katsuki for confirmation. Yeah, Dr. Tsubasa and his whole family just up and vanished. Was weird. Tsubasa, his grandson, was my friend and didn't even say anything. It's effing weird. That. Well, if it's being reported it sounds like the issue is being handled. Could you perhaps tell me about your quirk then, Midoriya? I'm quite curious what you have discerned. Oh well, it's in this notebook. Izuku produced a different notebook and handed it over as Himiko and Ochako gawked at him. Where did you get that one from? Ochako demanded. Izuku blinked. I had it on me? You don't have anywhere to fit those, they wouldn't fit in your pockets. Himiko hisses, glaring down at his shorts. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, Katsuki muttered. Both girls turned to look at the blonde, the look in his eyes telling them not to question it. As they glanced between them at Izuku, all they saw was a look of befuddlement. Wisely they chose to drop it. Midoriya. You state here that you believe you are able to shape the energy, but fear it consumes too much to test, yes. Nizu said, his eyes fixated on Izuku's notes. Why? I can't actually tell how much I have stored. There's a sense of something missing, and when I get really low the physical signs are noticeable, but it's mostly guesswork how much I have at any one time. And I still can't tell the rate at which I absorb, nor how it converts or at what rate. Why did you add a star to the word rain right here? I believe I know the thought process, but I'd like a full explanation. I think I absorb a lot from rain, which doesn't make much sense. It's hard to tell. I absorb the kinetic energy of the water impacting me, but it's not like that's a lot, so I'm not sure why it seems to convert at a much higher rate. It converts better than sunlight seems to, at least. That is odd. But I'm sure we will find an explanation. Now, I believe we need to resolve the issue of you not knowing how much you have and how much you spend when utilizing your quirk. Even if you were not to go to UA, this is something that you should have had access to much earlier in your life. After all, if you run out, you risk death. Support equipment like that is considered non-heroic and does not require any form of licensing. Nizu took another sip of his tea, letting out a quiet hum as he did so. We'll combine the medical tests the new doctor performed with a few specialized ones Recovery Girl will do for us, and then speak to Powerloader about designing something so you can better track your stored energy. You'll need to take copious notes before you take on One for All, for we won't know how they will interact until you do. Why yes sir, of course, Izuku sputtered, his mind somewhat already in fanboy mode at the thought of doing tests with Recovery Girl and having something built for him by Powerloader. He paused for a moment, a thought crossing his mind as he glanced over at Katsuki. Any chance they could look at Kaken's leg too? The F-dash? Zu, I'm fine, the leg's fine. It'll hold up. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Izuku. You have a prosthetic leg, young Bakugo? All Might asked, tilting his head to the side. Yeah, but my parents spent a lot on making sure it'd be good for heroics. It's fine. It's been giving you trouble since the sludge villain. Izuku shot back. Katsuki blinked rapidly and looked over at Izuku in confusion. How the hell did you know? That. Kaken, we live together. I saw you nearly fall down the stairs yesterday. You never lose your balance. That leg has an internal stabilizer. Bakugo, I would listen to Midoriya. Most of those legs listed as heroics ready are in fact rarely up to the burdens of heroism. One of our instructors, Ectoplasm, has to get his custom built as the ones he purchased kept breaking, Nizu interjected. Yeah, but it's not a big deal, I'll be fine. Worry about the nerd first. Katsuki grumbled, looking away from the others. Now, having you both fit for training would be best, would it not, All Might? If they are all going to take part, it would be prudent for them to all be at their very best. After all, you still have to earn your place in UA, you won't just be given it. All Might nodded. Yes, you should get that looked at, young Bakugo. I'm sure we can set something up soon. I'll also need to give you all your customized training and diet plans, once I've written them up. Diet plans? Ochako asked quietly. Izuku looked at her curiously, her tone oddly subdued, missing the significant look Himiko gave her. Why yes, young Uraraka. To be a hero one must be in excellent shape, both through exercise and diet. But worry not, my diet plan will be customized to each of you, every person is unique in what they need. I may not always sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I do understand fitness very well. It takes work to be in the shape I am after all. You mean a twig? Katsuki snarked, grinning at the number one hero. All Might slapped Katsuki on the shoulder with a guffaw. You have a quick wit about you. You should hone that skill. Angering villains can be a useful tactic to get them to make a mistake. But the diet plans, how strictly do we have to follow them? Ochako interrupted, rather pointedly dragging the subject back. All Might blinked at her vehemence as Nizu let out a soft hum and sipped at his tea. Why, I would expect you to follow them to the letter. It's best for you and your body after all, especially as I do intend on working you all very hard. If your goal is UA, you must be the very best to become part of the very best school after all. That okay, Ochako whispered, looking down at her clasped hands for a moment before glancing up and locking eyes with Himiko. The vampiric girl just nodded slightly to the question in Ochako's eyes, the two having the sort of silent conversation only those who were truly close could. Unbeknownst to both of them, the taller Izuku was holding a similar silent conversation with Katsuki over Himiko's head, the two boys finding their new friend's actions odd enough to warrant further attention. Both conversations were put on pause as Nizu clapped his hands twice. Well, we have a plan moving forward, so I think it is best the four of you head home and relax for a little while. You're still students after all. With a day off from school, you may as well make the most of it. The question accepted the dismissal for what it was, as All Might dropped his form and went back to being Toshinori, ready to give them a ride home. As the four teens watched Toshinori drive away, they looked between each other, a little frazzled, a little worried, and a whole hell of a lot of sheer confusion. Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, so, training is off for today, I guess? So, we wait for his plan then? Himiko asked. Izuku shrugged. I guess so? Maybe we just head home. Why yeah, we should do that, Ochako stuttered out. Again, Izuku and Katsuki shared a glance. Ochako had been acting odd the entire ride home, mostly silent and staring out the window lost in thought. She kept fiddling with her hands, clasping and unclasping them the entire time. Himiko had been less obvious about her withdrawal, but it was hard for Izuku not to notice how she practically curled into herself during the ride home. "That you two okay?" Izuku asked, his gaze flitting back and forth between the two girls. "Why yeah, we're fine. It's just a lot to process is all," Ochako said, smiling brightly. "That's the fakest FNG smile you've put on yet, cheeks," Katsuki drawled, causing Himiko to glare at him and Ochako's eyes widen in shock. "It's none of your business," Himiko hissed. "We don't pry into your guys' past, so don't pry into our personal lives." Hey, everyone calm down," Izuku raised his hands placatingly. "We're not prying, Himiko, we're just worried is all." "Yeah, and we're worried about you but you don't talk either, don't be a hypocrite," she snarled back. Izuku rocked back as if slapped, eyes going wide and hurt. "I've off with that. I'm the one being itty dash, don't take it out on him." Katsuki stepped forward, fists clenched at his side. "Will both of you stop?" Ochako shouted, tears pricking at the corner of her eyes. "This isn't helping anything." But she. The two blondes began to shout at the same time, before a sudden slam into the ground cut them both off as sand flew up into the air. They looked over to see the glowing green lines of Izuku's quirk active, his foot practically buried in the ground from the force of his stomp. His voice shaky, he spoke quietly. "Ochako's right, this isn't helping anything. And Himiko's right, I shouldn't be a hypocrite and pry. I'm sorry." "No, don't say sorry. Himiko's the one who overreacted," Ochako said, glaring at her friend. The vampire gaped for a moment, before looking down sullenly. "I'm just trying to protect you, Chieko," she whispered. "I know, but they were just worried. But we really don't want to talk about it, okay?" she asked the second part as she glanced over at the two boys, one whose hands were sparking and the other with toxic green radiating from inside his body and setting his eyes alight with a glow. "Did I get that?" Izuku said with a sad smile. He turned to look at the explosive blonde next to him, his face flat as he looked over the three of them. "I wasn't offending. Prying. I just commented on how fake the smile was. I don't mind you keeping your secrets, but you don't need to lie to us and pretend you're happy when you're not. I get enough of that sheet from Izuku, I don't need it from you too. If we're gonna be training together and sheet, we can at least be FNG honest if we're not in a good mood." Katsuki looked down, the sparks in his hands fading away as he kicked at the sand and muttered, "It's not like I had a lot of friends besides Zu and Tsubasa before, and Tsubasa fed off on me. Sometimes I'm AD-, but I just want people to be honest with me, that's all." "That's sorry," Himiko muttered back, grabbing her left arm with her right and looking away from the others. It's been a lot today, So maybe we just all need to take a step back. It's okay. Have a point, Katsuki. So Ochako took a deep breath in. Yes, something is bothering me and I'm not sure how to deal with it. But I don't feel comfortable talking about it right now. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just being AD as usual. If I'm not allowed to be self-deprecating, none of you are, Izuku deadpanned. Nah, Katz has a point. I was being AD too, Himiko chimed in. Izuku rolled his eyes and threw his hands up in the air. You two are impossible martyr complex bullshit. Oh, you have no room to talk you of but? Katsuki snarked back at Izuku, glaring. Well, that's at least back to normal, Ochako snorted. Izuku face-bombed. Nope. Today has been so weird, I'm so done with it. Can we just go get lunch and then relax? Like 4 normal effing teenagers? I thought we were all going to go home to relax? Himiko asked. Auntie is doing designs for her next clothing line. There is nothing relaxing about being in that house right now. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, me and Zu are not going anywhere near home, not when Mom's doing that. She'll rope us into it somehow, Katsuki shuddered at the thought. Ochako and Himiko shared another look. I guess we can? But something light and cheap? We didn't bring a lot with us today, since we were going to train. Katsuki waved his hand dismissively. It's on us, we're the ones dragging you two around. Besides, this is a chance to show you the best FING spots to eat. Ochako went to speak, but Himiko cut her off with a wide smile. Okay, that's fine. It's a date. Izuku choked on air as Katsuki rolled his eyes and smiled indulgently. Sorry ladies, but you're not my type. But we're Izu's type, aren't we? Himiko kept her wide smile on her face as she grabbed Izuku's arm, making the choking boy sputter incoherently. Ain't that right, Izuku? Himiko! Ochako shouted, her face flushed. Himiko turned her head so that neither Katsuki nor Izuku could see her face, and her teasing smile faded to a significant look, communicating without words that she was trying to change the subject. Ochako gulped, willing her red cheeks to fade away and plastered her own teasing smile on. As she grabbed Izuku's other arm, Katsuki snickered at the shell-shocked look on his brother's face. Alright, this sheet was worth it just to see the human equivalent of a FING blue screen. Come on, let's go, I know just the place. The two girls practically dragged the greenette with them, Izuku following along robotically as his cheeks burned, his mind successfully diverted from the worries he had had earlier. Himiko sighed as she took off her shoes. Ochako had gone straight back to the bedroom, refusing to look her in the eyes. The lunch had been nice, the 4 teens had been able to move past the awkwardness earlier, but the moment the boys went to pay the bill she saw Ochako sink into her seat once more, her expression falling again. It didn't go unnoticed by Izuku and Katsuki when they returned, but per her request at the beach, neither one brought it up. In their own ways, they tried to cheer her up. Katsuki started making snarky commentary on the people they passed, mocking their fashion choices, while Izuku had simply bumped his shoulder against hers, smiling brightly at her and dragging her into another one of Katsuki and Izuku debates, bickering, that they seemed to have every half an hour. But all good things come to a close, and while the boys were happy to walk them home, Ochako and Himiko had broken off before getting to their neighborhood with an excuse about how it was the opposite way of where the boys were headed. Which wasn't entirely untrue, it was at least not directly in the same path, but it was enough of a twisting of the truth that Himiko was entirely sure both Katz and Izu knew the girls weren't being upfront. But they left well enough alone, and allowed the girls to wander off to their tiny apartment. With a determined stride, Himiko walked to the bedroom, stepping inside the dimly lit room. The window was open to let the air in, getting some breeze to help clear out the perpetual musty smell the apartment had. Ochako was laying face down on her futon, her head buried in her pillow with her arms beneath it. Himiko sat down beside her, one hand gently rubbing Ochako's back. "Want to talk about it?" "Not really," Ochako replied, her voice muffled by the pillow. "I really don't think they'll be judgy. You told Katz your family doesn't have a lot of money already." Ochako rolled over, glaring up at the ceiling blankly. "Yeah, but there's a difference, Himi. We're living off a instant ramen, rice, and dreams, air. she muttered, letting her accent slip out. Chaco dash, Himiko began quietly. Himi, you know what it's like. You know how people treat you different. I don't want no pity and I don't want no handouts. I worked hard to get air. Sweetie, remember who we're talking about. Izu has something in his past he's ashamed of. Katz is missing a leg. He never talks about that either. Honestly, I didn't notice till they pointed it out today. I feel like they understand what it means to be ashamed of something. That I thought. The same about the kids at our old school. And look at what happened. They all started mocking me. Do you really think the boys are like that? The only thing Katz gives a shit about is how strong you are. He didn't even flinch at me drinking Izu's blood. And Izu? The only person he makes fun of is Katz. He's too busy hating himself to be mean to someone else. Ochako closed her eyes and threw her arm over her face, sighing. I know you're right. I know. But I don't want to ruin what we got. Himiko lay down next to Ochako, resting her head on her arms and looking up at the ceiling. It might already be ruined. Tashinori wasn't wrong, Chaco. If we want to get into UA, we have to be fit and tough. And that means food. I just don't know how we'll pull that off. Agai no. Ochako grumbled. She turned her head to look over at Himiko. And don't think I didn't notice. Notice what? Ochako arched an eyebrow. You're out of blood packs in the fridge. What happened? Himiko looked away from the brunette. Dad told me yesterday. There was a major disaster on the coast, and a lot of the blood banks ran low on blood because they had to send it away. So he couldn't send me any, and the nearby ones are also too low. Ochako moved her arm in front of Himiko's face. Okay, well, drink up then. Himiko shook her head. I can't. If we're training, you can't afford to be fighting off blood loss. And you can't afford to not drink. Ochako sat up, glaring at the girl beside her as she shoved her accent back down. I'll be okay, the blonde replied back hotly, sitting up and mirroring Ochako's pose. We're not even going to actually do training for a week, Himi. I can handle a little blood loss till then. And I bet if you asked the boys they'd be fine donating some too. Oh, so it's okay for me to accept charity from others but not you? Himiko shot back. Ochako sputtered. It's entirely different. You need blood for your quirk. And we both need food to live. Ochako froze for a second, letting out a huff as she flopped back down again. And what are you expecting us to do about it? Himiko sighed. I don't know. But maybe we should talk to the boys about it before it becomes a problem, or just ask to speak to Tashinori privately. I mean, maybe he can adjust his training program or something. I don't want them to look at us different. We just met them. We're new to this. I don't want to just drop a bunch of crap on them at once. You already told Katz that your parents don't make a lot of money and that we're sharing this apartment out of budget concerns. We just didn't tell him the extent is all. And what about your blood problem, We gotta deal with that too. Which reminds me, drink. Ochako shoved her arm in front of Himiko's face again. Himiko weakly batted at it. Stop that. We're not training for a week. So just accept it. Damn it, Chaco, fine, you stubborn dash. Himiko didn't bother finishing her sentence, glaring at the other girl as she chomped down on the brunette's arm. Her annoyed expression vanished into bliss as she took her first sips of that lovely warm liquid, her tongue slowly moving over Ochako's arm lovingly. The brunette squeaked for a moment, feeling her face flush as it always did when Himiko did this, before schooling her expression back into one of nonchalance. After a couple of minutes had passed, Himiko broke off Ochako's arm, licking her lips slowly with a sigh. Quickly, the blood ceased its flow after only a moment, but Ochako already had grabbed a small wipe to wipe off the excess and began trying to lay a bandage on her arm one-handed. Himiko snatched up her wrist, her amber eyes nearly glowing in the low afternoon light as she gently lay the bandage down. Leaning down, Himiko gave it a quick kiss, making the brunette snort with flushed cheeks. You taste yummy as always, Chaco, Himiko remarked, a satisfied hum leaving her lips. So you tell me every time. Himiko lay back down next to Ochako, spreading her arms out wide and nearly smacking Ochako in the face with one. Said brunette pushed it away, giggling lightly as the blonde grinned. As she lay there, Himiko sighed and spoke without looking at Ochako. We still haven't figured out what to do about the food situation. That should we just, I dunno, decline the training? Ochako asked quietly. That I really don't want to do that, Chako. The boys will just be more curious if we do that, and I don't want them mad at us. I didn't like snapping at cats today. And Izu wasn't happy with me. I don't like that. I don't think he was happy with Katsuki either. I wasn't very happy with you. You didn't need to jump to attack like that, Himi. I know, but it just made me think of back home. I just reacted. Ugh, this is so much. Ochako practically wailed, covering her face in her hands. Why did today have to be today? 'Cause nothing goes right in our lives? Himiko drawled. Nah. I got you, and we made new friends too. That's one thing that went right. And the training with All Might? That practically guarantees we get in, right? Right. Ochako's voice trailed off softly. Nizu said we still had to earn it, but if anyone knows what we gotta do, it'd be the #1 hero. Ochako sighed. Maybe you're right. But I'm really scared they'll start treating us differently. Himiko rolled over, laying on her side as she stared at the brunette next to her. She propped her head up on her hand as she spoke. If they do, they aren't the guys we think they are, and it wouldn't be worth it to spend time with them anyways. And no matter what happens, you'll always have me. I promise. Ochako let out a small, soft smile. Yeah. I got your back too, Himi. I guess we'll talk to them about it tomorrow. Well, speaking of food, Himiko trailed off as Ochako rolled her eyes. Yeah, I got it. Can't let you do it, you'll set the kitchen on fire somehow. That was one time, the blonde protested. That was 7 times, you little liar. Ochako hissed as she clambered to her feet. She glared down at the blonde on the floor, the vampiric girl smirking cheekily with her fangs glinting in the light. Unable to hold the serious expression, Ochako giggled and rolled her eyes once more as she headed to their little kitchenette area. Class out again? Ochako asked as Himiko and her ran into the boys standing on the corner they normally met up at before school. Katsuki shrugged as Izuku nodded. Yeah, Auntie got a call late last night saying it'd be a few more days before it was safe to return. I guess the villain had some kind of lingering quirk that left dangerous residue or something. And this nerd wanted to spend all day trying to figure out what exactly it even did. I had to drag his butt over here, Katsuki drawled, jerking a thumb to his side to point at Izuku as he did. A quirk that leaves a dangerous residue could be so many different things. I wanted to know what it left behind. Izuku spat back, waving his hands around excitedly. Katsuki just responded with an eye roll and crossing his arms over his chest. Himiko shared a look with Ochako, the brunette nodding at her slightly before taking a deep breath. Hey, can we talk about something? It's kind of important. Katsuki turned to look at them as Izuku pet his head to the side. Ochako opened her mouth to explain it as simply as possible, but the stress of the prior day, all the stress over revealing this, and the fact she still hadn't had any caffeine had her just blurting it all out. Her family's financial situation, how the girls were living off the cheapest food imaginable, how Himiko had run out of blood, how their apartment was in the worst part of town, how scared she was that they'd look down on her or pity her, and how she wasn't sure which was worse. By the time she finished, Katsuki was staring at her blankly, blinking rapidly as Himiko face-bombed behind her. Izuku looked poleaxed, eyes wide and expression stuck in a strange place between an attempt at a reassuring smile and a vague sort of fear at her exuberance. She gasped for air, not realizing until now she'd basically said that all more and more rapidly without taking in enough oxygen, and now had to catch up. Katsuki shook his head like a dog trying to dry off, shoving his hands in his pockets. Alright, let's get this out of the effing way. We ain't gonna treat you different. You didn't give me shit for my leg, you've left Zoo's past well enough alone, we're not about to be hypocritical BSers here. So stop worrying about that shit. But we should address your concerns, Izuku jumped in. We should start with the blood issue. How much do you need to drink a day? He asked Himiko, his notebook suddenly in his hand to the consternation of the two girls. She shrugged. I never really measured, just till I felt full. Sometimes I feel a little dizzy right after, But it goes away really fast, Ochako added. Not exactly accurate data, but we can work with this, Izuku muttered, stroking his chin as he scribbled something down. Well, it's no problem for the upcoming weeks since we're not training. I don't mind sharing mine too. If we trade off every other day, it should be no problem. Every third day. Fangs can have mine too, Katsuki drawled. Are you guys sure? I know it's kind of weird Himiko began. Quirks are quirks, nothing weird about that, Katsuki cut in. Izuku nodded. Yeah, nothing to worry about there. It'll be fine, Himiko. We don't mind. Just don't use my face to commit crimes, he joked, smiling widely as the blonde girl giggled. As for during training, well, we'll just have to talk to Toshinori about it. Katsuki nodded at the green-haired boy. As for the food thing, I'm not good at gentle, so just give me a sec and don't get said, okay? He waited for the girls to nod to him before continuing. Physical training means a sheet ton of food, and high in protein and carbs and sheet, which is expensive. That said, and this isn't some handout, this is an actual effing thing. Zu and I are real effing bad at portioning. What? Ochako asked, blinking in confusion. Izuku sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he spoke with a rueful tone in his voice. We always make too much food. Even when Auntie and Uncle are there, we always have a ton of leftovers. We're not very good at, calculating how much people will eat. Honestly, you'd be doing us a favor if you ate with us because, everyone in that FING house is a forgetful little sheet and we always forget we have leftovers till it goes FNG bad, Katsuki interjected. Ochako visibly flinched at the idea of wasting food, both boys not acknowledging it to avoid drawing attention to it. Seriously, just come eat with us, it'll be fine, trust me. Plus the next few months Mom and Pop are gonna be so busy they'll barely be around to eat with us. But from what Toshinori said, it sounded like you'd have to change your diet anyways. Are you sure you'd still have extra? Ochako asked quietly. Trust me, Cheeks will have more. The food budget in the house falls under the hero budget. We got plenty. Remember what I said about clothing lines yesterday? It's 'cause Mom's a famous fashion designer, and she and Pops own their own company. We're not rich, but we ain't struggling either. I mean, this leg was pretty expensive, but they managed it for me, Katsuki said, slapping his left leg. I don't know. The brunette looked away, shame coloring her cheeks. Katsuki chewed at the inside of his mouth for a moment, unsure what to say. He turned to Izuku, jerking his head at her, figuring Izuku understood emotional sheet better than he did. Ochako, please trust us. It won't be a burden, I'm serious, the greenette said softly, stepping forward with a smile. Besides, you guys have helped me a lot, just by being my friends. You're patient with my issues and neither of you gave me any problems nor have you pried, and I really appreciate that. This is what friends do, they support each other, right? And we'll talk to Toshinori. Come on, he's the #1 hero, he's gotta have some idea how to do this sheet, right? Well, of course I was going to pay for the cost of food. The workout plan I was designing for young Midoriya requires far greater amounts of caloric intake than you'd be used to, Toshinori's voice boomed over the phone. The 4 teenagers were huddled around. Not to mention the other 3 of you. While your diets will be slightly different, due to body type and what we're going to aim for, it's still a similar diet plan. I want my successor and his friends in tip-top shape for the exam. Oh, okay, Ochako muttered. It was clear by her expression she still was struggling with the idea of accepting any of this, but she wasn't foolish enough to give up an opportunity like that. As for Himiko's blood problem, I'll give Nizu a call and speak to him and Recovery Girl. We need you boys to come in soon anyways, so we'll be able to work something out, I'm sure. One of the teachers at UA, Vlad King, also has a blood quirk which requires some blood consumption. So it's not going to be a bother. You said you'll be all right for the rest of the week. Himiko nodded, a look of consternation crossing her face as she realized he couldn't see her through the phone. Izuku and Ochako giggled silently at her as she puffed her cheeks in embarrassment. Why yeah, these 3 said they'll help me for the week. Excellent. Then we'll be all set. I expect to see all of you bright and early Sunday morning down at the beach so we can begin. I must be off, good luck zygotes. Zygotes? The 4 teens muttered under their breath as the call cut off, leaving them standing together in front of Katsuki and Izuku's house. They shared a glance between each other. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. So, what do we do now? I guess we can show them inside? Katsuki replied, equally as unsure. We wouldn't want to impose Ochako began. It ain't an imposition, it's fine. Katsuki waved her objection off. Without waiting for a response, he opened the door, ushering the 2 girls and Izuku inside. As he stepped in, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Anyone home?" "Stop yelling in the house, you demed brat," came the answering scream. The 2 girls jerked back in confusion, looking over to see Izuku in the middle of a deep, long-suffering sigh. "We brought friends over, you hag." "Oh, well, that's new." The voice that previously was screaming came around the corner, revealing a tall, young-looking blonde woman with spiky hair and red eyes that clearly was where Katsuki inherited his looks from. She was scribbling something down on a small notepad as she approached, placing the pad into her pocket when she noticed the 4 teenagers before her. She arched an eyebrow at Katsuki. "Well, brat? Introduce us. These are our new friends and they are training with us for UA." Izuku interjected, trying to cut off another screaming match. "I'm Himiko Toga, but please call me Himiko," the blonde said, bowing. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. We moved here to take the test for UA, and met Katsuki and Izuku at school. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother and Izuku's adopted mother," she said, smirking as she ruffled Izuku's hair and squeezed Katsuki's shoulder. "So what made you 2 bring the girls back here?" "We had to make a phone call together to our trainer and just ended up here is all," Izuku shrugged. Mitsuki nodded, having been made privy to the training plan the previous evening. Mid-nod she paused, her eyes narrowing as she looked over at the 2 girls before her with an appraising gaze. She let out a quiet hum as she looked them both up and down. "Say, what size do you 2 wear?" Oh, sheet. "Oh, we are so sorry," Katsuki said, taking a step back from his mother as fear spread across his face. Izuku's eyes widened as well, taking a step back with Katsuki. His expression morphed to a mournful one, as if he were bearing witness to the final moments of his 2 friends, the girls both looking at Mitsuki in confusion. Sorry for what exactly?" Ochako asked, side-eyeing Izuku. The boy in question merely shook his head sadly. "You see you 2 later." "Huh." Both girls chorused, before letting out simultaneous eeps, as Mitsuki grabbed them by the wrist. "You 2 can try out my latest ideas. Come with me to the downstairs workshop." "Oh, I have so many ideas now." Mitsuki began dragging both girls with surprising strength, the 2 teenagers looking back in betrayal at the boys, one wincing and the other giving a mocking salute. "That was exhausting," Ochako flopped over the kitchen table in the Bakugo house. "No kidding," Himiko muttered, her head firmly planted face down on the same table. Katsuki snorted at the 2 of them and their dramatics. He wore an orange and black apron as he stood at the stove, carefully tending a pot and stirring in peas with the utmost concentration. Izuku was to his left at the cutting board, his own green and black apron tied around him as he rapidly chopped a pile of vegetables, pushing them over to Katsuki as he finished each one. "You're being ridiculous, it's not that bad," Izuku protested to the girls, but the smile on his face gave away his amusement. "Yeah, this was FING tame for mom. You should see her during a new launch, she's a FING terror." "And I look good doing it," came her shout from the living room, where she was planted on the sofa looking over paperwork on the table before her. "Your father said he'd be out late by the way, so set aside some for him for later, okay?" Katsuki just grunted in reply, taking a sip of the mixture in the pot and scowling at it. He held a hand out peremptorily to Izuku, the green-haired boy snatching up a bottle and passing it over without looking at the one next to him. "How could you just abandon us like that?" Ochako asked, lifting her head up off the table and trying to glare at the 2 boys, but with her exhaustion, she just looked like she was pouting cutely. Izuku glanced back at her, a little bit of pink staining his cheeks at her expression before he turned back to the cutting board. "We didn't think about it." Besides, at least you're getting something out of it. She's not really going to give us clothing once it goes to the factory, is she? Himiko asked quietly, her eyes glancing towards the living room as she tried to make sure the boy's mother couldn't hear her. Oh, you best believe you're getting a full FING line, Fangs. That's what Mom does. You model for her and give her ideas. She throws fabric in your face and commands you to wear it. She calls it free advertising, Katsuki replied. The blonde in question just groaned and lay back down onto the table. And he was here. Dinner. It's curry. And don't worry, it's not Kaken's normal curry, he's got a separate pot for that. Izuku said as he set 2 plates down before the girls. What do you mean his normal curry? Ochako asked. Let's just say he likes it hot and leave it at that, Izuku replied with a shaky smile. I don't like it hot, you all are just effing wimps. Katsuki shot back. Well, I'm no FNG wimp, I wanna try it. Himiko shot back, staring at Katsuki. Izuku stepped forward to try and protect her, but the blonde boy simply cackled in return and began spooning out a portion of his curry for her. Yeah, go for it, Fangs. Himiko snatched the plate up and dove in as fast as she could. As she closed her mouth over the food, she paused for a moment, her expression contemplative. It tastes fine, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Her voice trailed off as her eyes went wide, her pale skin suddenly flushing. Izuku sighed and opened the freezer, pulling out a small container of ice cream and sliding it across the table to the blonde girl. Is now the appropriate time to say, I told you so? Izuku asked, crossing his arms over his chest as Himiko ripped open the ice cream container and began scooping it into her mouth in a panicked rush. Hush you, she grumbled, her voice garbled and muffled by the food in it as she tried and failed to glare at the greenette. Ochako, little traitor that she was giggling at the teen beside her, covering her mouth with one hand as if it would stop the giggles from escaping. Himiko stuck her tongue out at the brunette, the girl in question returning the gesture in kind. As the 2 boys sat down at the table with the girls, they shared a smile. Everything seemed to be in order. They could not wait to get started training for UA. Sunday came around, and Toshinori had once again dragged the 4 teenagers to UA, with 3 of them to spend time with Recovery Girl, while he sat down with Ochako to discuss his training plan for her. He explained he planned on doing one-on-one sessions with each of them, but since she was the only one who didn't need to do any testing, he'd start with her. Alright, young Uraraka, let's take a look here. Now, I'm no quirk expert, but I did listen to what young Midoriya said about how your quirk functions, and you mentioned your goal of becoming a rescue hero like 13. Taking that into account, I feel that heavy stamina training and upper body training will be most effective for you. Why exactly? Ochako asked, tilting her head to the side. Toshinori glanced down at his papers once more, as the 2 sat across a small table in the lounge. Well, rescue heroes tend to do some of the most long-term intensive work. Villain fights may be flashy, but they tend to be over quickly. Speed tends to be the name of the game when it comes to apprehension of villains. But rescue work tends to take hours upon hours of intensive work, dealing with the consequences of said villain attacks or natural disasters. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, she nodded, listening intently. Now, a good limelight hero should still be helping with cleanup and have good stamina, don't get me wrong. But it's more important for a rescue hero. As for upper body work, even with your quirk, there will come times you need to be able to lift and move things physically. Especially if you're already floating something and it's hit your limit. Right now that's about 3 tons, right? I think so. It's hard to really get an accurate weight, but Izuku says that's what he estimates based on what we lifted when we tested it out the other day. Alright. Well, I doubt I need to tell you that we'll also be working on increasing that limit. I'm sure you already do that on your own. He paused as she nodded at him. Good. Well, the upper body workout will also be helpful for that, I believe. Finally, combat. Even rescue heroes have to fight. And sometimes, they get some of the most dangerous battles, because a villain may decide to take advantage of a disaster and jump in to make things worse. Why, just last month Tenko had to fight off a villain duo during a rescue operation. So we'll be working on that too. Ochako nodded again. She was listening intently, trying to ignore the pit in her stomach that kept roiling as she thought about the food situation, which she was still not entirely on board with. Something must have been visible on her face, because Toshinori paused and tilted his head to the side, his prior, all-might smile vanishing and a softer, warmer one crossing his face. "Is something the matter, young Uraraka?" I dunno," she muttered, shrugging her shoulders as she refused to meet his gaze. "Is this about your financial situation?" Toshinori asked. Ochako snapped her gaze to his in shock. "Why you know? Mirai did background checks on all of you." "I didn't ask for them, but he's stubborn," Toshinori sighed. Shrugging, he continued. "Considering the fact you flinch every time I bring up the diet plan, I assume it has something to do with that." "That's a really big assumption," she muttered. "You'd be surprised what tricks you pick up after 4 decades as the #1 hero," he replied. "Okay, I guess that's fair," she conceded. "Do you want to talk about it?" he asked softly. Ochako let out an annoyed huff. "Not really. I feel like that's all I do lately." "I won't force you to talk, kid. But it's clearly bothering you still. Is there something I can do to help make you more comfortable? I mean it when I say I'm paying for it after all." "That's just it. I don't want a handout or charity just because I'm Dash." Toshinori cut her off with a raised hand. "Young Uraraka, this is not a handout nor charity. For one, I'm providing for all 4 of you after all, and I'm well aware neither of the boys need this at all. For 2, this all has conditions. I need you to give it your all, to work your hardest, to go as plus ultra as you can. I expect to see the 4 of you taking the top 4 spots in the entrance exam." Ochako blinked at the tall, skinny blonde before her. He sighed, resting his hand on her shoulder and squeezing it. "Uraraka, I want to do this. I want to help you achieve your dreams. For all 4 of you. Midoriya may be the one I've chosen to inherit my power, but I want each and every one of you to succeed. The more heroes we have with a true and righteous heart, the better. And I believe that you have such a heart. So please, perk up and let your worries go. You'll be fine." Ochako bit her lip, looking down at her hands clasped in her lap. What he said did make sense, and it wasn't like he was treating her and Himiko differently from the boys. And Himi had been right, this wasn't an opportunity she should miss. This was her chance, her best chance at making it into UA and becoming a hero that could help her parents and bring smiles to people's faces. Squeezing tightly, she squared her shoulders and looked up at Toshinori with a determined expression. "I'll go as plus ultra as anyone else. And then I'll go beyond that. I'll do it." Toshinori grinned widely. "That's what I like to hear. Now, let's finish reviewing this before your friends finish up." "All right, young man, how does it feel?" Recovery Girl asked, her gaze steady on Katsuki's left leg as he stretched it out. "Same as the other one. Lighter, though," he replied, looking at the leg. "It takes some getting used to when you're used to mass-produced options. But once you do, you'll wonder how you ever put up with it," Ectoplasm said, sitting a few feet away from Katsuki. Katsuki glanced up at the hero. Having been introduced to him when he came in for the change in his leg, he'd been unable to really comprehend having such a discussion with a pro hero. He wasn't ashamed of his leg per se, he just didn't like thinking about it. And it wasn't like his family or friends understood what it was like. But Ectoplasm, he understood better than the others, considering his leg situation. Katsuki nodded, standing up. "Can I go test this sheet out or something?" Ectoplasm looked over at Recovery Girl, the older hero sighing as she tapped her cane on the ground and leaned on it. Yes, you hyperactive child. Go on." "Ectoplasm, please make sure he doesn't break anything." Ectoplasm nodded. "Come with me, Bakugo. I'll take you to my favorite training ground, we can make sure it performs up to your expectations." Katsuki nodded again, following behind the pro as they headed to the door. It opened before they reached it, revealing Toshinori and Ochako behind it. "Oh, hey Katsuki. Got the legs squared away?" she asked, smiling. Katsuki rapped his knuckles against his left leg. "Yeah, about to test it out and make sure it doesn't blow up on me or some sheet." "That's cool. Where are Himi and Izuku?" she asked, looking around. "Zoo's with the guy with the weird helmet, and Fangs is just around the corner or something. Miss Toga is currently resting. We had to draw a significant amount of blood to run some tests," Recovery Girl interjected, pointing at the other side of the clinic where a privacy curtain hung. Mr. Midoriya is in the support lab with Power Loader, who is finishing up the device that will allow him to better track his own energy expenditure. You can wait here with your friend if you wish, just make sure she stays in that bed for a while longer. Yes, ma'am. Ochako saluted. She gave Katsuki a friendly pat on the shoulder, the blonde smirking at her and nodding as he walked out the door. Tashinori stayed at the doorway, smiling at Ochako. I'll go check on young Bakugo and to discuss his training plan as well. She smiled back in acknowledgement, heading over to the corner where Recovery Girl said Himiko was resting. As she stepped around the curtain, she opened her mouth to greet the blonde but paused. Ochako's bright smile morphed into a smaller, more warm one as she looked down at the sleeping form of Himiko. The blonde girl sprawled out with arms akimbo and mouth slightly open, her fangs glinting in the office light. Her blonde hair was slowly escaping her habitual buns. She put them in, splayed around her head like a soft halo. Ochako pulled out the chair next to her bed and sat quietly in it, just looking over her friend with a soft gaze. She wasn't seated long, the sounds of footsteps interrupting her quiet contemplation. The messy green locks of Izuku's smiling face came around the curtain, his own gaze shifting to a surprised one at first as he looked over the tableau before. Ochako quickly put her finger up to her lips with a grin, the greenette returning her gesture with a soft smile. He pulled another chair over and sat next to her. So, how did it go? Ochako asked quietly, looking over at him. In answer, Izuku held out his wrist. On his right wrist was a bracelet of some kind, made of a black, metallic-looking substance of some kind. Where a watch face would be, instead, was a raised section of silver metal surrounding a screen, in which a green glowing bar was visible, filled from one end to the other with a series of notches set periodically around it. Looks like they were able to figure it out, he replied in the same quiet tone she did. He pointed at the left side of the bar. This is the upper end, and as I drain it'll drop the bar. So I can see how much I use at any one time and get a better handle on it. Ochako noted a similar device on his left wrist, but instead of a bar the silver section had a series of small numbers. She pointed at it. Same thing there? Nah, that one is for data collection. They want to try and figure out how I convert and at what rate. So it's tracking when I absorb what it is and how many joules it has. Then we'll be able to look at the data of how much I store from different sources and work out my conversion rate. Ochako brightened up at that. Oh, so you can see if one source is better for recharging when you go low. He smiled back at her. Exactly. And the right wrist should start beeping if I start going low, so I'll notice quicker and be able to stop using my quirk. She hummed contemplatively. But what about when you get, you know what? Won't that throw the data off? He shrugged. I'm still not sure how the two will interact. I've got some theories, but until I actually get it we have no idea. What theories? He placed a hand beneath his chin, cupping it in thought. Well, the easiest one would be it ends up treated as the same source of energy I use, in which case I don't think I could run out, seeing as All Might never did. Another possibility is they have no interaction at all, but that one seems unlikely because from what All Might said, his master's quirk changed when she got it. Is there a third theory? Kind of, but kind of not? I mean, the third possibility is it enhances it in some way, which is what it apparently did for the prior holders. But that's very vague and not really helpful, Izuku said, shrugging. Sounds hot, came the murmured comment from the bed the two were sitting by. Startled, both looked over to see a yawning Himiko, her eyes blinking rapidly as she tried to ease the glare from the clinic lights. What? Izuku stammered, flushing both from the comment and confusion at the apparent non-sequitur. Well, with how your quirk does that cool rush when you give your energy to others, imagine what else you could do with it while touching someone? Himiko smirked. Ochako pressed her face in her hands, groaning, as Izuku sputtered incoherently. Ochako just looked at him helplessly with a flustered grin, as the greenette shook his head rapidly to clear it. Trying to get a little bit back on her, he managed to speak through his flushed face. Do you have an off switch or something? Dunno, why don't you look and find out? She shot back, smirking even harder as Izuku realized that he'd walked right into that. She sat up in the bed, winking at Ochako as she did. Or maybe you want to find it so you can turn me on again? Oh my god, Hime, stop before you give him an aneurysm, Ochako said, breaking into giggles as Izuku's head dropped to his chest, unable to deal with the situation. Nope. Himiko giggled in return. After a moment to contain herself, she smiled sultrily at Ochako. Besides, it's your fault I'm always turned on after all. Ochako's face flushed beet red, matching the green-haired boy next to her as she squeaked. After a moment, she glared and smacked Himiko on the leg, ignoring the burning in her cheeks. You stop that. But, Chaco, it's fun to see you two turn pretty colors. Alright, enough flirting you three, if she's up I can make sure she's doing alright. The voice of Recovery Girl broke into their little playful conversation, pulling back the privacy curtain. She did an appraising look over Himiko, nodding after a moment. You look alright. Any dizziness or lightheadedness? You should be fine from the amount we took, but best to be certain. Nope. I feel great after that little nap. Himiko replied. Very well. You're free to go. We were able to determine you need to drink about 1/4 to 1/2 pint of blood a day. This is one of the higher amounts on record, but nothing that can't be managed. We'll have the deliveries set up in a jiffy. Your friend will be returning shortly, so once he's back you four can head back home and begin that oaf's training regimen. You mean to All Might? Izuku asked. Recovery Girl snorted. Told you his name, did he? Well, that makes sense with you being his successor. You know, the three teens practically shouted at her, eyes wide. Of course I do. I'm the one who helped stitch his sorry but back together after his fight 6 years ago, the older heroine said. It's best I know anyways, young man. Who knows what backlash you might suffer while using it? I am already prepared to spend plenty of time smacking that man's shins for inevitably failing to teach you appropriately. The three teens shared a glance, but wisely decided not to involve themselves in what was clearly Toshinori's problem. Yo nerds, what's up? Katsuki's voice came from the doorway, stepping inside with Toshinori behind. Hey Kaken, we were just finishing up. The leg good? Yep, this thing can take a FING pounding. I can't wait to start some training with this thing. Toshinori placed his hand on Katsuki's shoulder and smiled at the other three. Well, if you are all ready, let's finish up our training plan discussions and we can begin training this weekend. 2 months later. Remind me why we wanted to go through this again? Himiko collapsed against Izuku's shoulder as he sat against the dumpster, draining a water bottle. Somewhat used to her behavior by this point, he was only partly flushed from her and partly from the effort of the day. Capping the now empty bottle and tossing it over his shoulder into the dumpster, he sighed. I mean, I'm doing it because I'm the idiot who said yes. Dunno what's wrong with the rest of you. A hand swatted him on the shoulder, with no force due to her exhaustion. You stop that, Ochako scolded. It was a daily struggle to get Izuku to stop with his self-deprecating comments, but Ochako felt the training was slowly taking effect. Wimps, Katsuki muttered, the effect somewhat ruined by the sweat streaming down his face and the gasps for air he was taking. You two cats, Himiko shot back. I thought you and Katsuki were bad enough, but those two argue like cats and dogs. Ochako sighed, slumping against Izuku's other shoulder. Izuku paused, humming thoughtfully. Well, Himiko does have a vestigial cat mutation, and people always said Kaken was like an angry Pomeranian, so it fits. If I could stand I'd kick your butt for that zoo, Katsuki said, having given up his fight with gravity and laying down on the sand. Wait, I have a what? Himiko said, raising her head off where it rested on Izuku's shoulder. A vestigial cat mutation, I assume inherited. You didn't know? Izuku blinked. No? How do you know? Izuku shrugged. I just do? I mean, you have slit eyes like a cat, and the thing you do where you vanish from sight isn't part of your transform quirk. I assume it's related to how cats are ambush predators. Himiko stared at Izuku with wide eyes. Ochako shrugged, no longer surprised by his random bursts of insight. Katsuki snorted. You're freaking fangs out there, Zoo. Oh, I'm so sorry, Himiko. Izuku gushed, his hands fluttering nervously in the air as he turned to her with wide eyes. She shook her head for a moment, smiling back at him. It's fine, Izu, I just get surprised at how your mind works sometimes. You'd think I'd be used to it by now. I ain't used to it and we grew up together, Katsuki said. Izuku puffed out his cheeks in displeasure and pouted. I'm not that bad. Yes you are, came the deadpan reply from the other three teenagers. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest and sank down, glaring at the sand. Ah, there you four are. Tashinori's voice echoed out, the skinny blonde stepping around the dumpster to loom over the disheveled teenagers. Tashinori? Where have you been? Himiko asked, craning her neck to look up at him. Why, I had to go meet my friend, he finally had time to come down and see you. Kids, meet Sir Night Eye, my former sidekick. Tashinori gestured to a slender, tall man with dark green hair and yellow streaks through it dressed in an immaculate suit. Oh hello. Izuku managed to get out, struggling to get to his feet. Unfortunately, he did not take into account the extra weight of the two girls leaning on him, and his feet slipped in the sand, sending him falling backwards and banging his head off the dumpster. The two girls shouted in alarm as they fell, both of them collapsing across his prone form and nearly knocking their heads together. Night Eye sighed deeply and glared at Tashinori. And he is your chosen successor? I promise you. Mirai, he is more than suited. He is a hero, through and through, even though he himself does not believe that yet. Stop talking about me like I'm not here, Izuku muttered as he managed to unentangle himself from the girls, rubbing the back of his head as he sat up. Night Eye sighed, pinching his nose. Very well. I'll speak to you later. Tashinori requested I come assist the four of you with your quirks for your training. I have the notes he's given me, based upon the ones you provided Midoriya, so I do hope they are accurate or else we'll be wasting time. We checked them over before he sent them, Sir Knight. He gets our quirks, I promise. Ochako said, smiling shakily. Good. You just volunteered to go first. Come with me, he gestured peremptorily. Ochako gulped, sharing a glance with Himiko before struggling to her feet and following Night Eye around the corner. I'm given to understand you have misunderstood how your quirk works. Where you initially believed you removed gravity, what you actually were doing was matching the gravitational field on an object subconsciously to make it float, correct? That's what Izu thinks it does. I never tried anything but making things float before, but when I tried increasing gravity it crushed the dryer flat. Really tied my stomach in knots though. Have you tried altering the gravity to the side? Or in other words, rather than vertical movement, horizontal? Ochako shrugged. Not since the other day. Izuku suggested that too, but after how it made me react I'm a little hesitant. Night Eye nodded, scribbling in a tiny notebook. Alright, and can you transfer the mechanics through a wire as he also theorized? Also haven't tried that yet. Fine. We're testing each of these scenarios today. We're going to stick to very small objects just to see proof of concept. This should prevent the backlash you spoke of. Tashinori explained the wisdom in learning how to fight even a rescue hero, correct. Night Eye waited for Ochako to nod at him before continuing. Excellent. As a matter of course, I will suggest focusing on a fighting style that focuses on grappling, holds, and throws. Since your quirk is reliant on your hands, we'll prioritize defense of them because losing your fingers means losing your quirk. Ochako's eyes went wide at the clinical way he spoke. Is that something I should worry about? A smart villain who knows how your quirk works will prioritize your hands. However, you can take measures to protect yourself. Good gloves will help, especially ones that can cover your fingertips and retract with ease. Not an uncommon support item, but we're going to learn how to fight without support items. You can't become too reliant on equipment. In the field, the only thing you can truly rely on is yourself and the other heroes around you. Civilians will often be more hindrance than help. So, Night Eye snapped his notebook shut, pushing his glasses up on his nose. Let's begin our tests. Midoriya has it marked down that you have impeccable control over your explosions, yes? I had to, else I'd blow up our FNG house on accident, Katsuki replied. What do the two of you consider impeccable control? Katsuki shrugged. I never let him off unless I want to. I adapt to my fights to only use as big a one as I need to win. Explosions can kill and I'm no of a murderer. And if you faced someone who has a weakness to heat or force, would you be able to accurately gauge how big an explosion you need without this knowledge? Katsuki looked uncomfortable at that. Well, I try to start out small and sheet and ramp up unless I already know. And they don't really have as much heat as it seems, it's more force and sheet. Else I'd burn myself. But you can burn someone, yes? Night Eye asked insistently. Yeah, I guess, Katsuki muttered. And you can utilize it in many different ways, correct? Midoriya has written here that you can create bright flashes of light without heat, that you can use the concussive force to propel yourself around, and that you even have created a few super moves. Yeah, the flash is one, I call it stun grenade, and I have howitzer impact for someone big and tough. Explain howitzer impact to me. Air, so explosions and fire need oxygen, right? So I go into the air and quickly with my explosions to pull the air around me in, making like a mini tornado and sheet. Then I can throw out one really big explosion with the extra oxygen to fuel it. How well can you aim it? Katsuki shrugged. I don't use it till I got my target right in sight, preferably upon hitting them directly. But it's hard to practice out here. So I've only done it a couple times and not at anyone yet. Night Eye scribbled down in his notebook. How close to actual nitroglycerin is the chemical you produce, and is it as dangerous to consume as normal nitroglycerin? Far as we can tell, it's pretty much FNG identical in all ways. But I'm immune to consuming it. It's why I'm always careful to wash my hands a lot while cooking for others though. Very well. Your fighting style is fairly set, I'm led to believe, but I'd still like to witness it in action so we can see what we can improve on. You have a similar weakness to Miss Uraraka in the fact that a smart villain will go for your hands. Granted, you have better ranged options than she does currently, but this is still an important thing to take care of. Let's see how well you do. So Miss Toga Dash. Himiko, please. I don't like that name. Night Eye glanced up at her for a moment, before nodding. Very well, Miss Himiko. So, unlike your companions, your quirk is not a major boon in combat. You will be better off relying on your natural agility and ability to avoid detection when you must fight, but it would probably behoove you to consider weaponry. Do you have a preferred weapon? I like knives, she replied with a smile, her fangs peeking over her lips. A reasonable. Knives would give you a way to get blood, and are effective at stopping villains. However, if knives are your weapon of choice, we will need to spend some time practicing how to use them without killing or maiming your foe permanently. That's a great way to end your hero career early. Himiko nodded. Yeah, Dad says the same thing. He also suggested I go into underground heroics, 'cause that's easier to get away with using knives and my quirk would work better in that. Your father has the right idea. I was going to suggest the same. Your quirk would be an excellent boon for infiltration, subterfuge, and investigation. And underground heroics could always use more heroes interested in it. They also operate with, I won't say fewer rules per se, as they must follow the same laws, but less scrutiny on said rules. Himiko nodded again. Yep, that's what Dad said too. Night Eye's lips twitched upward slightly. That all said, I am not a true expert in underground heroics, although I've done some work in that area. However, I think what I can help you most with is twofold. One, we're going to practice adaptability, especially your acting adaptability. Acting? If you're going to infiltrate somewhere, you need to be able to act like the person you've mirrored. I understand there are some instinctual mannerisms that come through when you transform, but we're going to hone those to a razor point so you would be indistinguishable. And the second thing? In response, Night Eye reached one hand into his chest coat, spinning about in a flash as his hand flicked. A loud crack echoed from the retaining wall behind him, a stamp partially embedded into the stone. He turned back to Himiko. I have no strength quirk, or any physical enhancement quirk. That is solely the province of a support item and my own agility. We're going to practice something similar for you. You don't need super strength to still be strong, and I'm going to make sure you can manage that and better. Himiko grinned widely at the image, and her grin stretched further as Night Eye pulled a knife from his pocket and set it on the dishwasher before him that he had been using as a desk. She met his gaze as he nodded towards the knife. "All right, Miss Himiko, let's get started." Night Eye pushes his glasses up once more, sighing deeply. "So you're Tashinori's chosen successor?" "Why, yes, sir," Izuku replied. "I will make this clear. I'm not second-guessing his choice. I believe him when he says you have the right spirit. What I am going to do is ask you if you believe you are the right choice." Izuku froze in place for a moment, eyes wide as Night Eye seemed to directly pick the same thought that kept percolating in his mind every day. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. "As I thought. You're not sure if you are either, are you?" Izuku hung his head in response, refusing to meet the hero's gaze. Night Eye sighed once more. "Stop looking like a kicked puppy. Why aren't you sure? Do you doubt Tashinori?" "No. All Might's been my idol since I first saw his debut video. He's the greatest. And talking to Tenko helped a lot too, but you caused the deaths of 37 people and injured 212 others. Your parents included in that number of deaths, and your childhood friend's leg included in the injury count. And you don't believe this gives you the right to inherit one for all, correct?" Izuku curled in on himself, refusing to look up. "If you're reading my mind, why bother asking questions?" he managed to mutter. "I'm confirming my theory. And now for my next statement. Why are you a hypocrite?" "What?" Izuku gasped, finally looking up at the man before him. "Tell me this, Midoriya. Tenko Shimura caused 5 deaths with his initial quirk activation. Do you believe that is his fault?" "And no, he was just a kid." Night Eye's deadpan glare told Izuku exactly how he felt about that statement. Izuku shook his head rapidly. "It's different." "But because of the scale of the incident? What if I told you about a young man in Argentina whose first quirk activation caused the nearby dam to break and flood his village, killing over 100 people and injuring countless more? Would you blame that 4-year-old child?" No, I mean if it was an accident dash. Then it can't be the scale that's the issue. Is it because a villain was involved? Does that not mitigate it even further? It never would have happened if the villain hadn't been there. Is it not the villain's fault for putting you in that position in the first place? I mean he did, but I dash. Enough. Let's talk about your quirk." Izuku sputtered, the whiplash from the abrupt subject change leaving him flustered. Night Eye continued as if he hadn't completely confused the greenette before him. "Here's what we're going to do today. We are going to experiment with each aspect of your quirk and take note of every expenditure you make, of what amount was consumed from your reservoir and what the effect was. We're going to write that all down. And then you are going to memorize every single one of them." "Why?" Izuku managed to get out, still reeling from Night Eye's rapid-fire subject change. Night Eye pointed at the monitor on his wrist. "Because that can break. That can be stolen or forgotten or malfunction. We're going to make sure you know every in and out of your quirk, its functions, and its expenditures by heart so that no matter what situation you are in, you can manage yourself. Especially as even with that on, you won't have the freedom to constantly be looking down at it. We'll also use this as a comparison to when you do take one for all from Tashinori to see how it and one for all interact." "Why, yeah, that makes sense. I was tracking it before, but I haven't really been doing a lot with my quirk since we started Tashinori's training plan. You're over a third of the way done, so it's time to mix in more quirk work for you and your friends. We'll spend the rest of the day on experiments, and I will be with you all once a week going forward to work on control and precision. Now, get up, Midoriya. It's time to begin." Night Eye paused as he stood, turning back to look at Izuku with a steely gaze. "And don't think you can continue to be a hypocrite about your past. You will learn, Izuku Midoriya, or you will falter when it matters most. Let's not waste any more time." 3 months. Ochako gasped as she slammed her back into the barrier behind her. She rubbed at her eyes, hoping to clear up some vision from the smoke clouding them. Though she knew it an exercise in futility, she tried to listen in for sounds of another attack, but the distant sounds of shouts, screams, and the burning of flames kept her from being able to make anything out. Another muffled boom sounded nearby, sending sand spraying into the air as a static-sounding buzz came out in reply. She swiped at her brow, trying to brush off some of the dirt and sweat, but only succeeded at spreading it further. Inwardly, she cursed as she'd lost track of one of them. While she knew where the other two were, the most dangerous of them all was still on the loose and hunting. She carefully looked to her left, her right, and up just in case, as three of them could fight in 3 dimensions. "Tag, you're it," a cheerful voice shouted as she felt a slap on her rear end, making her jump and yelp loudly. She glared at the smirking blonde, the wide-fanged grin showing as Himiko giggled, before dashing off madly towards the sounds of Katsuki exploding the sand near Izuku as the two boys tried to keep track of who was it and who wasn't. "Quirk tag is more competitive than I thought it'd be," Ochako muttered to herself. Taking a moment to catch her breath, she clenched her fists tightly and tapped herself to lower her gravity. With a powerful leap, she jumped over the pile of trash behind her and shouting as she went, using the top of the pile to swing around and launch herself towards the trio that were now throwing sand and trash at each other to keep the other back. "Formants." "Chiku," Himiko whined, flopped across the couch at the Bakugo residence. Ochako arched an eyebrow at the blonde, comfortably curled up on the armchair with a book in hand. "Kako, I'm bored. Entertain me," the blonde commanded. "We're studying Hime. We have to pass the written test too, you know. We've been at it for 4 hours. The boys already f'd off to do other sheet, why can't we?" "They're cooking dinner, Himiko." "That's not off to do other sheet, that's important." "Very important because I'm hungry." "Hi hungry, I'm Izuku," came the shouted dad joke from the kitchen, the annoyed groan from Katsuki echoing out a moment later. A loud smack was heard, followed by Izuku cursing and Katsuki guffawing in turn. A second later another smack was heard, the reversed sounds coming out from the kitchen in return. "Don't make me come in there." Ochako raised her voice, unable to keep the smile out of her tone at the now familiar sound of the two boys fighting over something or other. "Yes ma'am," Izuku shouted back. "God, you're so effing whipped, Zoo," Katsuki remarked, the eye rolling audible from the living room. Ochako's cheeks pinked a little, but she was mostly immune to the various teasing Himiko and lately Katsuki had been throwing towards her and Izuku. Not that she was ignoring it, she knew there was a very good reason the two had been so pushy and she knew it was ridiculously obvious, but she wasn't about to actually say anything. Not yet. Like she told Himiko, she wanted to get into you first, anything else had to wait. But DMN were those two making it difficult. Izuku had taken to wearing even tighter clothing since their training had kicked up, compression shirts especially because he mentioned it helped with his chronic pain. Not that he'd explained what exactly that pain was, but she was patient. She knew he'd open up eventually, and it was very noticeable what the training was doing to his musculature. Himiko hadn't slouched either, her already toned form becoming tight like a dancer or a swimmer, an athlete known for their speed and agility. And it was hard not to notice when they lived and changed together. Sometimes she cursed being a bisexual disaster, at the same time thanking the gods she was because she was surrounded by eye candy and both loved and loathed it at once. Annoyingly, while she knew she'd gained her own fair share of muscle and she was just as capable as the others, there was still that small layer of fat that stubbornly refused to leave. Toshinori did keep reminding her that that was, in fact, healthier in the long run for her. Being so visibly toned your abs were well defined was a sign of dehydration for most people. Izuku only got a pass because his quirk caused his body to handle body fat differently than most people. Not that she was unhappy with where she was. Though the training was brutal and painful, there was something to be said for being able to see and feel the results as she went. She could run farther, lift more, and her quirk was developing along with her body. She could see the results and it felt great. But it was so very tough to deal with how clingy Himiko was at all times, and when she trained against Izuku and was pressed up against him because she had him grappled or he had her in a hold, yeah, the stuff dreams were made of. Physical attraction wasn't her issue though. It wasn't like she hadn't seen hot people before. It was how nice Izuku was, how smart he was without making her feel stupid. He was often quiet, almost shy, yet when he spoke to Katsuki he became far more confident, more teasing, more able to stand up for himself, and she hated how much she loved seeing that side of him. a side that he was showing more and more about her and Himiko, the girl she already knew she had feelings for. Himiko made no secret of how she felt about Ochako, even if she hadn't said the words exactly. She'd blossomed so much ever since she got her new dad, and now she was seldom afraid to just be herself. Ochako loved that about her, how much she teased, how funny she could be, how confident she was in who she was when she was around people she trusted. But that was confusing, having feelings for two different people, even knowing at least one of them shared her view. Izuku was much harder to read. He was so practiced at keeping his true feelings hidden that it was very difficult for her to figure out what he thought about the two of them, if his blushing was just his unfamiliarity with how forward Himiko, and sometimes herself, it was cute how flustered he'd get. Or if he had some feelings in return. It was frustrating, but she was waiting anyway, so she'd have to see what happened after the exam. Who knew what the future would hold for the four of them? Whatcha thinkin' about, Chako? The questioning voice of Himiko broke her out of her musings. Oh, nothing important. She waved Himiko off with a soft smile. Any further conversation was interrupted by Katsuki, yelling at them to get their buttes into the dining room because dinner was ready. She set her book down and stood up, stretching slightly as she wandered into the kitchen with Himiko, ready for another day in her new normal. 5 months. Ouch, Izuku muttered, holding one hand up to his temple. The three teens and their mentor turned to look at him worriedly. What's wrong? Toshinori asked. It's nothing. I've just been getting annoying headaches recently, Izuku said dismissively. Headaches? Perhaps I'm working you for too hard. No, it's not that. This is normal for me. They think I have a sinus issue or something, Izuku quickly spoke. Yeah, Nerd's been having headaches and I strained since we were little. Never could nail down what actually caused it. FING annoying. Very well if you're sure. But if this is making it worse, be sure to speak up. I want you to stay in tip-top shape after all. How much more we got? Himiko groaned, slumped. Maybe another month or two? Izuku offered. You're doing great, kids. I'm impressed. We're nearing the home stretch for this beach, so don't you be discouraged now. Toshinori exhorted, smiling widely at the teens while he stood there, hands on his hips. Feels like we've been doing this forever, Himiko grumbled, but her tone lacked any bite to it. I know, but that's part and parcel of being a good hero, training. And you're doing excellent at it. You're also coming along very well with your quirks. Mirai's training is certainly leaving its mark. I have high hopes for all of you when it comes to the entrance exam. Yeah, well, I was gonna be number one either way, but won't say no to some more training to assure my victory, Katsuki said. Sometimes I wonder why I put up with you, Izuku deadpanned in response to Katsuki's arrogance. 'Cause no one else would put up with you for 18 years, Katsuki shot back. As the two boys began bickering again, the other three simply tuned them both out, well used to their somewhat weird antagonistic relationship. So what happens after we finish this beach up anyways? I know you're gonna give Izu the quirk, but what else will we do for the last couple months before the exam? Chako asked. Well, we don't have any more convenient beaches to clean, so we'll be moving to a slightly more structured form of training comparatively. Once you're in the right shape, it's much easier to keep it so long as you keep up with proper diet and exercise. We'll have to adjust your diet once more, and you'll start doing more things like distance runs and weightlifting, but I believe we'll focus further on your quirks. Mirai has some more exercises he wants you to practice. Toshinori gestured to the greenette, the young man currently embroiled in an argument with Katsuki about what wine to use when cooking Italian food. Ochako wasn't entirely sure and at this point was too afraid to ask, much less how they somehow got on that topic in the last 30 seconds. As for him, we'll need to focus pretty heavily on one for all and how to properly wield it, and especially how much it'll impact his existing quirk. The girls nodded. As a momentary silence fell across the beach, not including the boys now debating something involving jet engines, Himiko squirmed for a moment before reaching into her bag and pulling out a framed souvenir photo of All Might. Hey Toshinori? My dad, he's like a huge fan. I know we're not supposed to tell anyone you're training us, but I haven't seen him for a while and he's done so much for me, so, could you, sign that? Of course, From what little you've said of him, he sounds like an excellent father. I'd be happy to sign. Toshinori smiled as he took the photo from Himiko and the marker she had in hand, swiftly scrawling his signature across the bottom. Himiko's smile was much softer than its normal smirk when she looked at the photo and gently put it back in her bag. Yeah. He's been so good to me, ever since he took me in. I don't know where I'd be without him. Things were pretty bad for a while, after my parents kicked me out. But he found me and did so much for me, and then I got to meet Ochako, and then the boys, and you, and he's just the greatest. Thanks, Toshi, it'll mean so much to him. I hope I can meet him one day and then I can thank him for raising a wonderful hero to be, Toshinori replied with a soft smile. A gentle punch hit Himiko's shoulder, making her turn to glance at the smirking face of Katsuki and worried smile of Izuku. Yeah, maybe he can swing by sometime. And Cheek's parents too. Mom and Pop would happily host a dinner or some sheet. Why don't you ask them if they can make it out here sometime? Izuku asked. We've got plenty of time before the exam, so it's no rush. Or if it's too much, maybe we should see about going to visit your home? I'm sure you miss it. Ochako shook her head with a sad smile. I do, but we wouldn't have any room to really host. Himi's dad isn't well off either. But maybe they can come out here, she asked, turning to look at Himiko for her opinion. Himiko looked up contemplatively. Your parents, maybe. I know Dad said he was going to be doing a lot of traveling while I was out here, so I'm not sure if he's even going to be home anytime soon. Especially once I got the blood situation cleared up, he said he trusted I had that handled and would be working harder than ever. Well, still, no harm in sending an invite, right? Izuku said. Why, yeah, that could be fun. I'll talk to mine about it tonight. Ochako smiled. Okay, yeah, I was gonna call Dad anyways. I'll see if he can make it, Himiko added. 6 months. It's too bad your father couldn't make it, Himiko, but we're happy to have him over any time, Masaru said quietly to the blonde girl as he set the table. Himiko handed him another set of cutlery from where she was helping, long used to the layout of the drawers and cupboards in the Bakugo residence. It's fine. I expected he'd be busy. He was really sorry but said he had a really big project at work he had to finish. Still, I'm sure it's disappointing. I'm glad you're here though. Himiko turned to look at the brown-haired man, blinking rapidly in confusion. Huh. Masaru smiled gently at her. You've been a wonderful friend to our boys. Mistuki and I were so happy when you and Ochako met them and got along so well. It's nice to see them spending time with someone other than each other. But what about that one friend Katsuki mentioned, Tsubara? Tsubasa. And while he was Katsuki's friend, they weren't very close. Katsuki is an acquired taste, Mitsuki likes to say. Both he and Izuku were off-putting to the other kids in different ways. Izuku had issues with his past, as you know somewhat. And Katsuki is, well, Katsuki. Himiko nodded along with Masaru as he spoke. But the two of you change things. The two of you not only are their friends, you challenge them. And they appreciate it more than you realize. Masaru quietly set the plates down on the table as he spoke, his voice falling even softer than before. I think Katsuki had almost given up on pushing Izuku. Izuku gave up on his dreams a long time ago. But somehow the two of you managed to push Izuku just that little bit further, enough that he took that first step. And Katsuki, he needs a bit of a tempering influence. I can see it, in the way you challenge him and his assumptions, in how Ochako refuses to back down. He respects that. And what he respects, he listens to. But he listens to Izuku too, isn't that good enough? Masaru shook his head sadly. The boys are a little too connected at times, we feel. Katsuki is very protective of Izuku, not that he likes to show it. And Izuku would be the same, if anyone hurt Katsuki. Izuku still feels guilty over what happened, and Katsuki just worries for his best friend. They need to be able to make other friends, form other bonds. Not that we want them to stop being friends either. We just want them to make room for other people. And they did, with the two of you. And hopefully more when they get into UA. You're pretty confident they'll get in, Himiko remarked after a few moments of silence. Oh, of that I have no doubt. Nothing stops Katsuki when he puts his mind to it. And Izuku is just as stubborn, if in a different way. Those two are going to succeed. And so will you and Ochako. You're cut from the same cloth, and I look forward to seeing you all as heroes in the future. Himiko paused for a moment to calm her shaking hands and blink back the tears threatening to fall. The only people who had ever believed in her before were her dad and Ochako, until she met the boys. To hear someone else's parent, a father who didn't abandon his child when times were tough, believe in her was overwhelming. She'd barely had time to speak to Masaru before, his wife and son often overshadowing him in conversation with their bombastic natures and aggressive gestures of affection. But here he was, thanking her for befriending the two boys when in all honesty it had been as easy as breathing. Two people her age who weren't afraid of her or her quirk, who found it fascinating. Two people her age who didn't look down on her for being adopted, or not coming from money, or not really being great with personal space. Like it was some great personal hardship for her to befriend them, when really, she was so thankful they'd accepted her. Not only them, but their parents, Mitsuki and Masaru had welcomed both her and Ochako in with open arms. Tashinori, the #1 hero All Might, never once flinched around her when she opened another blood bag and downed it, nor found her mannerisms or weird questions off-putting. Being here in Mizudafu was a breath of fresh air. But she still had trouble believing it, believing people could see her for who she was, so she felt compelled to ask. You really don't mind my everything? I know I'm not normal, she muttered, unable to meet the older man's eyes. The only thing I see here before me is a young lady, with a bright future, who has helped my sons be the best men they can be. Never let anyone tell you your value, Himiko. Only you get to decide that. Thanks. He smiled at her once more. Looks like we're all finished up in here. I'll let the boys know and we can start serving everyone. You go ahead and get Ochako and her parents. 7 months. Yagi hummed to himself as he parked his truck in the nearby parking lot. He'd been absent for a couple of weeks, having to fly across Japan to help deal with a major catastrophe brewing in the north, a black market kidnapping ring run by a group of very dangerous villains. At this point, he had no worries about leaving the young adults. To their own devices, they had been doing an excellent job at pushing themselves without him watching their every moment. If they had followed his schedule, they'd be done in just another couple of weeks, so he couldn't wait to see how far they'd gotten. As he rounded the corner to the beach, his eyes went wide in surprise. Every corner of the beach was pristine, sparkling clean with the waves gently lapping at the sand. Not a speck of trash to be seen, not even the areas he hadn't marked for them to clean. A giggle brought his attention to the right, making him turn to see the 4 teenagers. At the top of the last pile of scrap metal waiting to go to the dump, Katsuki stood, arms crossed across his chest and a proud smirk plastered on his face. Laying down, almost lounging on the flat piece just to the left of him was Himiko, the blonde teen giving off a smirk that looked like a cat who had gotten into the cream. Sitting next to her, smiling wide and eyes shining, Izuku was slouched forward, his elbows resting on his knees as he looked down at Yagi. Rounding out the 4 was the standing form of Ochako, her arms on her hips and pride radiating from her. Oh my goodness! Yagi exclaimed, puffing up into his muscle form in surprise. Why, you cleared the entire beach ahead of schedule, even the parts one didn't mark. Plus ultra, right? Ochako said, her smile growing even wider. Yeah, cheeks! Katsuki cheered. Yagi nodded, his own smile threatening to split his face in half. His voice boomed as he spoke, internally glad no one was ever around the beach this early. You 4 continue to surprise and impress me. Well, young Midoriya, you've done everything I asked of you. As have the rest of you. And that means today is the day. Izuku blinked rapidly, his stricken expression making it clear he'd actually somehow forgotten what the end goal was. He gulped, but a gentle shove from Ochako on his back made him look back at her with a soft smile. She beamed down at him as Himiko poked him in the side, her own grin appearing in his view. A loud clang sounded out as Katsuki hopped down onto the surprisingly stable piece of metal the other 3 were resting on, his hand squeezing Izuku's shoulder tightly for a moment, before shoving the greenette forward. Expecting this, Izuku managed to avoid falling onto his face, landing heavily on the sand as he sent a mock glare back up at the blonde boy who was failing to hide his snickers. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and turned back to his mentor. "Okay. I'm ready." Yagi placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, squeezing tightly as he reached up and gripped one of his hairs, yanking it out. "You have done everything I asked and more. I am proud to have witnessed the growth you've undertaken these past months. You are an exceptional young man with a heroic spirit, and I am looking forward to seeing you and your friends surpass me. Now, today is your first step on your new path forward. So eat this." He shoved the hair into Izuku's face. "What?" 4 voices shouted. After Toshinori had explained the reasoning and the 4 of them were able to set aside their disgust, well, the 3 who didn't have to do it. Izuku was still displeased. He swallowed it down, grimacing the whole way as he drained the water bottle Toshinori offered. He'd informed Izuku and the rest it could be a few hours before he felt anything, so he suggested they head home and relax for a while. "The moment you feel it, be sure to call me and I'll come pick you up so we can do some work with it," Toshinori had stated. "For now, I need to set up a room at UA for practice, as well as do my normal day job. Lives to save, villains to stop, you know the drill. I'll be awaiting your call, young Midoriya." With that, he'd driven off as the 4 teens collectively decided to just hang out at the Bakugo residence, where the girls had been staying so often that the guest room had practically become their bedroom at this point. They were so familiar with the house that they didn't bother with niceties, which Mitsuki had insisted on either way and practically beaten it into their head to consider it a home away from home, causing Himiko to wander off into the kitchen looking for a snack while Katsuki went downstairs to the small home gym they'd set up. Ochako settled on the couch, leaning back against it and grabbing the remote, channel surfing to see if she could find something to occupy her. Izuku had taken the seat next to her, but he wasn't paying attention to the television at all, mostly scribbling in his analysis notebook as he always did. After a little over 15 minutes had passed, Ochako having settled on some old movie playing on reruns, she noticed that she hadn't heard the scribbling of Izuku's pencil for quite some time. Glancing to her right where he was sitting, she caught him staring down at his notebook in consternation, his eyes narrowed. Himiko had perched on the other end of the couch, quietly munching on some chips as she met Ochako's gaze. The blonde girl jerked her head towards Izuku, silently telling Ochako to say something. "Izuku? Is something the matter?" Ochako asked. "Wha?" Izuku started, jolting up and staring at her with wide, confused eyes. After a moment he realized what she'd asked and let his tense shoulders relax a little. "Oh, no, not really. Just nervous, I guess. And my headache is back again." "Well, why not try taking a nap? It's not like we're doing anything important until it kicks in," Himiko suggested. Izuku pondered for a moment, nodding a little at the thought. "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Okay." As he began to stand, a hand gripped his wrist and pulled him back down onto the couch with an oof. "What? I was going to go take a nap," he asked, confused why Himiko had yanked him back down. "Just nap here, dummy. We'll keep you safe," she smirked at him, fangs glinting. Izuku glanced over at Ochako, the brunette giggling. Behind her hand with a playful gleam in her eyes. "Yep, listen to Himiko, we'll keep you nice and cozy." Izuku, almost inured to their teasing, just rolled his eyes with an indulgent smile. Fine, whatever. Wake me up in a couple hours." "You got it, Captain," Himiko said, saluting. Ochako shoved him with her shoulder as she grinned at him. With a sigh, Izuku leaned back against the couch, almost sinking into the plush softness. He couldn't deny this couch was excellent for taking naps. His uncle had apparently been insistent when they bought it that all their living room furniture was nice and cozy, specifically for nap time. He expected it would take him time to fall asleep. He was never really easily able to sleep, but for some reason it seemed to sneak up on him rapidly. The exhaustion from the morning's rushed work, the anxiety over what he'd accepted, the pressure behind his eyes from his annoying headache, all of that and more contributed to a level of tiredness he rarely felt all at once. He found himself drifting off to sleep within minutes, the quiet hum of the television and soft chatter of the 2 girls becoming a lullaby sending him off into dreamland, his breath evening out and slowing, his muscles relaxing and sinking into the couch. He fell asleep gently, softly, feeling safe and warm and comfortable, and woke up underwater. Water? Izuku's sleep-addled brain questioned, before it hit him. He panicked. It was dark, as if it were night, and underwater in the dark he couldn't see anything. Desperately he began spinning around in every direction, looking for some light, some indication of the surface of the water, something to tell him where to go or how to get to air. He needed air. He was holding his breath. Wait, wasn't holding his breath. Izuku's panic paused as his analytical mind took over. He realized he'd had his mouth open the entire time, his panic causing him to breathe rapidly, and yet he felt fine. Nothing in his lungs, nothing in his mouth, he could breathe without issue. This had to be a dream. That was the only solution. That or some sort of quirk, but dream seemed more likely since he just fell asleep. Taking a moment to calm himself, he tried to look around again, this time without the panicked motion. After a moment, he finally spotted a glimmering of light in a direction. He began swimming towards it, finding the movement almost too easy. He enjoyed swimming normally and thought he was decent at it, but he felt like he was moving far faster than he ever had before, as if the resistance of the water simply wasn't there. As he swam, the glimmer he saw became brighter and brighter, until he could finally see the surface of the water, refracting the glow from above and scattering it across the surface above. He swam as fast as he could, desperate to try to understand what was going on and to get out from under the surface. As he neared it, his hopes rose, giving him a final burst of speed to breach the surface. Instinctually, he took a deep breath, even though he hadn't had breathing issues prior to that. He simply couldn't help himself. Eyes closed, he rested for a moment, laying back against the water and floating gently to try to calm his racing heart. After a few minutes, he took stock of his situation. He was floating in some form of liquid. He was starting to doubt it was water, and as he looked around he could see almost nothing. Everything was pitch black on the horizon, only the light from above granting him any vision. Daring to glance up, he was nearly blown away by the vision above him. Where he expected to see the moon and perhaps some stars or clouds, instead he was greeted by a massive glowing orb, predominantly green-colored but with sparks flying about it of a myriad of other colors: white, yellow, purple, red, gold, and blue, all spiraling about it. Sometimes they seemed to fly into the green orb, the orb flaring into that same color for a moment, before appearing once more outside of it as the orb returned to the radioactive green shade that it was before. This orb seemed to be the only source of light around, illuminating as far as Izuku's eyes could see, which was not a lot. Although, he narrowed his eyes in one direction, almost feeling like he could see something that way. Something inside him felt compelled to head that way, and though he remained concerned, he figured he may as well find out where this was taking him. He was still pretty sure this must be a dream of some kind, since the last he remembered was falling asleep and this place clearly was no place on Earth, so he assumed the dream would end when it was supposed to. He may as well see it through. He swam for what felt like an hour, the tug getting progressively stronger and stronger. It wasn't until he'd been at it for at least 10 minutes he realized he wasn't feeling tired at all, and decided to kick up his speed to his maximum, zipping through the liquid surrounding him. As he went, his mind catalogued the strangeness around him, how the liquid wasn't moving, as still as possible beside the disturbances he was causing, how he didn't actually feel wet from it, almost as if the liquid was simply sliding off of him and his clothing. But as he neared what he felt was the hour mark, not that he could remotely tell time, much less the idea that dream time matched real time, he finally spotted something in the distance. As he got closer, it became visible to him, a tower seemingly made of cracked and marred stone rising out of the water, a set of spiral stairs following around the outside of it, the end of them dipping into the water, a convenient place for him to reach. At the top of the tower it seemed to expand outward, some sort of platform visible up above, but not something he could see what was up there. Well, may as well see what's up there, he thought to himself. When he reached the base of the tower, he clambered out of the surrounding liquid and began to trudge up the steps. It wound along the tower, a simple stone stair with no railing that made him feel a sense of vertigo when he looked over into the placid, black liquid down below, it having calmed down and returned to a perfectly smooth obsidian-looking surface once he exited. As he neared the top, he noticed a sound, the first sound that he hadn't been responsible for. It sounded like voices? The low murmur of voices got louder and louder as he went up the stairs, his steps slowing involuntarily as he felt a creeping sense of dread. Was this dream a nightmare? He'd had his fair share, so it wasn't something he was unused to. Being used to it didn't mean he liked it though. He took a deep, bracing breath and decided to just deal with it. Better to just face the nightmare and have his nap ruined so he could get out of it than cower here. Although for a nightmare this was weird, he had a lot more control than he normally did, and it wasn't like he was normally cognizant of his dreams to begin with. This was a very weird dream, but still, best to deal with it. As he crested the final set of stairs, he finally could see the entirety of the stone platform. A series of throne-like chairs were arranged in a circle, 9 of them at his hurried count. His gaze was stolen from them though to the 7, no wait, 8 figures within said circle. The first he took note of was the one most different from the others, a towering figure made of yellow flame. It was the least solid one he could see, but something about it reassured him, reminded him of someone he trusted. However, it simply stood there, almost unmoving, its glowing white eyes gazing upon the others before it. Next his gaze was pulled to the trio in the middle, a pale, slender, white-haired young man who appeared to be arguing with another 2 men, one with short blonde hair with a massive X-shaped scar on his face, and the other with a long ponytail pulled back, his forehead covered in a black bandana. A tall, quiet-looking man with a large scar running down through his left eye to his lower lip was quietly observing, his arms crossed as he cast his gaze over the arguing trio. Next to him was a shorter, bulkier man with large shoulders and an open vest, snickering as he murmured something to the quiet man next to him. Seated in a chair was another man, a high-collared jacket hiding his lower lips and short-cropped dark hair upon his head. He had his legs pulled up, resting one arm over his knee as he looked almost bored at the happenings, occasionally glancing up to the one feminine figure in the room. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking exasperated, a white cape falling from her shoulders, her black hair partially pulled back in a bun. Large yellow gloves covered her hands, the same one gripping her hips as she glared at the arguing trio in the center. It was her who first noticed Izuku's approach, her eyes going wide in recognition and shock while he remained confused. Swiftly, she turned back to the figures in the center and raised her voice to say something but was drowned out by the 3 in the middle. Gritting her teeth, she pulled off her gloves, shoved her fingers in her mouth, and gave an ear-piercing whistle, causing the others to all turn to look at her. "Look over there, you idiots," she said, exasperation clear in her voice. All 7 turned to look at Izuku, the greenette losing all sense of bravery and now feeling like he should have just not approached the tower and stayed in the water. "That well. This is unexpected," the white-haired man spoke, his voice thin and wispy. "That the F kinda dream is this?" Izuku muttered to himself. "Let me get this straight," Izuku said, rubbing his temples. "You are the past holders of One for All, including Tashinori, who is over there somehow even though he's alive unlike the rest of you." Izuku pointed at the figure made of flame in the back, which gave a small wave in response. "And for some reason you can talk to me, but not to anyone else before? We could appear, but nothing so concrete at this, no," Yoichi, the one who identified himself as the first, said. "Then why now?" Izuku whined. "I have enough to deal with, I don't need to be haunted too." "Kid, chill out, it ain't a bad thing," the 5th, identified as Daigoro Banjo, interjected. "And why are those 2 refusing to look at me?" Izuku exclaimed, pointing at the only 2 who hadn't introduced themselves, although by process of elimination he could figure out they had to be wielders 2 and 3 somehow. "Because they are children," 7, known as Nana Shimura, said in an exasperated tone. "We're both older than you, 7, the one with the ponytail growled, still refusing to turn around from where he'd faced away once they noticed Izuku. "Which gives you less of an excuse to act this way," she shot back. "That it's nice you're defending me but calling them children still doesn't explain why," Izuku pointed out. Yoichi ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "I'm sorry, 9. They are from a different time PRD and tend to be more critical of newer wielders." "Yeah, they give us shit too," Daigoro added. But if you're the first, aren't you from that time PRD too? Well, yes, but our experiences were very different. Give them some time, I'm sure they'll come around. Echich! One of the two shouted in derision, both still refusing to turn and look at him. Izuku rubbed at his temples again, his headache. How did he get headaches while dreaming? Somehow getting worse. Okay, whatever, moving on, what is this place? Well, the orb in the sky is one for all. And the sixth spoke up for the first time since introducing himself. Got that. But what's with the weird lake? And this tower? And why did I wake up somewhere in that lake and have to swim here? Well, the tower is the manifestation of, well, where we vestiges stay, Yoichi said calmly. As for the lake, that's your quirk. 9. What? The energy you live off of, that's what the lake is. As you theorized, one for all did have an impact on your quirk, but while it is a source of power and strength, it does remain separate from the energy you absorb, Yoichi explained, keeping his tone calm and level. Why is it so placid? It always feels so active, like it's pushing against my chest. Well, you're sleeping, Nana pointed out. It mirrors your mood, like most quirks do. If you're feeling anxious or upset, it will react like you are and become more turbulent. Oh, so it's always going to feel that way, Izuku muttered quietly. Considering he spent most of his life either anxious or upset in some fashion, it seemed like it'd always be disturbed unless he was asleep apparently. But as he considered the complexities of his quirk, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Wait, do you know how it impacted my quirk? Izuku asked hurriedly, his inner quirk analyst nature coming to the forefront. A little, but not the whole thing yet. You gotta experiment to see, we can only see the connections, not how the connections impact the usage, Nana replied. DMN, Izuku muttered, disappointed. Be honest with yourself, would you have been happy if we had all the answers, or would you prefer to figure them out on your own? She asked, grinning. Izuku flushed slightly, his shoulders hunching. Why, yeah, I guess I'd rather figure out the details myself. However, that's for your quirk. As for one for all, we do intend on helping you with that because otherwise, you're just going to get hurt. Oh. So, what do I have to do? Well, it isn't entirely different from what you do to activate the power-up effect from your own. Spread the power evenly across your body. As far as we can tell, it appears to have supplanted that earlier ability since their activation mechanisms are so similar. But it does appear like you need to keep following the concept of it flowing in and out, Yoichi explained. But keep the percent you use low, kid. You're in good shape, but 8 spent 4 decades adding power to it, so it's more powerful now, Daigoro said. What's the point if I can't use it at its best though? Izuku asked. We're not saying stick to a low percentage forever. We're saying to build up your ability to handle more over time. Besides, it's best to start there. You don't want to punch someone with the full force of one for all if they can't take the hit. Learn to use the weaker percentages and move up to the stronger for more dangerous foes, Nana replied. Izuku thought about that, thought about what he'd seen All Might do and flinched instinctively at the thought of hitting a normal person with a Detroit smash. Okay, they had a point about starting smaller and working his way up. You'll need to work that out on your own though. We can speak to you here, but one for all hasn't settled in enough for us to speak to you outside this shared dream space, Yoichi gestured. To the platform they were standing upon. So, you can't watch me all the time? Daigoro waved his hand back and forth. We can, we choose not to, not unless something pings with the hermit. What? Izuku blinked in confusion. My quirk, danger sense. Fourth, the one called Hikage, spoke up. Even as a vestige, it's active for me, and I can tell when you feel like you're in danger. Eventually, you should be able to access it yourself. Wait, what? Izuku choked. Yoichi rubbed his forehead. Hikage, we were going to ease him into that over time. Hikage shrugged. I see no reason to not inform him of everything. Yoichi sighed and turned back to the frozen Izuku. This current transfer of one for all pushed it over the edge into its singularity stage. I assume you've heard of the Quirk singularity theory? Izuku simply nodded, not entirely sure where this was going but having enough of an idea, he didn't want to interrupt. Well, we've reached a point like that. Over time, you will gain access to the quirks of the past users. Well, except Toshinori's since he did not have one, and the stockpiling power is mine as is. So, 6 more. That every day I wake up and think it can't get any worse and it somehow does, Izuku deadpanned. You're asleep, so that statement doesn't work here, N interjected. Not to mention you can't pretend you haven't been happier these past few months. Nana chimed in, grinning widely. How would you know that? I've only had this quirk for, like an hour or something? 3 hours and 17 minutes, Hikage said. Izuku stared at Hikage, idly wondering if he was somehow more pedantic than Izuku was. He dismissed that after a moment to continue his line of questioning. Fine, whatever. Either way, you haven't been here long enough to know. Daigoro rubbed his head sheepishly. Well, you see, we kind of get to see your memories when you get the quirk. Izuku stared blankly at the man, blinking slowly. He turned to look at the others one by one, his gaze studiously blank as they all either avoided his gaze sheepishly or matched it, unconcerned by his reaction. Izuku took a deep breath. F-, he muttered. Well, F-, he repeated himself. The fiery figure of Toshinori's vestige stepped over to stand beside Izuku, laying one hand on his shoulder and squeezing in such a familiar, comforting fashion that it nearly brought tears to the greenette's eyes. Izuku quickly rubbed at his eyes and took another deep, bracing breath. Okay, I'm okay. That's not ideal, but I can handle it. We're not going to judge you, 9, Yoichi said warmly. Well, except for 2 and 3, but they don't count. You 2 first, the short-haired one said, although there was no venom in the voice. Oh come now, we get you don't like pro-heroes and such, but no reason to take it out on the kid, Nana said, the earlier exasperation back. Okay, I'll say this now so we don't have to say it AFNG gain. 9, our problem with you has nothing to do with all that stupid guilt you're carrying around. We have a higher body count than you do by a metric fuckton. So don't go getting stuck in your head about that. We have other issues when it comes to 8's choice. Got it? The ponytailed one turned just enough to meet Izuku's eyes, a half-hearted glare in them. Why sure. Okay, Izuku muttered, his gaze falling away from the vestige's searching gaze. With a humph, the vestige turned back to the wall, going back to ignoring Izuku's presence. My point stands. We're not judging you, I promise you, Yoichi said into the silence that fell. Why not? If you saw, then you understand, don't you? Not really. Looked like an accident to me, Daigoro shrugged. Izuku gaped at him. I wouldn't be so flippant about it, but he is correct, 9. Childhood quirk accidents can be devastating, but that is rarely if ever the fault of the child, Hikage said. Plus it was definitely that a-hole's fault, Nana chimed in. If he hadn't been some creep who was getting off on hitting kids with lightning bolts, none of that would have happened. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to him? Was he ever apprehended? Your memories aren't clear on that. And asked, tilting his head to the side. Izuku shook his head no slowly. No one has seen him since, but I don't think I got him. Everyone who was lost that day No need to struggle to explain, 9. We understand what you're trying to say, Yoichi gently cut off his stuttering attempts at answering the question. Izuku, if you're going to be stuck in my head, I'd rather you just called me by name, he said quietly, still not meeting anyone's gaze. Very well, Izuku it is. Yoichi smiled softly, although the effect was lost on the young man as he kept his gaze locked on the stone floor beneath him. A small rumble shook the platform, sending ripples expanding outward from the tower's base. What is that? Izuku asked, eyes going wide in worry. You're waking up, it seems. Looks like our time is cut short. Just remember what we said about being careful and using small amounts at first. Oh, and I'd get some sunglasses for now, Nana said with a pained smile. Izuku went to ask another question, but the entirety of the world rumbled once more and he found himself yanked out of it, the tower, the orb, the lake all vanishing before him as he snapped into alertness, practically leaping up from the spot he'd been laying in. Unfortunately, Ochako had been leaning over him as he did, and the two smacked their heads into one another with a loud yelp of pain and confusion. F dash, he hissed as he held his head. You said it, Ochako groaned, having partly fallen backwards and was now laying against the arm of the couch. Geez Zoo, trying to kill Cheeks just for being nice enough to check up on you, what a guy, Katsuki remarked with a wry grin. Oh shove it, Izuku muttered, his eyes still closed as he rubbed at his forehead. Someone call Tashinori, we have to talk. Oh, can you feel one for all now? Himiko asked eagerly. Something like that, Izuku muttered. He lifted his hand off his head and began to open his eyes, but instantly yelped and slammed them shut again as a blinding flash of light seared into his eyes, making his headache a dozen times worse. F***ing hell, someone shut off the lights. The lights are pretty dim, Izu, Ochako said, worry evident in her tone at his reaction. Izuku paused for a moment, before remembering what Nana had said and groaned. Oh, damn it. Kaken, can you go get one of Auntie's sunglasses? I think something changed. Katsuki arched an eyebrow at the prone Greenette, but shrugged. Yep, on it. Fangs, mind giving Tashinori a call and letting him know we need to see him? Aye, Captain. Himiko said, saluting as she pulled out her phone. Anything I can do to help? Ochako asked quietly, laying her hand over Izuku's and gently squeezing. If you could find something for headaches, I'd love you forever, Izuku muttered, not noticing what he actually said as he rubbed at his temples. His closed eyes missed how Ochako's eyes went wide and red creeped up her face, how Himiko's grin expanded like the Cheshire Cat, at how Katsuki managed to hide his snickering behind his hand as he was stepping out of the room. Oh, why sure, I'll go find some. Ochako stammered out, practically leaping off the couch and dashing towards the medicine cabinet in the first-floor bathroom. Himiko giggled as hit the button to dial Tashinori, the sound reaching Izuku's ears and making him wonder why she was, but dismissing it as another fresh wave of pain shot across his skull, feeling like his eyes were melting out of their sockets. This is manageable, Izuku muttered, rubbing at his temples again as he managed to squint, the sunglasses helping dim the bright lights he was seeing somewhat. After having quickly downed the pills Ochako had given to him, and why she was acting so weird was something he wanted to ask her about when he didn't feel like his entire brain was trying to escape from inside the prison that was his skull. His headache was, at the very least, tolerable enough to actually open his eyes. And now that he could see, he was able to finally make some guess as to what was going on. The lights he was seeing were coming from the three teens in the room with him, powerful glows that seemed to shine from underneath their skin. With Kaken, it was a brilliant orange color that seemed to almost pop beneath his skin, most prevalent on his hands but circulating throughout his entire body. Ochako had a pink glow running through her fingertips shining orbs of pink that led small threads of pink up her arms and throughout her upper body, down to her abdomen and up her neck into her head. Himiko's glow was nearly her entire body, a roiling, bubbling, shifting yellow that seemed to almost strain against her skin, like it was trying to escape at all times. Izuku glanced down at himself to try to confirm his suspicion and yep, there it was, a brilliant green glow even without his quirk active, the brightest spot smack dab in the middle of his where the organ that held his energy was. But now, he could see another glow, one that shifted through the colors just like the orb he saw in his dream space had, that one glowing as bright as the sun just below the green one he was somewhat familiar with. Just to check, he ignored the questions the other three were asking him and went to the door, opening it and looking outside, just to see if he could see other people. Though the street wasn't too busy, he could spot a few people around. The ones he recognized were awash in colors, dark red, navy blue, deep brown, etc. But strangely, anyone he didn't know were all a simple soft white. The glow still presented itself differently, sometimes concentrated in their hands, sometimes in their feet or chest or not concentrated at all, but in each case, it was a soft, glowing white, with little to no details. He focused on the first person he saw with an obvious mutation, a young man walking down the street with a long, slender, scorpion-like tail and started considering what his quirk was. As he started to work through it, noticing the stinger at the end of it that was tightly capped with some sort of metallic device, the slight hunch in the man's gait which implied a different hip bone structure, the slight sheen of chitinous substance appearing on the man's bared wrists, the white glow shifted, changing, turning to a deep, vibrant purple. Holy shit, Izuku murmured to himself, blinking rapidly beneath the sunglasses. A rough hand gripped his shoulder and practically yanked him back through the open door, a clearly annoyed Katsuki slamming the door shut behind him as he spun the green net around. Izuku, answer us, he growled in the other boy's face, the two girls behind him both mirroring his annoyed expression. Izuku blinked, trying to come to terms with what he was seeing, able to actually see the way the orange glow within Kaken's body was beginning to pop and sparkle more than before. At the same moment those sparks appeared in the blonde's hands. I think I can see quirks? Izuku asked as much as answered, confusion evident in his voice even as he said it out loud. That what? Came the deadpan reply from Katsuki. Izuku shrugged and opened his mouth to speak, but a rapid-fire knocking on the front door interrupted him. Ochako stepped over to open the door, the skinny form of Tashinori in the doorway standing there, breathing heavily. What's going on? Himiko seemed concerned when she called. Young Midoriya, are you all right? Oh boy, Izuku breathed. You might want to sit down for this. Tashinori's jaw was slack, his entire expression so confused and almost in pain that part of Izuku regretted saying anything. From the moment Izuku had said the name, Nana, he'd witnessed every ounce of strength vanish from Tashinori's form, the hero looking more like a lost child than a grown man at that moment. Why, you saw Nana? He managed to get out, struggling. Why yeah, Izuku replied, wincing. Tashinori gulped, his shoulders hunching as he spoke quietly. How is she? Was she okay? Did she look okay? Was she happy? Was she dash? Yo, chill, give Zu a chance to answer, Katsuki cut off Tashinori's increasingly frantic questioning. In a mirror to the gesture the older man had often done to encourage the teens before, Katsuki placed his hand on Tashinori's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. It wasn't sitting well with Katsuki, witnessing the great hero All Might looking so lost and hurt. It bothered him a lot if he was being honest. He'd accepted a while ago that Tashinori wasn't infallible, the wound he'd suffered proved that before. But these past 7 months his respect for the man only grew, how he remained such a beacon to people, a hero who always won no matter what the odds, even with his injury. And he knew, intellectually, that everyone had things that hurt them, that upset them. But witnessing it before him, with the man he looked up to more than anyone save his own father, he didn't know what to do to help, so he did the best he could and tried to show his support, even while trying to reconcile the insanity Izuku was now spilling. She looked good, Tashinori. She's very pretty, Izuku tried to reassure the older man. Yes she was, the blonde replied quietly. He took in a deep breath, squaring his shoulders and looking up to meet Izuku's gaze with a steely look of his own. All right, that is enough of that. I should not be so surprised you were the one to see her and the other holders. You always impress me. I am just more impressed now, and I am even more confident in you as my choice. I think it would have happened to whoever you gave it to. Yoichi said it's because it hit the singularity point due to the transfer, Izuku protested. Perhaps, but I still believe in you and what you can accomplish. Seeing them so soon is a sign of this, I am sure. Let's discuss what else you spoke about, and especially this new vision you seem to have. You say it seems like you can see quirks, but unless you know details it is only a white color. Izuku nodded. Yeah. I think I have to know the details of how it works for it to start gaining color, and then it seems to give me more insight into it. Like, I can see how Kaken's quirk actually runs throughout most of his body, not just his hand, and I think that means he can run it through his system. Wait, what? Holy shit, what if I can explode from all over? That'd be even badass, Katsuki pondered, his grin growing as he contemplated the thought. I don't know if that's a good idea though. Izuku protested. It's like, the thing I see implies you can, but also that it can hurt you if you do it. Your arms are reinforced against your explosions, but not all of you are. Yes, let's hold off on experimenting with turning you into even more of a walking bomb than you are, Ochako deadpanned. Fine. But I'm not forgetting this. This sounds fang cool, Katsuki muttered. Wait, if that's not something from One for All, then that's been part of your quirk this whole time. Is that why you thought I could use other people's quirks when transformed? Himiko gasped. Huh, Izuku replied thoughtfully, looking up at the ceiling in contemplation. Maybe this was always part of my quirk, and it was only when One for All integrated with me that it became so much more obvious. Well, that'd explain those headaches of yours then, Katsuki remarked. Maybe, Izuku shrugged. It's weird with you though, Toshinori, like I see the same color-changing orb that I saw in my dream and in my chest, but it's much dimmer and seems to be slowly draining. Toshinori nodded solemnly. Yes, a visual indicator of the remaining embers of One for All within me. It is interesting you'll be able to see it fade. If I may ask a favor of you, please do keep me in the loop with how far it's fading. I can better prepare for my retirement this way, huh? Yeah, sure, okay, Izuku said. That said, it would probably behoove us to figure out how to manage it. Chronic headaches and eye strain is likely not good for you. Either another support item, or perhaps there is a way to turn it off. Have you tried seeing if you can, disable the effect? Worth a shot, I guess, Izuku muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and focused on his quirk, trying to see if he could somehow find the mechanism that was controlling this new vision of his. Since he didn't have any eye mutations he knew of, he was pretty sure this wasn't directly related to his eyes so much as that was where the sense was being used. Especially as the colors didn't make sense unless he took his own biases into account. He was pretty sure what he actually was doing was sensing a form of energy, that of quirks, and his subconscious was showing it to him through his eyesight and relying on his own thoughts of what color that quirk would be. It was the fact that a color didn't occur until after he puzzled out what the quirk was that clued him into that. So if that was true, he should theoretically be able to turn the sense off, or at least, make it so it was dismissed, like how people could ignore background noise in their everyday life. He tried to follow the path of his quirk through his body, following the channels he'd slowly been able to sense over time how they functioned and how well they could channel his quirk. Using that as a basis, he figured he could follow the sense that was showing him this and turn it off, or at least make it fade into the background. Now that he thought about it, now that he witnessed how his mind had turned his quirk into some sort of lake or sea, he decided to keep with that metaphorical reality. Concentrating, he could see it before him, and like the vestiges had warned him, while awake it was no longer placid. The surface was covered in waves and roiling currents, a constant motion that he could feel mirrored in his chest. It was almost hypnotic, how he could feel the pulses in time with the waves surging across the surface before him, how he could actually feel the currents tugging and pulling across his body. He dove into it in his mind, swam deep down, seeking, searching, scanning for anything that indicated one of the powers of his quirk hidden underneath the energy. And there he could sense something. A spherical bubble, whirling and spinning beneath the surface. A swirling sphere of water that pulsed, ebbed, and flowed. That was what he was looking for. He could see a current spiraling off of it, carving through the lake towards the stone tower he'd witnessed before. He followed it, moving incredibly fast now that he knew he was within his mind, no troubles traversing it. And yes, there, it swirled about the bottom of the tower, deep under the surface, far deeper than he had initially been, almost as if it intended on grasping it and crumbling it into the lake. Izuku could only assume that the tower must also be the link between his quirk and One for All, which explained why it seemed so supercharged if it was causing him headaches. He could see other currents wrapped about the tower, spiraling off into the distance, other aspects of his quirk, he figured. Now to figure out how to make it turn off without destroying it. Izuku pondered for a moment, before shrugging his shoulders mentally. Maybe just moving it? This was his mind after all. Could he just detach it? Or perhaps he could just lessen the control it had. Izuku focused on the current, all his mental strength pushing against it, trying to slow it down, to bring the current to a less drastic and fast speed. He could feel it slowing down, lessening, still there but far less drastic. Just to check, he spun it back up, letting it whip itself into a frenzy once more, and in no time it was back to full strength. Assuming he was right, this was how he could call upon it at will. Experimentation requires verification, he thought to himself. He pushed the current back again, slowing it down, and allowed his mind to fade back into his body. His eyes flickered open, the sunglasses still firmly in place, but no longer did he see the glow. He focused, calling upon the current again, and wham, the light was back and he winced. Swiftly he shoved it back down again, breathing a sigh of relief as it faded, and he reached up, snatching off the sunglasses. "You got it?" Katsuki asked, arching an eyebrow. "Yeah, I can turn it on and off now." "Pretty cool," Izuku grinned to himself. He was starting to enjoy this, enjoy finding the little twists and turns in his quirk. Something he'd avoided his entire life, but now he was actually having fun. "Well done, young Midoriya," Toshinori exclaimed, slapping the greenette on the back. Izuku jolted forward a step, turning to give a playful glare at the taller man, who chuckled in response. "But that said, I think it's time we got you testing out one for all. Let's head over to UA. Nizu has already set up a training ground for you. And Chio is there as well in case something goes wrong." "That is not encouraging, you know," Izuku deadpanned. Toshinori simply chuckled again and led him and the other 3 teens out the front door. "Okay, young Midoriya, remember what the vestiges told you. Let's start small and work your way up. Feel the core of one for all within you and channel it, just a little bit." "You have to feel it," Toshinori said, as they stood a few meters away from where Izuku stood in front of a series of punching bags, Principal Nizu and Recovery Girl also part of the observing group. Izuku took a deep breath, closing his eyes and focusing on the orb he remembered floating in the sky. Ignoring the pulsing energy in his chest, he chose instead to reach for the burning sun, grasping it firmly and pulling on it. Remembering the words of the vestiges, he only grasped at a little. Easiest way to do it was to work in percentages, so he thought starting at 10% would be fine, right? He exhaled, letting the energy flow across his body like he would with his quirk, and holy shit, that was a rush. His entire body felt electrified, a surge of power unlike his quirk, and yet still felt familiar, somehow. His eyes snapped open as he glowed, red lines crisscrossing his body where his channels ran, a moment later vanishing as green lightning began to sparkle around him, crackling with energy. "Whoa," Himiko said appreciatively, the other 2 teens mirroring her awestruck expression. "Alright, that looks pretty badass," Katsuki said. He nodded once at Izuku. "Punch the thing, I want to see what you can do now." Izuku nodded, turning back to the punching bag in front of him. Designed specifically to take on super strength quirks, everyone was pretty sure it'd survive since he wasn't trying to pull an all-might and go full-out changing the weather with a punch. He squared up, planting his feet firmly, and wound up, pulling back his fist and keeping his breathing under control. In and out, throwing his fist forward. It slammed into the bag with a loud thud, the bag rocking backwards, the metal chains holding it in place shivering but not cracking. Katsuki let out a low whistle. "Diamen, that's a hit." "What percent was that?" "Figured I'd start small, 10% seemed reasonable enough," Izuku replied. He shook his hand out. Recovery Girl immediately stepped forward and grabbed his hand, examining it closely with narrowed eyes. "Any pain? Anything feel off?" she demanded. Izuku shook his head. "Just the sting from hitting it. I didn't think to wrap my knuckles first." Recovery Girl sighed. "Well, I can't fault that, I didn't even mention it either. If you're going to try again, let's get them wrapped properly. Better to be safe than sorry." "Yes, ma'am," Izuku replied, accepting the bandages from her and wrapping his knuckles. Taking a moment to bounce in place, he rolled his shoulders. "I'll try for 20% now." "A big leap, but go for it, young Midoriya, I have confidence in you," Toshinori replied. With another deep breath, Izuku reached to the orb once more, pulling on more to try and grasp the 20% he wanted to go with. The green sparks around him intensified, glowing slightly brighter and appearing more often, but otherwise he felt fine. He repeated his prior steps, planting his feet, pulling the strength up from beneath, and swung. "Ouch," he said, wincing as the bag shot backwards, the metal chains holding it cracking under the force. He gripped his hand, rubbing at it with a pained expression on his face. Let me see," Recovery Girl had almost appeared at his side as if by magic, turning his hand back and forth and examining it closely. She poked and prodded at his hand, watching his reactions and humming thoughtfully to herself. I can't be entirely sure without equipment, but I don't believe you broke anything. Perhaps a few microfractures, but even if you didn't, it's clear 20 may be a little too much for you right now. Izuku shook his hand out as soon as she let it go, nodding along in understanding. Okay, let me try 15 then? She looked up at him seemingly before nodding. All right, young man, but punch with your other hand this time. I'll heal you afterwards just to be safe, but it's best we not drain your stamina beforehand. Izuku nodded again, swiftly letting some of the power from One for All drain away until he held what he thought was about 15%. Taking his stance again, he threw a punch with his left. This time, the pain was just the normal sting of knuckles meeting a solid object, the bag rocking back but still staying connected to the chains, although they weren't looking that great. Okay, yeah, that seems to be safe. It doesn't hurt, Izuku said, grinning widely. Recovery Girl grabbed his right hand once more and planted her lips on it, the wash of her healing removing the remaining pain as Izuku wobbled for a moment, feeling his vision go blurry for a brief second. Oh well, okay, Izuku muttered as he regained his balance. He glanced down at his wrist where the meter was, noticing that the bar was noticeably smaller than it had been before, probably about 5% drained away. Yes, my quirk drains the stamina of people when I heal them. If I healed someone too exhausted, it's plausible it could kill them. That is why you cannot come to be reliant on my quirk, young man. Or any of you. Recovery Girl stated as she turned to give her best nurse glare to the other three teenagers. Even Katsuki knew better than to annoy the nurse hero, and nodded along with the other three. Toshinori clapped his hands. Well, that settles it then. Now that we have made sure young Midoriya can handle this, we're going to have to examine the impact on his original quirk and work on getting him better with One for All. But that's not all, my young trainees. You must also work on your mind. You have 3 months to prepare for the exam, both the physical part and the scholastic part. Let's get you 4 home and get you started on the final phase. Izuku clenched his fists, letting the lightning sparking fade away as he breathed deep. This was it. The final steps to his new start, the last stretch before he got to the next phase of his life. He exchanged a glance with his friends, Katsuki, the brother who had always supported him, Himiko, the fun and quirky woman who'd helped him rediscover what it meant to just enjoy things, and Ochako, the kind and yet fierce woman who had made sure he never got too stuck in his own head, that he could finally maybe accept a nice thing said to him or two. He was ready for the next step. Ochako would normally be much more nervous about tomorrow, it being the entrance exam and all, but right now, she really couldn't find it in her to be nervous. The quartet of friends had decided to have a night hanging out together, the 2 girls crashing at the Bakugos for the night. Mitsuki and Masaru were out on business, so the 4 had the house to themselves. For all the fact they were unsupervised teenagers, they were dedicated to being prepared, so they hadn't done anything wild. Merely cooked a lovely dinner, well, the boys did, and had sat down to watch some movies together. Katsuki had left earlier though, insistent on his bedtime being exactly 9 like some old man, leaving the 2 girls and Izuku to watch a couple more before heading to bed themselves. Which was how Ochako found herself in the position she was. She was snuggled into Izuku's side, her head resting on his shoulder as his arm was wrapped around her opposite one. Curled up on their laps was Himiko, the blonde girl's head laying in Ochako's lap and her lower body over Izuku's. Ochako had her free hand buried in Himiko's hair, gently running her fingers through it as Himiko quietly purred. She noted Izuku's free hand was resting on Himiko's lower leg, nothing inappropriate, just simply laying there and holding it gently. Moments like this had somehow become more common over the last 3 months before the exam, times when the 3 of them found themselves tangled together. Sometimes they had Katsuki with them, but the boy wasn't entirely comfortable with that level of touch and preferred his personal space. Though he'd often just be a foot or so away, still with them, still part of the group, just not quite as cuddly. On some level Ochako understood his reasoning. He never lied to them about how he felt about touch, the fact he was always cautious about it due to his sweat getting to places that wouldn't be safe for others. But she also knew, from the way he'd look at Izuku and his gaze would soften just a tiny bit, how he'd study her and Himiko, like he was waiting for them to do something wrong, that he really was trying to encourage whatever this was. What this was something she wasn't quite ready to say out loud, but, "Hey Izu? Himi." Izuku turned to her, arching an eyebrow as Himiko, eyes closed, gave out an assenting sound to indicate she was listening. Ochako gave a soft, small smile, one unlike her normal sunshine grins, and spoke into the quiet of the late night. "After the exam, I have something I want to talk to you two about, if that's okay?" Himiko's eyes flickered open at that, rolling over slightly, so instead of being curled inward towards the two of them and their body heat, she was laying flat as she looked up at Ochako with a searching gaze. Izuku's look was almost blank, but there was a sense she got from his wide, guileless eyes that he understood what she wasn't saying. "Chako. That's good with me. Wanted to talk to you too about something as well." "After the exam," Himiko said quietly. Izuku nodded slowly. "Why, sure. We can talk. But it is kind of late. Maybe we should get ready for bed? Tomorrow's going to be a big day." Himiko stretched, arching her back and spreading her arms and legs out wide, barely avoiding smacking the two others in the face. Her mouth opened in a wide yawn, eyes blinking slowly. "Fine, but only if you carry me." Izuku rolled his eyes fondly and shared an exasperated glance with Ochako, the brunette's smile slightly wider. He lifted her in his arms with ease, the training he'd gone through making it so the fit Himiko was barely an afterthought of weight in his arms. Ochako stood with him, following behind him as he carried Himiko to the guest room that had been set up for the girls, already having some of their personal effects from how often they stayed over. As he lay Himiko down gently, the blonde smirked at him. "Gonna tuck me in too?" "Behave," he admonished her, tapping her on the nose with his own smirk. Ochako chuckled as Himiko playfully snapped at his finger, clacking her fangs together loudly as she did so. The brunette rolled her eyes as she clambered into her side of the bed, letting out a quiet oof as Himiko immediately latched onto her side and cuddled her aggressively. She shared another commiserating glance with the standing Izuku, the green-haired boy taking pity on her and lifting the blanket she now couldn't quite reach and placing it over the two of them. Himiko giggled, having gotten what she wanted, Ochako shushing her fondly. Izuku stepped to the door, flicking the light switch to turn off the lights and began to shut the door, but not before stopping and looking back at the two girls. "Good night, Ochako Himiko. See you tomorrow morning. Sweet dreams." "Sweet dreams, Izuku. See you in the morning," Ochako replied. "Good night, Izu. Get sleep, we're gonna kick butt tomorrow," Himiko muttered, her voice already muffled and fuzzy as she began to drift off swiftly. Izuku gave the two one last smile, before shutting the door and heading off to his own room. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and grinned, standing before the testing grounds entrance. The quartet had arrived together and taken their test, with Katsuki still snickering at how Izuku had managed to trip within the first 10 seconds of entering UA, saved from an embarrassing fall by Ochako's Quirk, and then ended up in the auditorium with present Mike explaining the rules. After breaking Izuku out of his fanboying over the hero, the four had compared cards and realized they'd all been sent to different testing grounds. Izuku figured this was to separate those from the same school, to prevent them from teaming up. Which was fine with Katsuki. He wanted them all to do their best, but he also wanted to shine by himself and intended on it. Some uptight punk had yelled at them for talking quietly and lambasted present Mike for the mistake in the exam parameters brochure. But Mike had explained the premise of the zero-pointer. Idly, Katsuki wondered how hard it would be to blow up, but dismissed that. Points were what mattered and he was going to get them. Not only that, with the opponents being robots, he only had to be careful he didn't hit the other examinees. He could go all out on the robots. He was looking forward to showing off what he'd been able to learn over the past 10 months, especially the final 3. Sir Night Eye may have been a SLV driver, but DMN if the man didn't know his Quirk training. Between Izuku's ideas and new Quirk vision, they really needed to come up with some badass name for it. Katsuki had been able to pretty much perfect his stun grenade and howitzer impact moves, and was working on a new shot he called AP shot, something with a much smaller explosive radius but would drill through armor and shields much easier. And finally, he now could pretty much fly without issue, able to maneuver in the air quickly enough. Even Izuku with his barriers he flipped around on couldn't quite match his speed, though it was close. And now, Now he was ready to prove himself to the world, to and to All Might, making sure the hero knew he hadn't made a mistake when choosing to train all 4 of them. They'd separated at the buses, and Katsuki demanded the other 3 promise him they'd pass. He intended all 4 of them to live up to his promise to Toshinori, top 4 spots in the exam. The written exam had been easy, the studying they'd done paid off. Now it was time. He glanced about, taking in his fellow competitors. None of them really stood out to him much, save the one redhead with the very spiky hair who was practically vibrating in excitement. He couldn't see many details of the other boy, with his back turned, but the hair was rather eye-catching. He shrugged internally, dismissing him from his mind. He had a test to beat just as soon as... "And start," came the shout from the proctor. "Snipe," his mind reminded him. Katsuki wasted no time, throwing his hands back and rocketing into the air and over the other students. He'd let them have the first robots around the gate. He wanted to be free to let loose. He launched himself rapidly down the street, the sudden rush of other students fading into the background as he saw a group of bots just ahead. He smiled wide, his teeth bared, as he rocketed into the group of them. Slamming into the ground with an explosion-empowered punch, the concrete cracked around him and flew up, clipping some of the bots. He cackled and spun in place, arms akimbo, and blasted explosions out, breaking each one around him into scrap metal. "Pathetic," he remarked to himself as he glanced about at the smoking ruins. "Too easy." With a grin, he rocketed back up into the air, looking for his next victims. "Okay, this wasn't actually that hard," Himiko mused as she ran across another rooftop, leaping down onto a crumbling fire escape. She bounced down to the ground, almost flipping from wall to wall, before she fell into a roll. Coming up from her roll, she threw 2 pieces of pointed scrap metal she'd grabbed early on, easily bullseyeing the 2 robots before her in the bright red they had, sending them into shutdown mode. She'd been really worried when she heard the opponents were robots, considering her quirk wasn't really suited for it. But once she realized how weak they were, how easily she could break them just with her base strength and a couple pieces of scrap she grabbed as they went, she lost all worry. She was faster than most of the examinees by far, and her ability to scale the walls as quickly as she could let her get far ahead of them, finding groups by herself and tackling them without issue. And it wasn't like her quirk was no help, she just was waiting until she needed it. Izuku had been right, kind of. She could use other people's quirks, but it was very limited. She couldn't use one for all at all, nor could she really use Izuku's original quirk because it required her to absorb energy, and by the time she grabbed enough, the transformation would time out. For Katsuki's, it worked, but it was much weaker than his. However, Ochako's, that one she could use at about what Ochako's limit was before they started their 10 months of hell. Izuku had theorized on what the major difference was between Katsuki and Ochako, and he had come up with a theory, but when he'd said it, even she was too flustered to let him continue down that train of thought, and no one spoke about it again. Not until after the exam, they were going to pack that away and not touch it until it was all done. She shook her head to clear it. Not the time to get wrapped up in her own mind. She looked around for her next bot, scanning quickly. Not seeing anything and hearing some examinees approaching the area she was in, she ran to the nearest building and began to scale it again, looking to get a better vantage point. Ochako was grinning widely, not entirely unlike Katsuki, although if you pointed that out she'd likely try to punt you into the stratosphere, but she couldn't help it. This was actually fun. After 10 months of training, now she was finally putting it into practice, and with the help of Izuku's knowledge and Naitai's training, she had become an expert at using her quirk in practically any direction, matching the force of gravity. Now she could even do it vertically, horizontally, diagonally, any direction she chose. She simply had to touch the object. Since she couldn't bring any items into the fray with her, she hadn't been able to bring a rope or line of some kind to use the other techniques she'd gotten a handle on, but she didn't need it once she ripped a cable out of one of the 2 pointers, to the consternation of the examinees around her, witnessing the sunshine smiling brunette rip into a robot and pull out its internals without breaking a sweat. Now she was flinging it about as she went, crushing robots left and right with simply the cable in her hands. Tapping herself on the wrist, she leapt up, getting to a higher vantage point. She didn't bother landing on the nearby rooftops, instead, gripped the roof edge as she passed it and redirected herself, looking like she'd practically flipped over the rooftop as she spun to the other side. Though her stomach was getting nauseous between the spinning and her own quirk, she only had to hold it for a few seconds at a time and she could manage that no problem. She spotted 2 3-pointers by themselves. Grinning even wider than before, she snatched up a couple pieces of rubble on top of the roof and flung them at the 2 robots, launching herself off the roof and releasing her quirk as she went. Though both robots noticed the coming rubble and shot it out of the air, they didn't react in time to her falling on top of the one. She landed on one knee, inwardly wincing at the impact, but didn't let it slow her down. She removed gravity on the one she landed on, grabbing it with her other hand and leaping to the ground with it in her arms. Spinning once for momentum, she smashed it into the other bot, giggling as the 2 broke into pieces. She rolled her shoulders, taking a quick breather, before running forward, looking for her next target. Izuku wouldn't be surprised to know that all 4 of them had been using the same basic tactic: get to a high point, find a space with few other examinees and more robots free roaming, and drop in on them to get the points. Night Eye had been very insistent about the idea of gathering intel in any battle, so it should have come to no surprise that they'd take advantage of that. And it being an urban environment would help Himiko immensely, as she'd been practicing endlessly her parkour abilities to traverse cities with ease. He mused to himself that it almost felt unfair. Few of the other examinees could keep up with him, and he assumed the same of his friends. Their training was showing, as very few others seemed to be keeping pace. The one blue-haired boy who'd shouted at them in the auditorium seemed to be doing fine, considering the engines in his legs that made Izuku want to reach for a notebook, but otherwise few were standing out. Almost idly, he formed a glowing green disc in hand, the edges sharpened down to a millimeter, before throwing it like a discus at an approaching 3-pointer. The razor-sharp energy construct cleaved through the metal like a hot knife through butter, dissipating into nothingness moments later at Izuku's mental will. One of the new abilities he'd been able to unlock with Night Eye's help, now that he understood how One for All impacted his original quirk. As far as the 2 of them could puzzle out, while he was still limited to his own energy pool, which he could grow slowly over time with effort, but it was still rather slow growth, One for All seemed to act as a cost reduction in the energy expended. Now what would cost him a good 5 or 10% would barely be 0.5% at best, at least for smaller constructs like the disc. Making more complex constructs or larger ones drained a larger proportional amount, but he wasn't in danger when he did it, only if he overdid it, which his 3 friends were very insistent he never do. He still could only hold a few constructs open at once, which included the platforms he used for movement. Right now, he was limited to 6 total, but he was close to getting a 7th, he was sure of it. And his constructs were pretty limited to objects that didn't have moving parts. Making a sword or staff was no issue, but he couldn't form a launcher for the discs, and while he could form a bow, he couldn't make the string move, which basically made the concept useless. But the discs were fine enough for a mid-range attack. Not that he needed a ranged attack right now, considering what else the now 18% of One for All he could use safely. His fists and feet were crumbling the robots within seconds, and while it was clear the engine boy was faster on the ground than him in bursts, he could outmaneuver him by using his platforms to launch himself about. A loud crash down a dark alley had him glancing to the left, seeing a trio of bots closing in on a tall, slender, purple-haired boy holding a broken piece of pipe and snarling. He stood protectively in front of another examinee, a blond boy with a weird grin and thumbs up who was swaying in place. Izuku didn't hesitate, slamming his foot down onto the ground and sending a line of green energy along the ground rapidly. As the line reached right before the purple-haired boy, he called up a barrier, a much larger one than normal, internally wincing as he felt his pool drain further, but blocking the multiple lasers that were being fired at the 2 boys. The bots apparently noticed him, spinning about and firing at him instead. He ducked beneath the shots as he dropped the barrier, rolling forward and leaping up at the tail end of the roll, spinning about with a kick as the green lightning of One for All sparked across his skin. He smashed one into the other, sending the 2 of them careening into the wall. A loud clang behind him made him glance back, seeing the panting purple-haired boy having slammed the pipe into the red of the 3rd bot, disabling it. Izuku took in a breath, swiping at his forehead. He nodded his head to the blonde boy still swaying in the back. What's up with him? Purple Hair shrugged. No clue. Found him wandering around like this. Izuku wanted to try to puzzle it out, but the exam was still going on. He wasn't entirely sure what to do though. He couldn't just leave the blonde. And the purple-haired boy had sacrificed his weapon to stop the third bot. Izuku switched on his quirk vision. Even if he couldn't see the color, he could still see the shape of the energy. And that was some weird energy he witnessed, sparking and cracking, reminding Izuku of lightning, and no, he was not internally cringing away from the thought. But weirdly, it seemed oddly faded, disjointed, dull. Let me try something, Izuku said. Purple Hair just arched an eyebrow at him, his stoic expression slightly ruined by how hard he was breathing, but he made no move to stop Izuku. Izuku grabbed the blonde by the shoulder and tried giving him just a small jolt of energy. The jolt seemed to snap into the boy, his energy jumping into action and brightening up almost immediately. The weird smile and fogged eyes faded as the blonde shook his head rapidly, one hand reaching up to rub at his temple. "Aw man, did I overdo it again?" the blonde said plaintively, almost whining. "Hell if I know, you were just acting like an idiot and almost got hurt. I was trying to get you back to the gate but we got trapped by the robots." The purple-haired one deadpanned. "Yeah, but he protected you. Good job. I didn't catch your name?" Izuku said, grinning weakly at the purple-haired one. He stared back blankly at Izuku, before sighing. "Shinso. And you saved us, so don't give me your pity. I couldn't beat back all three of them. I'm Midoriya." "Don't say it like that. I couldn't do anything if you hadn't kept him safe as long as you did." "I'm Kaminari." "Thanks guys, I would have been lost if it weren't for you. But we should get back to blowing up these bots. We can catch up after the exam's over." The blonde boy interjected with a big smile. "He's not wrong. We should get going," Shinso said. Izuku nodded. He paused for a moment, before reaching down into the broken bot and pulling out the remainder of the broken pipe Shinso had been using. Concentrating, green energy flowed from his hands onto the pipe and beyond it, spinning about and spiraling until it formed into a blade-like shape, the pipe acting like a hilt. He spun it once in hand, nodded, then held it out to the confused Shinso. "Here, I'm guessing your quirk isn't super combat-oriented if you were using this. Kind of unfair for UA to rely on combat tests for the exam, but whatever. This could help." Shinso's confusion faded as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. "I don't need pity," he said, his voice barely above a growl. "It's not pity. I know how much pity SCKS. It's just trying to even up the playing field, and you really were heroic, trying to defend Kaminari when he was helpless. No harm in accepting help, right?" Shinso's expression didn't change much, but it softened just enough for Izuku to notice, well used to Katsuki's resting angry face and micro-expressions. He sighed and grabbed the pipe from Izuku's hand. "Fine. Enough talk then. We have an exam to get through." "You got it, Shinso. Thanks again, I'll pay you back someday." Kaminari shouted, running out of the alleyway into the fray. Izuku nodded at him. "Good luck with the rest of the test." Not waiting for a reply, he forced a platform beneath his feet and leapt straight up, deciding to go back into the rooftops for a new vantage point. "What an interesting batch we have this year, don't you think?" Nizu said to his fellow instructors, taking a sip of tea as his eyes remained locked on the varied monitors. Half of them stumbled over each other at the start. "I'm not impressed," Aizawa, known as the pro-hero Eraserhead, remarked. "Perhaps, but some of them have shown remarkable combat ability," Cementos said, pointing to the screen showing Katsuki currently wrecking another horde of robots with a cackle. "That's at best 1/10 of what it means to be a good hero. We need to see much more to know how well he can do," Aizawa shot back. That young man there helped 2 other examinees in that one alleyway." "Midoriya, was it?" Midnight remarked. "He seems to have decent instincts." "Perhaps. But it was also reckless, and he gave something to the one who looks like a purple show. I still can't tell what it is though, looks like a support item, but he's got no papers for any other than some type of monitor," Present Mike commented. Oh, it was no item. That is one aspect of his quirk, the ability to form energy into small constructs, Nizu replied. Ah, you know him, Principal? Cementos asked. Oh yes, he and his 3 friends, of whom you can see the monitors there, and there. Nizu pointed to 3 screens showing Katsuki, Ochako, and Himiko visited UA a few months back due to extenuating circumstances with their education. Oh, that's right, I remember them. We signed a notebook for the blonde boy and those 2 girls. Midnight smacked her fist into her palm. Yes, it was for Midoriya. He likes to analyze quirks. I found his ideas interesting. A collective shudder went through the room at the small traces of excitement in the headmaster's voice. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the white-furred mammal. No taking over the world while I'm still teaching. At least let me quit before you start. Now Aizawa, no need to be so concerned. I have no intentions on such things. I simply would like to learn more about the boy, assuming he gets in. He's doing very well, all things considered. I don't see many issues with his performance so far. Although, we haven't begun the real test yet, Cementos said. Yes, that is true. Perhaps it is time to begin phase 1 of the new testing system, yes. You're sure about this, Principal? You know the board will throw a tantrum if they realize you changed the test without consulting them. Oh, I'm not worried. Our newest teacher gave me enough clout to let them have 5 minutes of fame, and they will kowtow without issues just for the sake of looking like they were part of the decision-making process. Welp, then guess it's about that time to send in the victims? Hit 'em up, Majima, Snipe shrugged, looking over at the hero power loader. Sending the signal, now. The F is that noise? Katsuki asked himself, confused. He'd taken a moment to stop breaking more villain bots, and somewhere nearby there was someone crying? Did one of the examinees get hurt? If he didn't check on them, Izuku would be on his but for not helping. And he guessed it wouldn't be heroic to ignore someone in trouble, even though it made little sense. This might be an exam, but accidents happen. He launched himself into the air once more, wincing slightly at the ever-growing ache in his arms and shoulders. He'd been at this continuously for longer than he normally was. Night Eye tended to stop him to give pointers periodically. Orienting himself midair, he shot towards the noise, which was on the next street over. As he flew over, he noticed the red-haired boy from earlier, standing in front of a storefront, arms raised as multiple villain bots shot at him, their lasers seeming almost to deflect off his strangely angular-shaped physique. Katsuki wasn't the type to hesitate, and this was no exception. He rocketed out of the sky into the back of the bots, sweeping his arms out wide to use his explosions to clear some space, sending the ones directly to his left and right flying. The redhead looked up at him in shock, his face angled and rocky, throwing Katsuki off but only for a moment. Swiftly he leapt into action, demolishing another 3 bots. He clocked the redhead taking up the other 2 on the left, covering his back, and decided to trust the other examinee for the moment, moving with precision, trusting him to have his back. It only took another 30 seconds or so before the remaining bots were thrashed, Katsuki letting his arms drop and breathing heavily. He wiped at his brow, annoyed at the sweat practically rolling off him as he turned to the redhead, only to freeze in place. The redhead's angular face and arms had dropped, instead, leaving a brilliant white smile, sharp teeth, and red eyes the same shade as his brilliant red hair. His shirt was ripped open, revealing a washboard stomach and toned chest to rival Katsuki's own. But it was the teeth, sharp and shark-like, with a sunshine grin that was somehow familiar and different. Idly Katsuki's mind drifted off to those teeth biting. Nope, we are not thinking about that right now. That was manly as hell, the way you shot in and blew up those bots. Freaking awesome, man, the redhead cheered, his enthusiasm practically rolling off him in waves. Why yeah, well, of course it was, I'm that effing awesome. Katsuki sputtered, trying to get his balance back. He didn't know why this guy was throwing him off. He wasn't the first hot guy he'd met, but damn it, he had to get his head in the game. Shaking his head to clear it, he asked, "Were you the one crying?" "Nope, it was this kid here." The redhead pointed behind him, into the wrecked storefront he was standing in front of. Katsuki glanced past him, seeing a small brown-haired boy in a white shirt standing there, crying, rubbing at his eyes. Katsuki cursed internally. He wasn't great with kids. And how did a kid get here? Anyways. Okay, he had to deal with this ASAP. Hey, kid? You okay? Hey chick, no, I got lost and I can't find my mommy and there were these scary robots and dash. Whoa now there kiddo, it's okay we got you, the other boy. My name's Kirishima, I'll keep you safe. Kirishima? Katsuki echoed, incredulous. Kirishima turned back to look at him and blink. Yeah. That's my best friend's doctor's name, the one who helped him after he got hurt. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, my mama is a great doctor. I can't believe you met her. Small world. Misters? The kid asked, his gaze affixed over the buildings down the street. Sup? Katsuki asked, looking back at the kid. The kid didn't speak, pointing in the direction he was looking. As Katsuki and Kirishima turned to look, their eyes went wide. That's the effing 0-pointer? Katsuki shouted, jaw dropped as he saw the building-sized robot begin to trample the buildings down the street. He picked up on screams from the other examinees, and the loud sound of stampeding people as they fled from the massive robot. Bro, we best get moving and quickly, Kirishima said, his body reflexively hardening out of concern. Katsuki glanced at the kid, frozen in terror, and back up at the approaching robot. He looked back at the fleeing students, noticing some were moving very slow, clearly exhausted and unable to really run. With a deep sigh, he let a feral grin overtake his face. He looked back at the redhead. Grab the kid. I'm gonna slow that thing down. Kirishima's eyes went wide, his arm reached out to grab Katsuki's arm, but the blonde took a couple half-running steps away before launching himself off the ground, narrowing his explosions as tightly as he could to avoid sending any spray back at the two others. Not his best idea, but he didn't need to defeat it, just delay it. Okay, who was he kidding? He wanted to blow the FING thing up, but he wasn't stupid and wouldn't go nuts if he couldn't. But he sure as hell was going to try. As he flew at the 0-pointer, he took stock of his condition. His arms hurt, pain radiating through them in such a way, he found himself flinching every time he launched another blast. He had sweat so much he was pretty sure he was dehydrated. His shoulders felt like they were going to rip off his body. He could barely catch his breath, his heart was beating as rapidly as he'd ever felt it. Katsuki had never felt more alive. His feral grin stretched further as he saw the bot approaching rapidly, its glaring red zeroed in on his form. Katsuki spared a glance back, making sure all the other examinees were out of the bot's range. Seemingly safe, he decided it was time, he could finally let loose. His arms shot out to the sides and he began to rotate, blast after blast after blast propelling him faster and faster and faster, the winds picking up around him, drawn in by his motions and spiraling. His eyes were alight, burning red as he stared at the robot before him, teeth bared and snarling, rotating faster and faster and faster. As the bot's arm came up to try to swat him from the sky, he reared back with his right and moved forward, every ounce of his explosive force coming to his call. Howitzer impact, he roared, the force slamming into the 0-pointer, a massive burst of flame and smoke flaring out in all directions. The groaning of metal, a cacophony of sound as he hit, his own eyesight practically blinded by the sunburst he'd just let off. But he never took for granted his strikes, and it was a good thing he didn't. He felt the air moving rapidly, not caused by himself, and with his right currently in absolute agony, he used his left to launch himself higher, barely being missed by the bot's other arm swinging where he had been. He could see he'd nearly ripped the 0-pointer's left arm off, but the other one was still functioning. He snarled at the bot, rearing back to throw another explosion when the sound of a bell rang out across the battlefield. Nope, 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 Himiko chanted as she bolted across another rooftop, a small girl in her arms and a purple-haired examinee with earphone-like jacks dangling from her ears clutching her back. Himiko had stumbled across the other examinee while she was trying to carry the little girl to safety, having hurt her leg diving in between the child and a villain bot. Himiko had disabled the bots still there, and though they were about to begin introductions and questions of how the hell that kid got there, That's when they noticed the zero-pointer heading towards them. "It's getting closer," the purple-haired girl shouted in Himiko's ear, the blonde gritting her teeth as she leapt across another gap. "I can see that, thank you very much," she hissed back. Carrying two people and running full speed, even if one was a kid, was not exactly easy for her, even with all her training. Unlike a lucky, muscular, hot, green-haired boy she knew, she did not have any strength-based quirk powers, and she was already exhausted from the exam. She noticed a fire escape to her left and ran for it, figuring if they got to the ground maybe they'd find other examinees and be able to do something. She practically flew down the escape, skipping half the steps and just accepting the very painful aches in her knees as she landed roughly, almost falling down but managing to keep her balance. She spotted a tall, multi-limbed boy with a mask on his face staring at the zero-pointer as he fled, and tried to catch up to him, shouting at him to get his attention. One of his arms popped open an eyeball on the end of it and turned to face her, another opening a mouth as it spoke. "Are you okay?" the boy shouted, still running as Himiko tried to pace him. "I am," she gasped, glancing back at the steadily gaining building-sized robot. But she hurt her leg and we found this kid. Can you take them?" The tall boy reached out a half-dozen arms, snatching the child and the other girl off Himiko's back. "That's fine. Do you need a lift as well? I can probably carry you too." Himiko waved him off, gasping for air. No. I need to slow that FING thing down before someone else gets hurt. Just run, I'll try to distract it. Go!" Before either of the other examinees could speak, she'd already begun climbing up the nearest building to the roof. As she got to the top, she glanced over at the now very close giant robot. She bit her lip, unsure what she could do to distract it, but she had to try. She glanced down to see the multi-armed boy running, now carrying a third examinee as the purple-haired one was apparently blasting robots away with sound waves, since the villain bots hadn't stopped acting just because the zero-pointer was moving, but with the fleeing examinees more people were getting hurt. They had this. She just had to somehow get a building-sized robot to ignore them. Well, she was an expert at ticking people off after all. Himiko smiled, showing her fangs at the zero-pointer, before running towards it, looking for the closest roof near it. As she got to the building it was about to pass, she glanced over to its swinging arms, mentally calculating the distance. She knew it was too far for her to leap, but she bolted across the rooftop, calling upon her quirk, upon the blood she'd tasted more than any other, that of a certain lovely brunette with a sunshine grin. She felt her form shift, her body morphing to match the blood of the first person she'd ever fallen for. With the patented grin of Ochako on her face, she tapped her arm, feeling the nausea take hold as soon as she did but ignoring it, launching herself off the rooftop and towards the zero-pointer. It didn't even seem to notice her as she flew over the nearest arm, reaching out to latch onto its chest with one of the sharpened pieces of metal she carried, giving her just enough grip to catch it. She flung herself up its front, using the combination of Ochako's quirk and the sharp metal she carried to almost run up it. As she reached the head of the bot, she grinned at its glaring red eye. "Hey, anyone home?" she giggled, tapping on the optic. When it failed to react, she tapped harder, this time with the sharp metal in hand. She didn't bother waiting for any further response, rearing back and with all her might trying to shove the scrap into the spot where the optic met the socket, feeling it dig in just enough to give a tiny bit of purchase. That seemed to get its attention, the massive machine groaning as one of its arms began to reach up to try to smack into her. Exactly what she was waiting for. She felt the familiar sensation of her quirk sliding off her and shifted as quickly as she could into another form, the spiky blonde hair of Katsuki taking form. Though she could not use his quirk well, she still could use it. And she had been sweating a lot. The explosion she let off had little force or flame, but what it had was light and smoke and enough force to propel her up and over the robot's head, blinding it just enough that it smacked itself with its own hand. She giggled, her giggle sounding odd coming from Katsuki's form, but it was enough for her as she landed on the back of the robot, just behind its head. She was about to dance around to the front once more to try to keep it focused on her, but a loud ringing bell made her wince and nearly lose her balance, the robot ceasing to move as the bell went off. "How the hell do we distract this thing again?" the pink-skinned girl shouted as she threw globs of some type of grayish fluid at her feet, skating along down an alleyway next to the fleeing Ochako. I don't know, but we can't let it reach the others, the brunette shouted back. I've no idea where those twins came from, but those two boys should be able to keep them safe if we can keep the big one on us. You're nuts, that which is kinda cool, the pinkette said, a tired smile on her face. Any response Ochako wanted to give was interrupted by a loud crash behind her, the building to their right being smashed by the massive tank treads of the zero-pointer. She racked her mind for a solution, as while they had its attention there was no guarantee they could keep it. She thought back to her friends and what they would do in this scenario. Katsuki would try to blow it up, Himiko would try to taunt it, and Izuku would do something self-sacrificial that she'd want to strangle him for. That's who she chose to spend her time with. Okay, this wasn't helping. She shook her head to clear it as she ran, breath escaping her lungs in puffs as she silently thanked Toshinori and Night Eye for their insistence on stamina training. As she scanned the area, she saw ahead of them one of the large pieces of a wall that the zero-pointer had smashed, just off to their left. Glancing at it, thinking of her friends, thinking of how she needed to keep the zero-pointer on her and not the others, you go on ahead, I have a plan, she shouted to the pink-skinned girl with the glittering black eyes, the other girl opening her mouth to protest but not getting the chance as Ochako veered off towards the rubble. She gripped it with her fingers, allowing her normal method of force manipulation to take effect, reducing its gravity. Yes, she knew now that wasn't exactly what she was doing, but DMN it, this was easier to think about. It was definitely on the upper end of her limit, the familiar roiling in her stomach taking effect and making her clench her jaw, but it should be enough. With a loud growl, she spun about, the massive piece of wall she'd gripped following along as she completed a full rotation to gain momentum, and then launched it towards the zero-pointer. The rubble smashed into the giant machine's lower body, just above its tank treads, and though it did not seem damaged, it sure got its attention on Ochako, which she grinned proudly about for a brief moment, until she noticed it coming full steam ahead at her and her eyes went wide. Well, she accomplished goal 1, what was goal 2? Right, somehow delay it? As she scrambled away from the machine, she tried to focus on what she could do. Launching rubble would keep its attention but not really do much to it. And it was way above her ability to float or crush it. She couldn't even slow it down, or could she? Even to this day, and with Night Eye and Izuku's help, her quirk could stubbornly be inconsistent. Sometimes she could touch someone's clothing and only float the clothes. Other times she was able to float the entire person without even touching their skin. Their best theory was it was all subconscious, that her desire was letting her selectively choose what she affected with her power. Night Eye tried desperately to train her to have conscious control over it, but at best she could just want it really, really hard and it would maybe do what she wanted. But if she could choose what her quirk was impacting, maybe, for the second time during this exam, she decided, Instead of running away, she bolted towards the bot, grabbing the loop of cable she'd wrapped around her belt off it, letting it trail behind her as she prepared to try another crazy idea she was pretty sure her friends would strangle her for. Izuku was probably a bad influence on her. As she neared its tank treads, she dodged to the side, wanting to be out of its direct path. She pulled her arm back, focusing, concentrating, demanding her quirk work the way she wanted. She whipped her arm forward, the cable flinging out to touch onto the machine's treads, and she pulled down, her will focused on the idea of increasing weight onto just the giant tank tread on its left that let it move about. It was just like the first time she tried to increase force on an object. Her stomach violently rebelled and she felt bile force its way up her throat, practically spilling out of her lips as she trembled internally. But she refused to let go. She could feel it taking effect as the machine stuttered in place, the treads slowing, creaking, the sound of metal shearing and groaning echoing out into the air. The street beneath her feet crackled and grumbled, the concrete buckling. With a loud, echoing crash, the street beneath the zero-pointer's left tread broke, the machine tipping sideways as its foot fell into the hole, sending the entire thing into the building next to it, the opposite direction as any of the fleeing examinees. Ochako fell to her knees, wiping at her mouth and the tears that had built up in her eyes, before shakily climbing to her feet. The fight wasn't over. A loud bell ringing made her pause, looking up as the announcement rang out over the battlefield. Izuku wasn't sure why there were children around, but he didn't think there was time to worry about the why so much as the getting them the hell out of Dodge. He'd already passed a couple off to various other examinees, namely, the blue-haired boy who had lectured him in the auditorium. As he went searching for more, his ability to see quirks helping him locate them easier, but he had to assume there were others just in case. He was scanning about, not seeing anyone else, when he heard a loud exclamation of pain down the street to his right. He bolted down it, looking about for someone when he saw a brilliant white glow, a humanoid shape underneath that looked to be beneath some rubble. Hissing in pain at the light, he flipped his vision off to see nothing? What the hell? He flipped it back on. The humanoid shape of glowing light. Off and nothing? Hello? Is someone there? He said, approaching the fallen piece of wall. Why's my legs trapped? The higher, feminine voice cried out. He saw the dirt move as if someone was there, and it clicked. He flipped his vision back on and the brilliant white glow shifted to a more crystalline one, shimmering and shining as he realized she was invisible. Wow, that had so many applications. You could do so much with. Are you still there? The voice said, breaking him out of the muttering he had begun falling into. All right, hold on, let me move that dash. Look out, she cried out as a shadow fell over them both. He looked up, seeing the zero-pointer arm coming screaming down at the two of them, his eyes going wide in panic. He threw his right arm up, forcing every ounce of power he could into a barrier, a translucent green dome forming over him and the trapped girl, his arm the focal point. He hissed in pain as the fist impacted, feeling it shoving him down, pushing him back, the barrier already cracking beneath the force. He grit his teeth and poured more into it, the green dome now dripping, energy falling off it and his body like rain. He couldn't hold this for long, but he also couldn't lift the rubble like this. Hey! Shouted a voice, his gaze turning to see Shinso and Kaminari running towards him, the blonde waving rapidly. He pointed to the rubble with his left, his teeth still grit and his voice strained as he held the barrier. Help her! Who? Shinso asked, his worried gaze affixed to the machine Izuku was currently trying to hold back. Me, the invisible girl shouted, scrabbling at the dirt again. She's invisible. Just move the wall please. I can't hold this much longer. Izuku shouted, straining, feeling the energy draining from his core. He could see his meter draining, ticking down, piece by piece. He poured one for all into his limbs, into his body, calling up the power over his whole body, green lightning sparking off his skin as red lines danced beneath it. He'd named the technique full cowling, which Katsuki had rolled his eyes at but said nothing more after it. It helped, a little, but he still knew the energy drain was going to get worse. The other two boys were pulling, trying to lift the rubble as best they could, but it was heavy, and neither of them had a strength-based quirk. Izuku noticed this and realized this was not going to end well at this rate. He glanced up at the zero-pointer, the machine still focused on him and trying to press him down. He felt his entire body creak with pressure, the pain he'd long dismissed from channeling his quirk coming back as he snarled internally. He cupped his left hand next to him and focused, creating a cylindrical barrier with a rounded bottom in his hand. The loud whistling of air caught the attention of the other three, visible signs of wind rushing into his hand and swirling at the bottom of the cylinder, the meter on his left wrist draining even faster. 60%, 55%, 50%, 45%. The F are you doing? Shinso shouted, his voice strained as he slammed his shoulder against the rubble, trying to leverage it up. Something really stupid, he shouted back, focusing as much as he could on the barrier in his left hand. He'd tried smaller versions of this before, but nothing as focused and pressurized as this. With the way his attraction property worked, he could choose what it attracted so long as he had a clear mental image of it. And he was choosing the air. By drawing in all nitrogen and oxygen around him, the most common gases in the area, and focusing it into a tiny area, not allowing it to spread, he was adding more and more and more pressure to it, giving it only one possible escape outlet once he released the attraction property. When his hand began shaking from trying to hold the pressure, the barrier itself in his left cracking from the pressure, and the one above him even more strained, he thought this was probably his best chance. He lifted his left hand up, putting it just beneath the other barrier he had and mentally prepared. He had to change the attraction property to repulsion at the same time he dropped the diffusion barrier he'd put up to protect him, and make sure the barrier in his left was very focused so it went the direction he intended. He didn't spare a glance at the others, but managed to growl out, "Take cover," before letting go. Multiple things happened at once. The zero-pointer's fist, clear from the barrier, came closer to him than he'd ever hoped. The pressurized air in his hand exploded out, the backlash dislocating his left shoulder and sending his entire body back, slamming him into the ground with an excruciating impact. He cried out in pain, nearly biting his tongue as he bounced off the concrete. The air that exploded out sent the other two boys back, skidding along the concrete. It blew clouds of dust and dirt into the air. But most of all, it shot the entire machine's arm off, shearing the metal at the shoulder and sending the broken arm flying off into the distance, a loud crashing echoing from far away as it landed. But Izuku noted the machine was still moving, still capable, and its red, glowing optics were focused down on his prone form. Gritting his teeth, he leapt to his feet, ignoring the pain radiating from his left. With a grunt, he heaved the rubble off the invisible girl, making sure to turn his vision back on so he could see her. With one hand, he gripped her shoulder and helped her to her feet, his mind dismissing how odd it was he didn't feel any fabric on her shoulder as he pushed her gently towards the other two boys. "Take her and run." "I got this," he said to them, wincing as his left arm dangled helplessly. "You saved her, let's go." Kaminari shouted, the odd view of him crouched as if an arm was thrown over his shoulder without the arm visible. "Things still can move, can't trust it not to trap someone else." "Go," he shouted. He didn't wait for a response, forcing repulsion barriers beneath his feet and crouching. With a thought, he sent energy flowing up his left, wrapping around it and trying to hold it in place so it stopped moving about. He didn't have the precision to shove it back in place, but at least he could hold it in place. He leapt up, the force of the barriers combined with full cowling sending him rocketing into the sky, just barely above the zero-pointer's head. He twisted in midair, forming a pair of vertical attraction barriers and letting his feet rest on them. He was now perpendicular to the ground, his knees crouched as he stared down at the glaring red eyes of the massive machine. He noticed the machine's other arm moving towards him, almost as if in slow motion, but he did not care. He took one deep breath in, ping his right fist back. Like his left, he wrapped green energy around it, spiraling the barrier like some sort of reinforcement cloth, tightly snapping it to his skin. He ignored the insistent beeping of his bracelet, the color on the meter in the red, 20%, 0.18%, 0.15%. He channeled every ounce of one for all into himself, the searing pain ignored in the moment as he shifted the attraction to repulsion and launched himself at the zero-pointer. He smiled wide, a mental image of all might in his mind as he decided to show homage to his mentor and the man who had slowly become another father figure in his life, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Smash!" as his fist slammed into the zero-pointer's head. The front of the machine bent inward, the entire upper body rocketing back as a multitude of explosions began to fire out from the robot, its internals overheating and reacting poorly to the impact. Izuku felt himself begin to fall, idly realizing that even with reinforcement, he'd definitely broken his right arm. The pain hadn't quite caught up to his mind, adrenaline flooding his form somewhat mitigating it as he fell. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at his meter. 12%. Oh no. He could feel the blackness creeping into his vision. He could land and stay conscious, he totally could do that. He just had to be sparing with the barriers. Okay, 5 meters down, barrier. He hissed in pain as his legs hit it, but let the barrier go as soon as his momentum stopped. 5-meter fall, repeat, pain, let go, fall, repeat, more pain. 10%. Just a couple more, 1, 2 more, fall, barrier, oh. He fell to his knees. Legs couldn't hold anymore. Vision was going dark again. But it was okay, he was only a few meters above the ground now, he could just go. Izuku's body dropped from 7 meters up, falling into the ground with a loud crash. He slumped to the side as his legs hit, managing to roll just enough to avoid breaking his legs. 9%. He let out a deep breath, hearing a ringing sound in his ears. Oh wait, no, that was the sound of the test ending. That was okay. 9% wasn't heart-stopping, just not great. He could feel his hold on the waking world slipping, but he was sure he'd be fine. Well, until his friends found out what he'd done. But he couldn't let it go just yet. He had to know, had to see. He managed to lift his head off the ground just enough, eyes blurry, flickering his vision on and looking for the crystalline shimmer he'd seen before. Oh, there it was, heading towards him, 2 more white glowing figures following behind in a hurry. And, in the distance, the dark pink of Recovery Girl approaching him. He could let it go now. With that, Izuku slumped over, letting his head rest on the cool concrete and closing his eyes, falling into slumber.